increasing his own power. Curiously, there is next to no evidence of a religion or worship of any deity on Corund around Xeric's time, yet the prayer scrolls obtainable as potential rewards are stated to be archaic invocations of the gods, which I thought was interesting. Perhaps Xeric had no qualms about bowing to divine beings as long as they could help further his own goals. But this is merely me speculating. Let's go back in time to the early Third Age. The infamous God Wars are in full swing after the fall of the Empty Lord just a few decades ago, and Zamorak, formerly a Majorat, has already returned to Gielinor after his ascension to godhood. Many of those who joined his uprising against Zaros did so after being promised lands and titles in Zamorak's new realm, carved out of the kingdoms of their enemies. One such Zarosian trader had been Lowerniel Draken, lord of the otherworldly plane of Vampirium. Unlike many of Zamorak's allies, his power lay not only in his own strength, but also in that of the massive armies he could muster. As leader of Vampirium, he was able to raise countless legions of vampires and werewolves to serve under his orders. Why wait for your liege to grant you land when you can take it yourself? Lowerniel Draken chose a prized but ambitious target for his conquest, the Kingdom of Hallowvale, a mighty realm at the easternmost point of the mainland where lived Iciens, a species of tall and browny followers of Saradomin. There was also a large human population, although they had been forever treated as second-class citizens. They were ruled by Queen Efarite Hallow, whose dynasty gave its name to the kingdom. The invasion was tough, as the Iciens' strength and their affinity to light, which was a natural weakness of Lowerniel Draken's troops, allowed them to put up quite a fight. Unfortunately for both sides, Vampirium's Dark Lord had no qualms about sending thousands upon thousands of his troops to the meat grinder if it got him even an inch closer to his goals. Under the ceaseless battering of the enemy armies, the defense of Hallowvale began to falter. Even the combined powers of the Iciens and the Justiciars, Saradomin's most elite order of knights, fell short of being the unmovable object to the vampire's unstoppable force. Eventually, the remaining Hallowvale soldiers had to retreat to the southeastern corner of the kingdom, where the capital was located. They braced for a long siege that neither side had the strength to break by force, as Lowerniel's armies had suffered too many casualties due to his costly style of aggressive warfare and disregard for the lives of his subordinates. Yet this standstill did not last long, thanks to a character we will be hearing a lot about, the matriarch of the Vitter vampiric clan, Verzik Vitter. Together with Lowerniel's brother Ranis Draken, she captured an enemy Justiciar and gently pressured them for information. The Saradominist knight, no doubt swayed by Verzik's silver tongue and alluring figure, revealed the existence of a secret passage in the Queen's castle that led directly outside the city. This was a golden opportunity for the besiegers. An infiltration force later gained access to Hallowvale's royal palace under the cover of night using this backdoor. They abducted the queen's human husband, King Acertes, bringing him back to the vampire's camp. The very next day, with her realm in ruins and the love of her life in the hands of the invaders, Queen Efarite threw the towel. She opened negotiations with Lowerniel Draken, offering the surrender of what remained of Hallowvale in exchange for one simple concession, sparing her husband's life. The offer was accepted, and the glorious Saradominist stronghold of Hallowvale became the dark vampiric realm of Mauritania. Lowerniel, thereafter known as Lord Draken, began a reign of terror that would eventually lead to the complete extinction of the Icene race from his domain and the enslavement of the human population. Some of them were forced to undergo vampirification, turning them into lesser vampires to fill up Draken's dwindling ranks. a fate he also reserved for King Acertes, despite the deal he had made with Queen Nefertiti. The other humans were packed into the old Hallowvale capital to be used as blood supplies for the vampires. This area became the city of Mayor Ditch, where humans live in horrible conditions under the oppressive regime of Lord Draken to this very day. For her part in securing the victory over Hallowvale, Verzik Vita was granted the Queen's Castle as her personal domain and the title of Lady Verzik. Long before the events of the Mauritanian campaign, she had been known for her love of violent entertainment, which she sometimes referred to as playing with her food. She would often order those under her command to fight each other on the spot and without warning, eager for blood to be spilled. But Lady Verzik was no longer satisfied with these displays. She now ruled over her own castle and would henceforth escalate her sources of entertainment. Queen Nefertiti's old castle was completely renovated and a series of rooms with deadly challenges were installed. Once this new entertainment complex was finished, the citizens of Mayor Ditch were given an offer. If they faced Lady Verzik's challenges and survived, they would no longer be targeted for blood tithing. Her palace, now fully revamped to fit her aesthetic and entertainment wishes, was renamed to Ver-Sinhaza, and its deadly chambers became collectively known as the Theater of Blood. Although a very rare sight around the area, outsiders were allowed to participate as well, as they made for a much more entertaining sight than the under-equipped and frail citizens of Mayor Ditch. On the rare occasion when a party made it past all the challenges, a most delighted Lady Vita would personally meet with them, not to reward them, mind you, but to slay them herself. The Theater of Blood would remain in a similar form for thousands of years until Lady Verzik decided quite recently its aging halls needed a worthy upgrade. She acquired a powerful entity, more on that later, and she was struck by inspiration. She had grown bored of the Theater of Blood. What it needed now for the excitement to be rekindled was more creatures and beasts like this one. Lady Verzik had it renovated once more, customizing each room to fit an assortment of powerful monsters and beings she acquired for the occasion. When the process was complete, the Theater of Blood was finally in its opulent, modern form. Shortly before the current version of the Theater of Blood was thought up by Lady Vita, there lived in Mayor Ditch a human woman named Serafina. She and her younger brother were the only survivors of their family, and she spent years doing whatever she had to ensure their survival in the hopeless Mauritanian slums. This meant she often got involved in illicit trades right under the noses of the patrolling Vyers. One day, she arranged an exchange of food for weapons, a common trade in the Mayor Ditch underground. However, on that occasion, things did not go smoothly. Details are blurry, but her brother had to get involved, and during the dispute ended up with a very minor cut from a sword. Not long after, he was hit by a severe fever which lingered endlessly and left him barely able to stand at all some days. The blade that barely scratched him had likely been poisoned. For millennia, the city of Mayor Ditch had been split into several sectors, and irregular rotation of which one was designated for blood tithing ensured that the population was never too weakened for their vampiric overlords to run out of fresh blood supplies. Serafina's sector's turn was just 2 weeks away, and she very much doubted her brother could survive such a draining treatment. She needed to do something, anything, to treat her brother, and quickly. Rumors of a doctor living in another sector reached her ear, a very rare profession in the pit of despair that was Mayor Ditch. Armed with a modicum of hope, she searched for the man, ready to give him whatever he wanted for treating her afflicted brother. Yet once again, luck was not on her side. She would later write in her diary the following about her search. The doctor was a dead end, literally. Apparently the vampires took him to Dark Mayor a few weeks ago. He'll never be seen again. But then, as she stood neck deep in hopelessness, fate threw her a curveball. She came home one day to a strange man awaiting her return. He wore clean, high-quality clothes, and around his neck was a chain adorned with a large, dark medallion. Serafina was no fool. No human in Mayaditch would be seen with such an attire, and she instantly knew this was a vampire in disguise. Her unexpected visitor, thoroughly unbothered by his cover being revealed, addressed Serafina by name and said he had a unique offer for her. He knew a way to save her brother and was willing to help him. How he even knew about the household's woes was a mystery, although Serafina theorized she may have been a little indiscreet when inquiring about the doctor. She was willing to do anything to protect her one and only remaining loved one, but the harsh streets of Mayarditch had taught her an important lesson. Vampires don't do charity. The stranger clearly did not want to help for humanitarian reasons. She asked him what his price was, and when she heard the answer, she felt a shiver go down her spine. She briefly debated the terms of the unorthodox deal. The vampire knew a cure for her brother's illness, and while he admitted having no guarantee of its success, he was confident it would work, at least if he could assess and confirm that her brother was compatible. For her part, Serafina would be taken to a Dark Mayor lab and volunteer as a test subject for some unclear experiments. A few days later, the disguised vampire returned. Serafina agreed to the grim deal, and her brother was assessed for compatibility. The Vair stared at him for a long moment, which he described in his own diary as quite unnerving. After a protracted moment of silence, the stranger finally told Serafina he was compatible, before leaving the house without another word. Serafina's brother understandably demanded answers, aware that something fishy involving himself was going on. She refused to say anything at first, but after he protested, she relented and promised that soon she would explain everything. More time passed, and a mere 3 days before the sector would be tithed, the fevered man reminded his sister of her promise. She reluctantly agreed and explained that the mysterious man knew of a way to cure his affliction for good. In a few days, he would take him to a secret location where he would get an operation that would most likely save his life. Unsatisfied with the answers, he pressed for more details. How was she paying for his services? Who even was this man? As he pointed out, no citizen, doctor or otherwise, could afford to wear clothes like that. She never gave him the answers he sought. She began tearing up and simply walked away, not revealing anything else. The day of the tithing came, and Serafina was by her brother's bed. He had grown ever weaker and could now do little more than rest. The stranger was supposed to pick him up shortly. He did not want to go, as something about the deal did not sit well with him, but he simply lacked the strength to resist. Then, as he lay there bedridden, his sister believed he was asleep, but she was mistaken. She let out an ominous whisper, 2 words that filled her very much awake brother with unspeakable dread. "Forgive me." These were the last words he would ever hear from his sister. Both were taken away that day, and each underwent their own operation. The experiments performed on Serafina involved the use of Hespori bark, a rare carnivorous plant from Mauritania whose bark possesses regenerative properties. This explains the similarities between the Hespori and the Maiden of Sugadinti, the creature she was ultimately turned into after the experiments were complete. As for the disguised vampire who orchestrated this whole twisted deal, this was none other than Ranis Draken in his human form, brother to Lowerniel Draken himself, the Dark Lord of Mauritania. Sometime later, it seems Ranis wanted to dispose of her, presumably having no more use for her new form now that the experiments were over. Yet she instead ended up in the care of Lady Vita, who took a liking to her, as she thought the monstrosity she had become would make for a perfect challenge in her theater of blood. She acquired her, which triggered the inspiration for the theater's latest renovations. Lady Vita was the one who gave her the name Maiden of Sukadinti, which is interesting in itself. Sukadinti is a little-known, very mysterious entity. In the Theater of Blood's lobby is a mysterious stranger who covertly tries to help raiding parties complete the theater. He claims to work for someone working to undermine Verzik Vita, an enigmatic master named Sukadinti. Incidentally, the mysterious stranger found in the Hallowed Sepulchre lobby is either the same person or another servant of Sukadinti. His answers are rather vague if he is asked about it. Whoever Sukadinti is, both the mysterious stranger and Lady Vita herself find the name ironic, while Ranus Draken thought it was interesting and unexpected. I believe and hope we will discover more about this mysterious individual when the Mauritania Quest series is expanded on. Oh, and if you're curious about the fate of Seraphina's unnamed brother, you may be surprised to learn that you and he may have run into each other before. Ranus Draken technically upheld his side of the deal, but in the shallowest possible way. The man was indeed cured of his illness and was turned into an abomination, a monster which is fought during the quest A Taste of Hope. The pestilent bloat is not so much a being in the traditional sense, but rather a monstrosity animated and put together by a strange Vyre known only as the Butcher. Whoever they are, they were tasked by Lady Vita with the creation of a creature worthy of her new Theater of Blood. Luckily for us, we know the ingredients used in the creation of the pestilent bloat, and that is a sentence I never thought would escape my lips. The Butcher took 3 giant heads, the body of a disgruntled ogre, 4 buckets of human blood, 2 cyclop arms, 2 table pawn legs, and, more strangely, a sense of pride, and 1 apple pie, which in his writing is the only ingredient labeled as very important. The Butcher then proceeded to somehow sew all of these heteroclite items together and found a way to make this grotesque aberration walk and fight, a process which you couldn't possibly pay me enough to witness with my own eyes. When he went to the Vers in Haza throne room to present Verzik Vita with his proud creation, something peculiar happened. There was no Vyre aristocrat in the room, only an oversized Nillicus, the spider-like creatures which we'll explore in much more details very soon. The Butcher kept some notes that read like the ramblings of a madman, in which he described the scene as something he should not have seen. But if you pay close attention, you might find some rather cryptic hidden messages scattered among the barely coherent pages of his records. Combining all of the capital letters found throughout spells a short phrase, "Don't trust her." There are also 3 lines near the end that seemingly make no sense, yet if you reorganize the letters around, you will end up with 3 anagrams that are somewhere between foreboding and chilling. Seraphina was betrayed, Verzik is dead, and Nillicus will rule. But what is all this about? Why was there a sudden shift in this mad scientist of a Vyre after the encounter with a Nillicus in the throne room, to the point of concluding his own notes by saying he no longer feels safe in Vers in Haza? Well, just stick around, and maybe you'll find out shortly. Just a quick warning here. If you are arachnophobic, I suggest you avoid looking at the video and keep this chapter audio only. Consider yourself warned. The Nillicus are an arachnid race originating from Vampirium who were known to the vampires as weak and unthreatening, as long as they were alone. However, these dreadful creatures preferred living in large clusters, which meant they could easily swarm and overwhelm unprepared foes. Verzik Vita was interested in them long before the vampires even migrated to Gielinor in the Second Age. She kept quite the collection of domesticated specimens, which she brought with her to this world. Once settled, she began breeding them extensively, multiplying their numbers over the years. Her efforts so successful in fact that today there are many more Nilochus on Gielinor than there ever were in their own homeworld. There originally existed only 3 species, the Ischyrus, Toxobolus, and Hagios Nilochus. However, Verzic's love for arachnid experiments led to crossbreeding, resulting in the birth of separate species unique to Gielinor. One of these more recent species are the Nilochus vacilius, a rare breed characterized by its large size and distinct abilities, such as limited shape-shifting that allows it to mimic other Nilochus species and their respective defensive tools. Yet, when Lady Vita created this dreadful beast, she did not realize how much more dangerous her experiments could be. Once again, you will see what I mean soon. At some point, an unknown Vyre was given a mission by Lord Draken himself. They were to investigate the mysterious and potent Shadow Realm, a sort of mirror dimension to our own which holds great power. To help the researcher, they were granted a live dark beast specimen, as they were known to have a natural connection to the Shadow Realm, hence their common name. Although how this was achieved is unknown, the Vyre succeeded in making the dark beast connect to the Shadow Realm, and was able to establish contact with an unknown entity on the other side using telepathic intrusion. The entity appeared to be trying to speak, although their speech was mostly incoherent. Undeterred, the researcher pushed their experiments further. They altered the dark beast, infusing it with more power so that it could more easily travel to and from the Shadow Realm, strengthening the connection to the mysterious entity. While it still proved difficult to communicate with the presence, the researcher was able to extract one piece of information. It said its name was Sotetseg. While a good step forward, this discovery left the Vyre unsatisfied. Attempting to communicate through the dark beast alone was proving to be a method with severe limitations. What they needed was a way to cross to the other dimension and interrogate Sotetseg themselves, and so they refined their hold on the dark beast even more, theoretically allowing it to bring others along for the crossing to the Shadow Realm. Now in possession of the greatest opportunity to extract valuable information yet, the researcher prepared to join its modified specimen on a trip to the other side of reality. The events that followed sadly seemed to have gone unrecorded. Whatever was achieved on this scientific interdimensional journey, the only result we can attest to with confidence is that the enigmatic Sotetseg either took control or fused with the modified Dark Beast, combining their dark powers and creating the entity now found within the Theater of Blood, a mighty foe capable of going in and out of the Shadow Realm, along with their prey. Whether this was the desired outcome for anyone involved in the incident is unknown, as is the fate of the researcher who set the stage for it. If I had to speculate, my guess would be that Sotetseg took possession of the Dark Beast in order to grant itself a powerful physical form, and the ability to transcend the realm it appeared to be stuck in. If that's the case, I would expect the Vyre to have been killed once Sotetseg no longer needed them. But as with all theories, take this one with a grain of salt, and feel free to share your own in the comments. In the world of Vampirium, back in ancient times before Zaros came and turned vampiric society into a more organized one, vampires were hunters at the top of the food chain. No other creature could hope to go toe-to-toe with them in an equal fight. Well, that is, none but one, the Yaraza. They were bat-like creatures with the speed, strength, and unpredictability to rival even the best vampires. As such, they were a great threat to the fledgling vampiric race. But one day, a powerful and ambitious vampire attempted to crush and subjugate all of Vampirium's vampire clans to their will. Lowerniel Vergidia Draken. One by one, he subjugated the other 7 primordial vampiric houses until their entire race was united under his rule. This newfound unity allowed them to combine their strength and conquer their only real challengers, the Yarasa. They launched a campaign of extermination, slaughtering most of them in short order. Those who managed to escape the initial strike were mercilessly hunted down until the slaughter could be extended to them too. By the time Zaros had arrived in Vampirium and convinced the vampires to travel with him to Gielinor, the ancient and once dominant Yarasa was reduced to a single living being, ensuring their race would never recover. Thousands of years later, during Gielinor's current 5th age, Lord Draken grew restless. He thought vampires had grown weak and lazy from having spent all this time creating a civilization where everything was handed to them. He cared little for the bland luxuries of Dark Mayor. He was craving a proper hunt, one that would reignite the thrills of the wild battles to the death he remembered from Vampirium's bygone age before the Great Migration. He set out for his homeworld, determined to go on a hunt that would satiate him, even if it carried the risk of death. There was only one being strong enough to satisfy this hunt: Xarpus, last king of the Yarasa and only survivor of his kind. We unfortunately don't know how the hunt itself went, only that Xarpus later showed up as one of Verzik's new challenges for her Theater of Blood. We can at least take an educated guess at what happened on Vampirium. Lord Draken found Xarpus and prevailed in the fight, then probably decided to bring back his defeated opponent and offer it to Verzik rather than kill it outright. Xarpus, the king of a species that once made even the proud and powerful primordial vampires cower in fear, is now fated to fight desperate humans for the entertainment of those who long ago wiped out his kin from existence. His tale is now that of a mighty king turned jester with neither subjects nor land to call his own anymore. Again, dear listener, if you are arachnophobic, you might want to avert your gaze for the next few minutes. Consider yourself warned once more. Much has already been said about the creator and final challenge of the Theater of Blood, Verzik Vita. However, I hinted at some mysteries that needed answering earlier, so now is the time to explore the more haunting part of the story of Versinhaz's mistress. During her many experiments on the Nillicus, Verzik attempted to crossbreed them with Araxites, another species of arachnid Mauritanian creatures who dwelled in a large cave complex near her domain. She succeeded in creating an offspring, a tiny purple specimen. However, the small creature bit her and almost instantly died off. The bite seemed trivial enough, and Verzik understandably classified the experiment as a failure. Yet not too long after the incident, she became mildly ill and hired the services of Vulcan Orpheus, a fire doctor. He was tasked with treating her in complete privacy and secrecy. During his first visit, the only noteworthy symptom he recorded was a slight fever. He prescribed some Guam potions to help her recover and scheduled a follow-up appointment a week later. When he returned to Versinhaza, Verzik's condition had worsened, and he noted she had already gained a significant amount of weight. She blamed it on the illness preventing her from exercising, which did not satisfy the doctor's worries. He insisted on more thorough medical examinations to make sure the affliction could be kept in check. Upon his next visit, the rapid weight gain was showing no sign of slowing down, and further testing revealed something rather worrying. Tiny eggs had appeared inside Verzik's body, which seemed to have negatively affected her natural vampiric immunities, such as resistance to non-silver weaponry, although her shape-shifting abilities at least remained seemingly unaffected. Lady Vita denied the doctor's suggestion that she should go to Dark Mayor for an operation to have the eggs removed, refusing to leave Versinhaza. Vulcan Orvoro still insisted he should quickly operate before his special patient's condition got any worse. He later returned to Versinhaza, where he managed to successfully extract the tiny eggs from Verzik's body, which caused him great relief. he decided to keep some for future testing and let the Vita matriarch keep some for herself, as she wished for some of them to remain in her possession. The doctor scheduled a later visit and departed, optimistic about the condition's progress after the successful operation. His next visit therefore should have been routine and uneventful, yet that was not the case. Not at all, in fact. When he showed up, something terrible had clearly happened. Out of nowhere, the eggs had returned, and Verzik angrily refused his requests to remove them once more, clearly not fully in control of her own mind. The worried doctor would eventually return to Versinhaza's ruler and witness a horrifying scene. At the height of Vita's weight gain, something nightmarish violently burst out of her. Before he knew it, he was alone in a room with a giant arachnid. He would not live long enough to make sense of what had happened that day. Vulcan Orvoros was the only live witness to an event whose implications for the future still aren't fully clear. The birth of the Nillikus Queen, a cross between the vicious Araxites and the ancient Nillikus, which had hatched from inside one of the world's most powerful being and seemingly hijacked both her mind and body. That day, the Queen decreed that the sun had set on the age of the vampires, and the rule of the Nillikus had begun. Since she killed Verzik's doctor, nobody is currently fully aware that a Nillikus masquerading as Lady Vita walks the dark halls of Versinhaza, although the Butcher seems to have witnessed the existence of the Nillikus Queen and realized, at least in parts, what was going on. During the quest A Taste of Hope, Sugedinti, his acolyte and the player do discover what happened after studying Verzik's memory, but it remains to be seen how this twist will impact the fate of Mauritania and its inhabitants. And now for the Theater of Blood's unique drops. Let's begin with the Avernic Defender hilt. Avernic smiths used to craft incredible weapons for the god Zaros, made from the liquid flames found in Infernus, the dimension where demons originate from. The secrets of Avernic weaponry has forever eluded those from Gielinor, hence their great rarity and value there. The Avernic Defender hilt found in Lady Verzik's vault is an artifact left over from her time serving Zaros in the Second Age, before she sided with Zamorak to overthrow the Empty Lord. Then we have the Sanguinesti Staff. During the Fourth Age, Lord Draken attempted to expand westwards and conquer the burgeoning human realms settled there. After years of fighting, the attempt ultimately failed when a group of elite temple knights, remembered today as the Seven Priestly Warriors, pushed back the Mauritanians out of Silvaria and beyond the Salve River before blessing its water, severely weakening evil beings attempting a crossing. Despite the defeat, it's said Lady Verzik again proved herself to be a most valuable ally of Lord Draken, and so he rewarded her with the Sanguinesti Staff, a valuable weapon he had crafted himself. It is named after the Sanguinesti region, which refers to the area inside the Vire Wall, including both Mayerditch and Dark Mayor. Next is the Grazi Rapier. Among Mauritania's aristocracy, there are 8 vampire houses that can trace their ancestry all the way back to the days when their race lived in Vampirium, before the migration to Gielinor. Each house prided itself on its unique traits, and none were prouder of their combat strength than the Grazi clan, infamous for its tendency to bait and goad others into fighting them and only hunting the strongest and most terrible beasts. One day, a mighty Grazi warlord got into a fight with another noble vampire. The fight itself went unrecorded, but the outcome is not in doubt. The Grazi warrior was killed, and his trusty rapier claimed by the victor, who was none other than the father of Verzik Vita. He gave her the weapon at some point, and it is still part of her prized collection of great artifacts. Now, the Justiciar armor. As mentioned earlier, the Justiciars were Saradomin's most trusted and powerful warriors during the days of the God Wars, each of them handpicked by the deity himself. After Hallowvale's defeat, most, if not all, Justiciars had either renounced their allegiance to Saradomin or fallen on the battlefield. The pieces of justiciar armor in Verzik's vault were looted from the corpses of her enemies and added to her collection as mementos of the invasion. And finally, the legendary Scythe of Vita. While the name of House Vita's founder is unknown, the ancient being was, and still is, worshipped as a god by his descendants, and even some other races from Vampyrium. He was known to wield a vicious-looking scythe, which was presumably passed down among his clan from generation to generation, and is now undoubtedly one of the jewels in Lady Vita's prized collection. Have you ever asked yourself who is Amaskut and why are there so many powerful beings in her tombs? Probably not. But if you did, you were asking it wrong, because these are not actually the tombs of Amaskut, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I should start from the beginning. You've no doubt heard of Gilinor's main gods, Guthix, Zamorak and Saradomin. You're probably even familiar with ancient ones like Zaros and Armadil. However, this is a cultural bias of sorts, for while our own history is tied to these deities, this is not the case everywhere. Down south, the children of the Caridian desert were guided for millennia by different beings, collectively known as the Menethite pantheon. It's believed that its first two gods, Tumekin and Elidinis, respectively gods of the sun and of fertility and growth, arrived on Gilinor sometime during the Second Age. As the two deities having settled in the Caridian Peninsula, they decided to get married and had two children, Icthlorin, guardian of the dead, and his sister Amaskut, goddess of rebirth, which I've been mispronouncing Amaskut my whole life, but apparently it's Amaskut. So there you go. This family became the four main gods of the pantheon, although it was clear that Tumekin and Elidinis were much more powerful than their offspring, a fact that will become important later, but for this reason, Icthlorin and Amaskut are considered demigods. Tumekin also created four avatars that became minor deities of the Menethite pantheon: the baboon-headed Apmekin, goddess of companionship; the crocodile-headed Krondis, goddess of modesty and resourcefulness; Het, god of physical and mental health, who refreshingly has a normal human head; and the scarab-headed god of wisdom and isolation, Scabaras. The Second Age is sometimes known as the Golden Age of Zaros, as he quickly expanded his realm into the mightiest empire in history. His domain shared a border with the Caridian lands, and the Menephites inhabiting them were not particularly happy to have a northern neighbor with aggressive expansionist ideas. In fact, the Zarosians became known to the Menephites as the Ruinous Powers. Conflict eventually broke out between the realms, known today as the Caridian-Zarosian War. The Menephites knew from the start this would be no easy fight, and so their gods granted them weapons of incredible power to overcome the northern threat. Despite this divine boon, it wasn't long before the endless Zarosian tide began pushing them back, its momentum seemingly unstoppable. Icthlorin and Amaskut departed from the world they had been born into to visit other dimensions in search of assistance. During this quest, they stumbled upon Tfreniske, a plane of existence veiled in enigma. One of the few things known about it is that a race of peerless magic users lived among it, none other than the now legendary Majorat. It's unknown how, but Icthlorin convinced many of them to serve under him and fight against his enemies. They came back with him to Gilinor, and instantly the tables were turned on Zaros. His troops were sent running back with their tails between their legs, unable to best the Majorat, who became known to the Menephites as Icthlorin's stern judges. But that was until one of them enacted the first of what would be many deceitful ploys. A Majorat called Slisky defected to the Zarosian camp and convinced his brethren to follow in his footsteps. Before long, the Menephites' mightiest allies were swearing allegiance to Zaros, who once again began marching through the Caridian lands. The Menephites were quickly running out of options. Tumekin, god of the sun, decided to act and put an end to the conflict in a way eerily similar to how Zamorak would choose to decimate his own enemies thousands of years later at the end of the God Wars. He conjured what I can only describe as a magical nuclear bomb that wiped both armies off the map instantly, sacrificing himself in the process. The Zerosians would never again attempt a southern conquest, and so the war was effectively ended. However, the Menophites had paid dearly for this ostensible victory. The amount of casualties had been nothing short of apocalyptic, and it's sometimes theorized that Tumekin's last stand is what turned the peninsula into a lifeless desert, again mirroring the future creation of the wilderness. I was unable to find definitive proof that it wasn't always a desert, however. This was too much to stomach for the Menophites. They held their leader, Pharaoh Osmumten, responsible for the calamity the realm had endured, later rebelling against him and murdering the entire royal family. Only his son Mehar would survive the purge, eventually going into hiding in the secretive city of Ulek. But his is a story for another time. This is where Amaskot comes in. It's said that the war deeply changed the demi-goddess of rebirth. Some sources point to her witnessing the Majorat's power, but honestly the amount of atrocities during the Caridian Zerosian War, who's to say what was really the main cause of the damage to her psyche? In any case, something about the war pulled Amaskot into Madness's embrace. The status quo had for a long time been that her brother Icthlorin would guide the souls of the dead until she could take over and help them be reborn. But shortly after the war, she began revolting against her role. She was no longer the goddess of rebirth. Instead, she adopted a new, ominous identity, unilaterally changing her title to the Devourer. Instead of helping the souls brought by her brother to rebirth, she began consuming them. And in the world of the living, she was no longer a protector, but instead an agent of chaos and destruction, hastening along the deaths of as many mortals as possible so she could live up to her new name and devour more souls. She made no secret of her altered priorities, openly declaring her contempt for her family and what they stood for. This complete and sudden change did not win her many favors among her old followers. Her own brother Icthlorin has since been her most bitter enemy, refusing to abandon the old Menophite values and having his job made much more difficult by Amaskot's hostile actions. Amaskot's metamorphosis became all the more evident when she began tearing down her own temples and attacking those who had been her most fervent worshippers. It did not take long before her old followers had had enough of her. Whatever good deeds she had done in the past, even a fool could see she was now going down a dark path, and few were willing to follow her through it. The followers of Amaskot rebelled against their deity. Many had already succumbed to her purges, but on one fateful day, her remaining priestesses united their forces, intending to put an end to the mayhem. Together, they were able to curse the demigoddess, confining her to a human form which limited her power, as well as preventing mortals from willingly worshipping her, severely impeding the destructive goals of the Devourer. Amaskot was furious, and unfortunately still powerful enough to retaliate in kind. She cursed the priestesses right back, forcing them to assume her own form, meaning they were doomed to wander the land as cats. Perhaps because her most bothersome nemesis were now cats, she also developed a general phobia of them. In fact, Icthlorin feared so much for the safety of felines that he gave the title of Guardian of the Feline Kind to the Sphinx, giving it extensive powers including eternal life, but tasking it with the protection of all cats against the Devourer in exchange. Amaskot's precise actions over the next several thousand years are something of a mystery, as there is very little information about her around the long and ruinous God Wars. But by the end of the Third Age, the Edicts of Guthix were in place, banishing all gods from Gielinor to prevent their direct interventions from creating more bloodshed. This is where the distinction between gods and demigods becomes important. While the edicts applied to Elidinis, they did not extend to Amaskot and Icthlorin, both of them demigods. This meant Icthlorin was now the only one left in the desert with the power to stand up against the Devourer. The current 5th Age would see the culmination of a plan of hers that may have been in the making for a very long time, for it was no simple endeavor. Amascut, still obsessed with consuming souls, sought to increase her power to widen the trail of chaos she left behind, and she realized there was something that could help her out greatly. Osmum 10, last pharaoh of the line chosen by Tumekin himself, had been told after the end of the war to hide away the most potent weapons given to the Menophites by their gods, to prevent them ever falling into the wrong hands. The pharaoh had many of them housed in the Yaltavas pyramid, the same one where his tomb was located. Among those legendary artifacts was a creation of Tumekin himself, a pair of immensely powerful automatons he built with his own staff. One was imbued with his essence, while the other one was blessed by his wife. These were the Wardens of Tumekin and Elidinis. These powerful entities were not just mighty due to their combat abilities. Just as important was their capacity to drain and transfer the very powers of divinity between beings. This was what the Devourer was truly after. A way to break out of her weakened demigodhood state and access the momentous strength of a true goddess. However, that meant she needed sources of divine power in the first place. This is where her plan comes in. She would gather her father's 4 avatars and steal the power Tumekin had granted them, but she would need help reaching her goal. The curse put on her long ago prevented her from gaining followers she could control. But she found a loophole. She corrupted the High Priest of Scabaras, the spiritual leader of the sect of Scabaras. For centuries, she would pull the strings of the organization like a puppet master, manipulating generations of high priests and adepts to do her bidding. Under her influence, the sect abducted and forced Menafos citizens to work for her, excavating the Yaltavas pyramid until Osmum 10's tomb was unearthed, giving her access to the Wardens. And this is how the tombs of Amascut, I guess, came to be. 4 different paths were opened up in the pyramid, each intended to act as a prison for one of Tumekin's avatars. All that was left for the Devourer to do was capture the lower pantheon her father had created. To accomplish this, she would employ subterfuge and powerful new allies, which leads us to the bosses of the tombs of Amascut. We know their story thanks to the helpful spirit, whose real name is Aquila. When he was alive, Aquila was a Menafos scholar who fell under Amascut's spell and helped excavate Osmumten's tomb. For some unknown reason, the Devourer's hold on his mind weakened compared to her other thralls, and he regained enough control to be able to document his experience in the pyramid, as well as the stories behind the avatars' capture. When they were no longer useful to Amascut, he and many other workers were disposed of, and his last action in life was to pray for another opportunity to foil the Devourer's plans. Miraculously, his wish was granted, and his soul was left behind as a phantom. In this form, he is able to help adventurers get to the Wardens and slay them before their power can be used to grant Amascut true godhood. Aquila himself isn't certain why he was allowed to remain in spirit form, but hypothesizes that Elidinis herself may have heard and answered his plight before his unfortunate death. A long time ago, even before Amascut's corruption, there existed a group called the Children of Rebirth, composed of former warriors who had previously worshipped the minor god Het, but were now fanatically dedicated to Amascut's older version, that of the Rebirth goddess. This group's unorthodox main tenet was that in order to enhance their future reborn forms, they had to achieve a perfect death. They one day came up with a ritual involving self-administered lethal doses of poison in the name of Amascut. When the day of the ritual came, they performed it and called out to her. Yet by that time, Amascut was no longer the goddess of rebirth. It was the Devourer that answered the call, only to find they had already perished from the poison, except for one warrior, Akka, who was on death's doorstep but hadn't quite passed the threshold yet. Amascut could have consumed his soul right then and there like so many others, but she had a better use for the dying man. Akka was taken away and sealed in a magical sarcophagus, which trapped him in a state between life and death. The Devourer then performed her own ritual, calling out for Het. The god of health instantly sensed a trap, but felt duty-bound to rescue a man who had dedicated his former life to him. Het arrived on the scene, expecting a confrontation with Tumeken's daughter, but was instead greeted by a hostile Akka who attacked him, believing his fate was due to Het abandoning him. While the Avatar was focused on the warrior, Amascut seized her opportunity to capture the demigod. Akka, motivated by his anger and desire for vengeance, was chosen as Het's guardian to prevent him from leaving his corner of the Yaltevas pyramid, remaining there until his spirit is finally freed in death when he is slain by raiding players, unaware until the very end that his fate had been engineered by his new master all along. Large swathes of the Caridian desert were long ago claimed by a populous group of baboons who thrived under the protection of their patron deity Apmeken, goddess of companionship, and the leadership of their great matriarch, the powerful Baba. As the years caught up to her, she became worried about her tribe's future. Her heir was her own daughter, whom she thought was arrogant and lazy. She desperately wanted to continue ruling the troop for as long as possible. When Amascut caught wind of this powerful primate and her desires, she could not resist an opportunity for useful deceit. In exchange for worshipping her, the Devourer would ensure that Baba ruled over the desert baboons forever. Not seeing any alternative for her wish to come true, the matriarch accepted, instantly sealing her fate. Wasting no time, the Devourer cast one of her most powerful spells, killing Baba and her entire clan on the spot. The dead baboons were then reanimated, rising again as immortal thralls of Amascut. With the assistance of her undead legion, the Devourer managed to overwhelm and capture Apmeken and keep her imprisoned, guarded by a troop of reanimated monkeys forever led by the leader who, in an attempt to protect them, unwittingly signed their death warrants. In ancient times, there existed in the Caridian desert a race known as the Dawn Scarabs, who possessed a great intelligence and an extremely long lifespan. While the Caridians' erosion war was in full swing, their species was violently culled by the conflict until there was only one survivor, Kefri. It's said she survived only thanks to the intervention of Scabaras himself, and so once the war was over, Kefri dedicated her life to the deity who saved her race from extinction. The Avatar being the god of isolation, this meant isolating and living in contentment by herself. But after some time, it dawned on Kefri that the extinction of her kind was still coming. She harbored a deep desire to have children of her own, so that she may pass her knowledge onto them and reignite the dying embers of the Dawn Scarabs, a desire that only grew as time passed. So overwhelming did it become that even Amascut took note of her inner despair. Sensing another opportunity, she worked out a pact with Kefri. If she assisted the Devourer, she would be granted children even smarter than herself. Kefri would undoubtedly have been clever enough to clearly see Amascut's deceitful ways, but her desperation had reached a breaking point, clouding her judgment and pushing her right into the beckoning arms of the Devourer. No sooner had she agreed that Amascut was working on a different, distant race of scarabs, altering them to create worthy children for Kefri. Once she was done, she brought the result to Kefri, who was quick to notice something was off. Their intelligence was no more impressive than that of any common insect. True to her habits, Amescut exploited a loophole in the deal to fulfill her end of the bargain, locking Kefri in a room of the Yaltavas pyramid and damaging her mind beyond repair until she was no brighter than her new children. During these final lucid moments, Kefri used her last shreds of intelligence to beg Scabarus for help. Scabarus heard and answered the call, yet by the time he arrived, it was too late to save his disciple, and he was right where the Devourer wanted him. He was captured and became the first avatar to be imprisoned by Amescut in the tombs that today share her name, guarded by a witless creature who once worshipped him. Zebak began his life as a normal crocodile living around the river Elid. His existence was far from easy, as living in the harsh Caridian weather with limited sources of food is a struggle even at the best of times, and Zebak was not a particularly big, strong or fast crocodile. Yet he made up for it with a clever mind and resourcefulness that would have made Krondis proud. Zebak would come up with creative ways to lure his rivals into ingenious traps, allowing him to steal their food rather than having to hunt himself. Over time, this strategy proved a superior alternative, as he managed to eat more than the other crocodiles. However, his hunger grew at a rate even faster than that at which he was acquiring new food. No longer satisfied with only eating others' catches, he started devouring the victims of his traps too. As he escalated his ceaseless consumption, he became in time the biggest and strongest of the crocodiles, but his hunger still seemed to only grow alongside himself. This proved problematic after a while, as he had eaten so much that there was very little food left around him. Ever on the lookout for exploitable souls, Amescut one day noticed Zebak's situation, and she offered another one of her crafty deals to the creature. If he did her a favor, she would ensure he would never again go hungry. The rumblings of Zebak's stomach were too much to ignore, and his gluttony pushed him to accept Amescut's terms. Zebak applied her self-taught craft, creating another one of her clever traps and luring Krondis into it. When the goddess was where they wanted her, Amescut used her power and her partner's great strength to subdue and imprison her. As you've no doubt realized by now, the Devourer had made it a habit to word her seemingly fair deals so that she could exploit shady loopholes once the other party was no longer needed. However, in this case, she did not even attempt to fulfill her promise in any way. Instead of rewarding Zebak, Amescut cast a curse on the now massive creature, causing everything he ate to crumble to dust right as it entered his mouth. He quickly yearned for death to release him from the eternal hunger he was subjected to, but he was denied even that. The curse was also binding him to the world of the living. He has been forced to simmer in his agony in the sunken room leading to Krondis' prison ever since, unable to escape the torturous fate imposed by the Devourer. Of the weapons granted to the Menophites by their gods during the Caridians' Erosion War, none were greater than the Wardens, a pair of devastating automatons built by Tumekin himself. The Wardens were designed to embody the greater Menophite gods, Tumekin and Elidinis, each of them having imbued one of the automatons with their powerful essence. As such, just as Tumekin had done when he created the lesser gods of the Pantheon, his 4 avatars, the Wardens had the ability to transfer divine power between beings. This is why they were so instrumental to Amescut's plan of acquiring godhood from a source of divinity, her father's avatars. When the conflict ended, the Wardens were among the weapons hidden by Pharaoh Osmonten in his tomb in order to prevent their misuse. Amescut and her mind-controlled slaves managed to unearth them, and their destruction to foil the Devourer's plan is ostensibly the ultimate goal of the raid. Amescut's phantom is visible behind the last Warden when a party reaches the final phase of the fight, observing the battle. Should the raiders defeat their final enemy, she proceeds to consume its soul, Perhaps because while the wardens are destroyed and can no longer help fulfill her ambitions, she can at least devour their powerful essence as a small consolation prize. Beginning with Elidinis' ward, this broken ward is given to Pharaoh Osmumten by the goddess herself after her husband's sacrifice to end the Caridians' erosion war, the last thing she is known to have done before she retired from Gielinor affairs for a while to mourn her husband. Now, Pharaoh Osmumten had his own personal weapon, the eponymous Osmumten's Fang. He was renowned as an expert hunter, and he is known to have used the fang to slay many great beasts. It was buried alongside its owner, and unfortunately it's unclear if it really did once belong in the mouth of a large creature, and if so, which one. Although, as a seasoned hunter, it's possible that the pharaoh once fell a mighty foe, and did indeed loot and repurpose its vicious fang as a weapon. Then we have the raid's armor set, the Masori armor. Its name comes from those who once wore it, the Masori tribe, a desert clan once renowned for the deadly skills of its members with ranged weapons. They were widely known and beloved for their defense of the common folks against criminals preying on the vulnerable population during the chaotic and lawless days of the Zerosian invasions. Speaking of the Caridians' erosion war, after it had ended, there was a warrior and craftsman named Amek who crafted the raid's ring, the Lightbringer, and imbued it with the leftover energy from Tumeken's explosive sacrifice. His goal was to use the ring's power to assert his rule over the many small gangs of bandits and mercenaries in the Caridian desert, and use them as soldiers to overthrow the pharaoh. However, he did not make it very far into his plan, as he was murdered in his sleep the very night after the ring's creation. The Lightbringer was stolen by the killer, and later found by a Menethite god on the corpse of the bandit, who, unfortunately for him, had been caught and executed for his crimes soon after. When it became clear that the ring was an item of great power, it was offered to Pharaoh Osmumten. Then we have quite an interesting item, the Thread of Elidinis. Behind it is a legend that claims the goddess Elidinis once visited a field during a severe drought, finding it barren. She found the farmer who owned it and asked what grew in it. The farmer replied that he used to grow flax, and his wife would use it to supply all of the Menafos weavers with the highest quality flaxen thread. But thanks to the drought, there was so little fresh water to go around that none could be spared for the crops. Elidinis would leave the farm for a short time, and when she returned later, the very waters of the Elid were following her every step. As she walked through the dried-up field, the plants began to spring back to life around her, healthier than the family had ever seen them. The farmer's wife would soon after resume her work making spools of flaxen thread, and the first one she made from those blessed crops she dedicated to Elidinis. It is said that the thread on that one stool never ran out, a fact that surprised even the goddess herself. It's unknown how it came under the possession of Pharaoh Osmumten. And last, but by no means least, Tumeken's shadow. It was entrusted to Osmumten by Elidinis alongside her own ward. Tragically little is known about this incredibly powerful staff, other than it being powered by the sun itself, and Tumeken having used it to create the Wardens. Definitely the only powered staff to be literally solar powered. As always, a huge thank you for watching, especially all the way to this point. These projects require a huge amount of work, and that's only made possible and motivating thanks to you guys' amazing support. Oh, and if you want to express that support, liking, commenting and subscribing is greatly helpful to the channel's growth and reach, so please consider doing it if you like my work. Oh, and also if that's the case, you might be interested to learn I've made another channel where I'd like to start publishing videos relating to anything I'm interested in, really. It'll be mainly focused on gaming probably, but not necessarily exclusively so. It's called Multi After Dusk, and if you'd like to see more of my work, definitely keep an eye out for it. It's gonna be more centered around my thoughts and interests. And while I'm still in the plugging phase, why not check out my video on the Legend of Arav? It's a tragically underrated story and honestly probably my favorite video on this channel. It deserves more love than it's gotten so far, and I'm sure you'll love it. And finally, I want to do a quick shout out to a clanmate of mine who agreed to carry me through TOA so I could get this really cool footage of the bosses. He's a real homie who makes awesome OSRS designs. You might even have seen them pop up on Reddit if you're lurking around the popular OSRS subreddits. If you'd like to rock some super cool merch like this, definitely check it out, link will be in the description. Hello, Multi from the future here. I actually reached out to this clanmate in question about this shoutout right before releasing the video, and they graciously offered to create a discount code just for you guys. So if you are interested in this merch, you can get it for 15% off with code MULTI15. Feels kind of exciting getting a discount code. This channel has come such a long way. But anyway, this outro has gone on long enough. Huge thank you once again for watching. You're a legend, remember to hydrate, and I'll see you next time. It is a world-shattering historical period known by most, yet understood by few. It happened at a time when the fate of Gielinor seemed unquestionable. Yet, one being would challenge this notion and forever alter this land's future. The resulting story would be one of vicious betrayal, bitter rivalries, and unrelenting violence. A dark saga, infamous for bringing about suffering, bloodshed, and devastation on an unfathomable scale unheard of before, or since. This is the tale of the God Wars, when Gielinor was torn apart and left forever scarred. The end of the Second Age. History does not happen in a vacuum. To understand the events of the God Wars, also simply known as the Third Age, we must rewind to the previous one. By the end of the Second Age, the clearly dominant power on Gielinor was the god Zaros and his vast empire. Overlaid onto today's maps, it would include the entirety of the wilderness, the kingdoms of Asgarnia and Mistalin, the cities of Wace, Al-Kharid and Canifus, and even more. Its capital of Sentistan was arguably history's largest and most prosperous city, a title only the elvish capital of Privdinus could hope to challenge. It seemed the Zarosian Empire was destined to dominate Gielinor, but unbeknownst to Zaros, one of his closest accomplices had other ideas in mind. Zamorak, today one of 3 major gods, but back then merely a Majorat, had managed to become the highest-ranking general in Zaros' army. Driven by his unquenchable thirst for power, he began making plans to overthrow his master and seize his domain for himself. Zamorak weaved a web of high-ranking traitors among Zaros' ranks, securing their loyalty with promises of land once their ruler was usurped. But even their combined strengths would be insufficient to achieve their goals, for defeating a god among gods is no small feat. But it seemed fate was sympathetic to Zamorak's treacherous schemes. Through a combination of deceit and sheer luck, he managed to acquire relics whose incredible power made even the gods tremble: the Stone of Jas and the Staff of Armadil. The Zarosian betrayers knew there would never come a better opportunity. As his co-conspirators distracted the bodyguards of their forsaken lord, Zamorak plunged the staff in Zaros' back. But even with this initial advantage, a difficult battle ensued. In another unexpected stroke of luck for the traitor, the Staff of Armadil allowed him to destroy Zaros and transfer much of his immense power to himself during the struggle. The plan had worked. History's most powerful ruler had been usurped. The other gods of the land did not take kindly to the slaying of one of their own by a mortal, however. Zamorak was banished from this world by Saradomin, Armadil, and possibly others. With Zaros destroyed and many of his followers now loyal to Zamorak, the gods fixed their rapacious eyes on the Zarosian Empire's headless carcass, eager to pick at it like opportunistic vultures. They did not yet know the flames of Zaros' power still burned bright within his banished betrayer. The spark created by Zamorak that day had ignited the gods' war machines. As they sprung to life, the stage was set for a new era, an age of grinding conflict, and thus the Third Age was ushered in. Some quick notes before we begin. Many details of the events of the Third Age have been lost to history. While we know it lasted about 4,000 years, the timing of much of what happened is unclear at best. I have done my utmost to present the God Wars in a timeline, but be aware that much of it is speculative, and the order of events in this video is almost certainly inaccurate to some extent. And one last thing before we begin with the God Wars proper, allow me to briefly introduce you to the main belligerent factions, each associated with their respective god. The Zarosian loyalists, who tried to hold together what was left of the empire after the demise of Zaros. The Saradominists, who saw Zaros' death as an opportunity for expansion. Their main stronghold is the kingdom of Hallowvale, which at the time spanned most of today's Mauritania. The Zamorakians, composed of those who joined Zamorak in his plot against Zaros, those who defected to his side, and those he recruited in other worlds before his eventual return to Gielinor. The Bandosians, a collection of mostly aggressive and intellectually limited races. Bandos, the god of war, fought solely for fighting's sake and valued obedient creatures that would lay down their lives without question. His followers were scattered across the Feldip Hills. The Armadillians, who seemed uninvolved in most of the major events of the God Wars, possibly more preoccupied with constant attacks from Bandos' minions. It's unclear which parts of Gielinor they dwelled in, but some evidence points to them ruling the skies and/or parts of today's Kandarin region. And last but not least, Gielinor's main god Guthix deserves a short introduction too. Most Guthixians tend towards pacifism and would not have a significant role in the God Wars. Guthix himself had been in a deep slumber and therefore uninvolved in Gielinor affairs for thousands of years before the events of the Third Age, but he deserves a mention here, just in case he has something to do with the God Wars at some point. Oh, and the elves had their own goddess Seren. She's going to come up once or twice. But with the general context and this little foreshadowing out of the way, the time has finally come. The God Wars begin. The fate of Zamorak's artifacts. Zamorak, the God Slayer, had been banished, but Saradomin and Armadyl could not yet rest. The balance of power on Gielinor had been turned on its head, and they had to move quickly to exploit this unexpected blessing. They both rushed to secure the powerful relics used for Zaros' destruction. Armadyl claimed the staff, hiding it away in the Temple of Ikov, and founding the Guardians of Armadyl. This new order was tasked with protecting the staff. The Guardians of Armadyl would go on to survive all the way to the current 5th Age, where they are some of the last known Armadyl worshippers on all of Gielinor. Saradomin, for his part, would exploit the Zarosians' confusion and uncertainty following the sudden death of their god, to seize the Stone of Jas right from under their noses in their capital of Sentistan. 2 Justiciars, Saradomin's most elite order of knights, are sent to hide the stone at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. The warriors, Aliyah and Zakaria, 2 of the strongest Justiciars, take a small force with them and make their way there. They are kept in the dark about the artifact's true nature, only being told it's an item called Saradomin's Eye. They erect a temple to house and defend it, christening it the Temple of the Eye. Very important events of the early 3rd Age would play out in the temple, and we will be returning to it shortly. Nexus Prison, Part 1. Among all the mortal races on Gielinor, one stood out for its mysterious and fearsome reputation. They would perform rare rituals at a forlorn shrine somewhere in the mountains, southeast of modern-day wastes. These sacred rituals allowed their kin to rejuvenate themselves, but at a cost. One of them would randomly be sacrificed each time. These ancient and formidable magic users were the Majorats. While their race had long been aligned with Zaros, some of them had now renounced their old allegiance and defected to their kinsman Zamorak's side. As the 2nd Age gave way to the 3rd, the Zarosians realized the strategic importance of securing their ritual site, ensuring only their allies could make use of it. Nex, one of the most powerful beings in all of Gielinor, personally led an army to occupy it. Her already immense power was rumored to grow every time she fought, and her name would often be heard among her enemies' ranks, followed by hushed claims of her invincibility. Saradomin's forces, acutely aware of the great threat that Nex and her army posed, wished to take this frightening piece off the board entirely. They enacted a cunning plan, luring the Zarosian army in the mountains to the south and into a large cavern. There, at the cost of massive casualties, they successfully cast a powerful enchantment spell that froze their foes and put them in a prolonged magical sleep. This part of the cavern became the ancient prison. They built a temple in the frozen cave complex, the Temple of Lost Ancients. Thousands of years later, it would be known under a different name, the God Wars Dungeon. While this site would remain undisturbed for generations, its role in the 3rd Age is far from over. The concealment of the Elder Horn. The confused Zarosian forces were in disarray. Their leader had unexpectedly been felled, and 2 of their great relics had been taken by the enemies. But not all of them. Still in their possession was the Elder Horn, which was said to allow its owner to exert absolute control over anything. Perseria, a siren in Zaros' Praefectus classis, meaning Admiral of the Navy, was tasked with the hiding of the horn. She organized a convoy and had it sent to the Far East, possibly to the Rushanko Isles, faraway lands where her race originated from. Unbeknownst to those involved, the whole operation was a cover. The horn the convoy carried was a fake, the real one being kept in the Admiral's personal cabin for a short while. However, a more secure location for the artifact was in order. Perseria made her way to the Caridian desert, where stood the ancient vault, arguably the most secure structure on all of Gielinor. She stored the horn behind its nigh impenetrable doors, sealing it inside. One could only hope to unseal it by practicing Zarosian magic and possessing 4 medallions. These effective key fragments she then entrusted only to some of the most loyal, powerful, and highest-ranking members of the Shattering Empire. One she gave to the Whisperer, a fellow siren whose true title and identity were highly enigmatic and classified. One was handed over to Duke Sucellus, formerly the commander of a legion of demons, but now acting commander of all remaining Zarosian forces after Zamorak's defection. One for Vardorvis, a vampire with the rank of Carnifex Maximus, meaning the Empire's executioner. The last one she kept for herself. With the horn now secured, they all went their separate ways. Vardorvis and the Whisperer headed to the fortress of Lassar. Duke Sucellus eventually made for Gorok in the northwestern edge of Forinthry province, today the Wilderness, and Perseria returned to her navy. Some pretty horrifying destinies will await all 4 members of this group. Don't worry not, all of their fates will be revealed in due time. The Battle of the Eye and the Opening of the Scar. From her flagship, Perseria's gaze swept across the still sea. Saradomin's justiciars had secured the Stone of Chance. However, one does not move an artifact of such power and interest without attracting unwanted attention. Zarosian intelligence had caught wind of its new underwater location off the coast of Hallowvale. The Admiral snapped out of her daydreaming. Her navy had a crucial mission to accomplish. The Empire would reclaim their prized possession. Approaching the temple called for subtlety to avoid the Saradominists quickly sending reinforcements from nearby Hallowvale. That being said, the Zarosians were well aware that their forces could never hope to best the legendary Justiciars without outnumbering them. The small force necessary for a stealthy operation simply would not do the trick. To put the odds in her favor, Perseria devised a simple plan. She would lead a small contingent and infiltrate the temple, then use powerful magic to summon a large force into the temple and bring the fight to the Justiciars. Once the reinforcements were ready for their summoning, the infiltration force set sail. The group managed to reach the temple and catch its garrison by surprise. As expected, their fighting abilities were no match for the Justiciar defenders, but Perseria was optimistic. No matter the zeal and prowess of the enemy, her reinforcements would turn the tide. The hard part was already over, or so she thought. For when she cast her spell, the magic was warped by the stone's own powerful magical aura. The incantation misfired, and instead of Zarosian troops, the combatants were greeted by a steadily growing rift to the scar, one of the most dangerous parts of the abyssal space. Both sides were thrown into disarray as abyssal monsters began pouring in, and the rift itself started swallowing the Zarosian navy. Perseria and her troops scrambled to retreat, but few ships managed to escape, and most of the navy was ultimately destroyed. Justiciar Aliyah used the stone's magic to seal the rift, and what was left of her forces dealt with the remaining otherworldly creatures. Realizing the great danger posed by an eventual reopening of the rift so close to Hallowvale, she created the Great Guardian along with lesser rune guardians to protect the temple should the seal ever be broken. The temple was no longer a safe location for Saradomin's eye, however, and so she had it moved to the mainland. But it turned out the Zarosians weren't the rift's only victims. It had also consumed a most unexpected being. The Leviathan. Little is known about this massive undersea creature, but it clearly adapted well to its new abyssal environment. It settled in a large lake of the Scar, where it seems it hunted down the unlucky survivors who shared its new home. There is little doubt as to Perseria's ultimate fate, as her broken ship washed up on the shore of this strange world, where it can still be found undisturbed to this day. And when the Leviathan would eventually be slain in the 5th Age, her medallion would be uncovered, having been swallowed by the beast a long time ago. Lassar falls to dwarves and darkness. Somewhere around what would today be northern Asgarnia, a derelict army is marching eastwards. What they are after is more precious than prisoners or riches, and more sacred than honor or loyalty. They seek a home, and they have been promised one on one condition. They must take it from the enemy. The army is what remains of the magic-wielding Imkando dwarves, named after their place of origin far to the north of the mainland. Imkandoria, a great city that fell to the evil influence of a mysterious dark artifact near the end of the Second Age. Their destination is the Zarosian fortress of Lassar, a mighty stronghold on what is today called the Ice Mountain. A deal was struck with their ally Saradomin. If they drive the Zarosians from Lassar, their race has his blessing to settle it. At the head of this great host is a leader whose name you may be familiar with, Yonrith Lovacane. In Lassar itself, many important actors are at work. Not long before, a powerful Zarosian Majorat discovered an enigmatic totem deep in the Undercity. This Majorat is Slisk, and as a quick aside, you should remember his name because he is a very important figure. He is a powerful and mysterious being who will not only be pulling many strings during the God Wars, but also whose nebulous goals would many millennia later lead to some of the most important events of the Fifth Age. Anyway, back to our story. Recognizing the power of the totem and its possible connection with the mysterious Shadow Realm, a hidden part of Gielinor, he had ordered for it to be studied by researchers. It was soon discovered that the totem allowed them to tap into the Shadow Realm's vast power. However, it was observed that the artifact radiated a dangerous energy that drove some to madness. As a result, Slisk cast a protective barrier to ensure the researchers' safety and assigned the Whisperer, who he claimed was an expert on the Shadow Realm, to lead the investigation. It's unclear if Slisk was right in this assumption, but he grew convinced that the totem was the same item that caused the downfall of Imkandoria. Therefore, when he was informed that the Imkando dwarves were approaching, he wrongly assumed that they were after its destruction. Clinging to the hope that the totem's power could be harnessed, he orders for it to remain in the Lassar Undercity and for the Whisperer to perform further testing, giving her full control over the research team. Before long, the dwarves besieged the fortress. With time quickly running out, Slisk gives orders for the Undercity to be sealed, an order he had no authority to give, as only Lassar's High Magister was allowed to make such a critical decision. Undeterred by this legal hurdle, the Whisperer gives the order herself, claiming it came from the High Magister himself. To ensure the order is followed through and research can continue unrestrained, she murders the High Magister and the entire research team, then dissolves the totem's protective barrier with Slisk's assistance. The Dwarven army's siege would eventually succeed, and the fortress would be destroyed. The Imkando dwarves would settle it, building a new city to call home over its ruins and renaming it Kamdozal. Their city would survive the God Wars, but its inhabitants would remain forever unaware of the dark scenes occurring deep beneath their feet. There, in the sealed Undercity, the totem's influence would slowly spread. More and more of the sealed-off Zarosians would begin worshipping it, eventually adopting a collective name for their grim group, the Silent Choir. The corruption gripping their minds would grow so powerful over time that more and more of them would die in the large artifact's chamber, having worshipped it to death in order to reach what they called Ascension. The Whisperer, despite her iron will and incredible power, would not escape the tendrils of this dark influence, slowly going mad herself, until one day she submerged herself in the still waters of the now sunken Undercity Temple. She would remain beneath the surface until her long rest would eventually be disrupted in the Fifth Age, at which point she would still be in possession of her medallion, unlike her mind. Those with the ability to cast ancient magics can use the Lassar teleport spell to end up on top of the Ice Mountain. The Lassar Undercity is mostly intact to this day, and if one casts the spell while inside, they may notice a little Easter egg. As for the artifact that caused so much damage, it still stands exactly where it did when the fortress fell, although today it is now known as the Ancient Pillar. The numerous skeletons dotting its chamber tell a grim tale of all the worshippers who died seeking ascension in this forsaken place. Khurran's refugees and the demise of Vardorvis. A group of Imkando dwarves stopped their long march. The only sound reaching their ears is the bubbling of a nearby lava pool. Their leader eyes their environment, warm, peaceful, easily defensible, and most importantly, brimming with minerals. Buried under his old beard, Yonrith Lovakane's lips contoured into a smile. This looks to him like a good place to call home. It's unclear when or why, but Yonrith Lovakane abandons his army at some point during the siege of Lhasa, taking only his closest circle with him. Perhaps he had grown wary of war, or perhaps he thought the siege would fail. Whatever the case may be, his group set sail on the Western Sea until land was sighted. That day, Gielinor had its first contact with what would become known as Khurran. The dwarves did not realize that their great journey had seen another ship following in their wake. Leading the defenses of Lhasa had been the Zerosian executioner Vardorvis, a vampire who prided himself as someone his enemies could never escape from. When he was informed that the enemy leader had fled, he took it as a personal insult. Wishing to appease his delicate ego, Vardorvis gathered a group of Venators, a class of elite Zerosian hunters and scouts. You may be familiar with them thanks to their famous bows. This contingent would give chase to Yonrith's party. Once on Khurran, they set camp in what is today the Stranglewood. Venators are dispatched to find Yonrith Lovakane and his allies. It would take 6 days for the scouts to locate their camp near the northwestern edge of this new continent. But the dwarven settlement wouldn't be their only find that day. One Venator took an interest in the local vegetation. He brought a particularly curious sample back to the Zerosian camp, presenting it to Vardorvis. The executioner showed little interest in it, but his attitude changed once it became clear that what they thought was a strange plant was actually some kind of strange parasite which had infected him with some unknown ailment. He was the first ever being from Gielinor to be infected by what we know today as the Strangler, and he would find out the severity of its effects. His health seemingly unaffected for the time being, he began his preparations for the assault on the dwarven camp. He would never be given the chance to enact his plans. The dwarves discovered the location of his forces. The very next day, they attacked the Zerosians, leveraging the element of surprise to destroy them before they could react. While vampires were impervious to non-silver weaponry, the Strangler had suppressed Vardorvis's innate immunities. The dwarves caught and beheaded him, a grimly ironic twist of fate for the Empire's highest executioner. Many more refugees would make their way west. It did not take long for new settlements to grow in size and organization. Yonrith Lovakane founded a dwarven city that still stands and bears his name, while humans made their own communities. The cities of Lovakane, Piscarilius, and Archaeos were born. You may have heard of them before, but southwest of this fledgling civilizations lay someone whose story had not ended with their death. The Strangler's roots spread through their body, reanimating a headless Vardorvis. The infection would slowly conquer the area, earning it its future name, the Stranglewood. In today's age, it has acquired a foul reputation, that of a place no one ever comes back from. But if anyone did make it far enough, on this continent's westmost point, they may have run into the animated body of a long-dead vampire, still carrying an old medallion. Zamorak's return. The early years of the Third Age had brought many noteworthy events. The Zerosian Empire had been stabbed in the back and relentlessly undermined, but the battered realm was not at the end of its troubles. 17 years after the initial blow, its most painful wound would reopen long before it had a chance to heal, when Zamorak openly came back to Gielinor. Having now mastered the powers acquired from Zaros and secured armies from other worlds, he returned not as Zamorak the Majorat, but Zamorak, the God of Chaos. This event might be extremely short in the grand scheme of the God Wars, but make no mistake, it brings with it a new phase of the Third Age. Much of Zamorak's efforts would be dedicated to the undermining of Saradomin, who has been more than happy to return the favor ever since. However, no matter how deep their mutual hatred ran, it would never be as strong as the one they held towards their common enemy, the Zarosians. For the next several thousand years, the forces of Zamorak and Saradomin would attempt to completely wipe out everything even remotely related to Zaros in what is sometimes called the Zarosian extermination. Their forces would be in constant conflicts with each other, but would not hesitate to form temporary alliances of convenience if it meant precipitating the shattering of the empire. Many cities would be captured and completely destroyed. For example, the fortresses of Dariak and Anakarl, both destroyed at unknown dates. Today, the former is little more than a small pile of rubble near the western edge of the wilderness, while today's demonic ruins are all that the latter left behind. In other words, with Zamorak's return, the God Wars were ready to reach the scale and level of devastation they would forever be remembered for. The exodus of dwarves, elves, and Dorjashan. At this point, nobody on Gielinor could deny it. The dark days were far from over, and there was no hope of peace in sight. But not all peoples had the appetite for a bloody struggle or the grim determination to bear the risks and costs of war. Entire races fled the God Wars, deliberately shattering their way of life to escape the slaughter. First would be the common dwarves, who most likely used to live in villages the same way most humans did, but decided to go underground in the hope that the carnage of the surface would not reach them. They built massive mines and complex cities, adapting so well to this new lifestyle that even in today's mostly peaceful age, the biggest dwarven societies still dwell beneath the ground. Those who did not go underground instead made their way to the newly discovered lands to the west, settling in Lovacane with their Imcandario counterparts. But they were not the only race to look downwards for an escape. I've explained before that the god Bandos expected blind obedience from his worshippers and felt completely entitled to their lives. To him, they were nothing more than meals for the feeding of his most beloved beast, war. Many of the races under his guidance only barely had the capacity to understand his orders, let alone comprehending the futility and unfairness of their treatment. But that was not the case for all Bandosians. Among his followers was a race of physically unimpressive goblins. Yet, what these creatures lacked in brawn, they made up for in brains. They were the Dorjashan, and their empathy, combined with their sharp minds, would make them question everything. As they carried out their orders, they would begin asking, why? Why should either side have to suffer and die for the decisions of gods? They could not find an answer, and saw no reason to fight. So they deserted, all too aware of the consequences they would face should Bandos get to them. To avoid punishment, it's said they hid in a large hole where they intended to lay low for a while. But not long after, a powerful earthquake hit the land, and the only accessible exit suffered a catastrophic collapse. Yet, what may have been the end for a weaker race was a golden opportunity for the Dorjashan. Their ingenuity and adaptability allowed them not only to escape the horrors of war, but even to thrive. In a remarkable show of resilience, they would build an advanced society and culture amongst the most unique on Gielinor. Some may see it as a dishonorable act, but their desertion was unquestionably a great blessing for the future of their race. They would only re-establish contact with the surface in the 5th Age, where their history would earn them the widely known nicknames of Cave Goblins or the Lost Tribe among the surface races of a world completely unlike the one they escaped from. But that is a story for another day. Finally, the God Wars also displaced many of the elves on Gielinor. Their kin had spread across Tiranon, which, by the way, is not at all how I thought it was pronounced before I did my research. When war began raging around them, they retreated to their ancient capital of Prifddinas. Anxious at the idea of war reaching their walls, the Amlad clan built the Gauntlet, a training ground where the elves could sharpen their combat and survival skills to prepare for conflict. But thanks to the Galarpos Mountains isolating them from the rest of Gielinor, and to their goddess Seren being more interested in their safety than in expansion or conquest, their race was unaffected by the worst stages of the Third Age. Well, almost. More on that later. Gorok Part 1 – The Secret Fortress. Far from their home, a human looks around with tired eyes. These walls are unfamiliar to them, and of all the things they have ever owned, they are only left with what they are carrying. Yet as the gates shut behind them, they let out a sigh of relief. They may have lost everything else, but they are finally reunited with a warm feeling of safety. The Majorats had successfully led them to Gorok. This man, along with many others, is a Zarosian refugee. So far, the undisputable loser of the God Wars was the Empire, and the destruction of many of its cities had created a large number of fleeing civilians. At some point, two Majorats still loyal to their side, Mizarch and Jalan, led a group of refugees to the northwestern corner of Forinthry, taking refuge in the fortress of Gorok. As word spread of their successful journey, this faraway northern fortress would become a popular destination for Zarosians escaping the conflicts or seeking a new home. A very special guest even made their appearance, Duke Cecellus, now de facto commander of the Empire's forces. For the safety of the occupants, rules were tightened. They had no hope of relief in the event of a siege. The garrison and occupants had only one option: make themselves invisible. It was forbidden for anyone to leave the stronghold's underground complex to avoid attracting the attention of the enemy. As the population grew, life became more of a struggle. But it did go on. In fact, the walls of Gorok's underground complex would host many generations of Zarosians, most of which would never see the outside world. But as with so many locations we've already explored, Gorok's luck would come to an end before the God Wars did, and I promise we will be tying up all those loose ends. The invasion of Hallowvale. Zamorak's return had allowed him to consolidate his sphere of influence. His most powerful backers had initially agreed to conspire with him against Zaros in exchange for the promise of land and titles. One Zamorakian was particularly eager to capitalize on his side's momentum. Loberniel Draken was a powerful Trueborn vampire who had joined Zamorak's plot in the Second Age. In a bold testament to the scale of his ambitions, he launched a full-scale surprise invasion of Hallowvale, wishing to carve out his own domain out of Saradomin's most important stronghold. An army of vampires and werewolves began pouring into the region. Ruled by Queen Efarite Hallow in what is today Mauritania, Hallowvale was a realm of men and Iceans, an ancient race of large humanoids with great wings adorning their backs. They were devoted Saradominists who had an innate affinity for light, a natural weakness of vampires. On top of that, they began creating weapons out of the logs of the great blisterwood tree, as they proved uniquely effective against the vampiric foes. The kingdom was no pushover, and the invasion force would have its work cut out for it. Casualties began rising quickly. Draken was openly unconcerned about heavy losses, painting the deaths as noble sacrifices for the cause. Their bloody advance continued relentlessly. It soon became clear that the kingdom's very survival might be at stake. As doubt began creeping into its inhabitants' consciousness, unprecedented measures were implemented. Their most sacred site was the Hallowed Sepulchre, a massive ancient crypt where the greatest figures of the kingdom and many members of its religious orders were buried, some of them with very powerful relics. Should the worst happen, its content could not fall to the enemy. The Archpriest of the Unicorn was responsible for the sepulchre. He and his followers would begin working alongside justiciars to create a labyrinthine series of traps and obstacles, denying entry to all but the most fearless or foolish. Meanwhile, the impetuous advance of the Zamorakians continued. Back then, the kingdom consisted of beautiful, fertile lands, a terrain ill-suited to defend against the doctrines of relentless assaults and high tolerance for casualties. After losing an eye-watering number of warriors, the attackers reached the southeastern part of Hallowvale, where most of the population lived. The kingdom was seemingly on its last legs. But Draken's armies were in a dire state thanks to his costly military style. Unable to do much more than siege and blockade what was left of the kingdom, he finally had to experiment with a new strategy: subterfuge. Enter Verzik Vita, head of the Vitter family. She had always been among Draken's closest and strongest allies. Working alongside Rhanis Draken, one of the 3 Draken brothers, she captured a Justiciar and incessantly tortured the unfortunate soul. After many days of unthinkable suffering, their will was finally broken. They revealed the existence of a secret tunnel leading directly to the royal keep. The queen's castle was infiltrated through this back door, and her husband, King Acertes, captured. He was a human, which was highly unusual in Hallowvale. Humans had long been seen as second-class citizens, and Neferite's marriage to one of them had been a first in the history of House Hallow. When looting the coffins in the Hallowed Sepulchre, there's a 10% chance you will receive a page of the Strange Hallowed Tome, a book written by a man from Hallowvale who talks about his experience falling in love and marrying an Icene. He reveals that these mixed marriages are becoming normalized thanks to the queen's own choice of spouse. He comments that his and his bride's families are worried about the union, and then he adds, and I quote, "I hope they stop asking about bedroom compatibility soon." To which all I can say is, if you've seen what Icenes look like, you too should be asking questions. But anyway, aside over. When she learned of her husband's capture, Queen Neferite gave herself up, surrendering her kingdom to the vampires and only begging for her beloved husband's life to be spared in exchange. Tragically, mercy was not part of her usurper's vocabulary. What followed was a good demonstration of Lower Niel Draken's infamous cruelty. The Zamorakians needed to refill their ranks after the colossal losses they had suffered during the invasion, which prompted them to force many conquered humans to undergo vampirification, a process that would turn them into lesser vampires and warp their minds. They chose this very fate for King Acertes. As soon as he had fully turned, he adopted the vampiric name of Vanstrom Klaus and attempted to murder his own 2 children. Princess Larina fell to his hand, but his son Safalan barely escaped with his life. In the 5th Age, the prince would still be alive and leading the Myarchy. However, the brutal attempt on his life left him with amnesia, and therefore unaware of just how personal his cause truly was. As for the queen, it was believed for a long time that Draken had executed her and buried her remains in the Icene graveyard, until the revelation that her body was missing. While she is most likely long dead, there is still a chance she might be alive to this day. Lower Niel Draken may be the only one aware of her ultimate fate. Her surrender was interpreted by some of the highest-ranking Justiciars as a sign that Saradomin had abandoned them. Justiciar Fozani defected with 2 of her companions, offering to enact an organized system of blood tithing on the human population to prove their allegiance and save their own skins. Their suggestion was well received by the vampires, and it is still in use to this very day. Lower Niel Draken proclaimed that the fallen kingdom would henceforth be called Mauritania and become his domain. The northern ruins of Hallowvale were rebuilt into the prosperous vampire city of Dark Maya, while its south would become the sprawling human slum of Mayerditch, where the blood tithe system was implemented. It was split into sections, and the regular rotation of which one was designated for blood tithing ensured that the humans would not be drained to death and their blood supply would never run dry. As reward for their treachery, Fozani and her acolytes would be allowed to settle a small area at Mauritania's eastern edge. There, they founded the Sisterhood, a Zamorakian order that still survives to this day, in a tiny village now known as Sleep. House Vita was also handsomely rewarded for Verzik's invaluable contribution to the invasion. Queen Efarite's castle was renamed to Versinhaza and granted to her. Now sitting on its throne as Lady Verzik, she would become known for her love of extravagant entertainment, best embodied in the theater of blood, an arena where both slaves and willing creatures would fight to the death for great rewards, including some items from her large collection of souvenirs from the invasion, such as armor pieces of the vanquished Justiciar Order. As for Lower Niel, he adopted the title of Lord Draken and found the hiding place of the Stone of Jas. He moved it to a cave on the Dark Mayor, and, fun fact, the Dealt veins and deposits that exist there today were created thanks to the area being exposed to the stone's magical aura for much of the Third Age. Mauritania's new vampire overlords continued to consolidate and reshape their stolen kingdom. The magnificent landscapes and fertile fields were slowly turned into the desolate marshlands they look like today. The vampires and their werewolf allies imposed their will with an iron grip that would never really loosen. The Drakens are still the rulers of Mauritania today in the Fifth Age, and there is little hope of seeing the status quo change anytime soon. Humans still live in Mayor Ditch to serve as blood tithe offerings. Many of their homes are now more rot than wood, and even a short glance at the area paints a clear picture of suffering and unending struggle for survival. There was one place the vampires were never able to bend to their will, however, the Hallowed Sepulchre. The traps installed by the Archpriest of the Unicorn served their purpose so admirably that the Zamorakians eventually had to admit defeat and give up on their plan to loot its rich chambers. The gargoyles come to life. Allow me to break the timeline slightly and take you to what is little more than a footnote of the God Wars, but an interesting one nonetheless. Sometime during the invasion of Hallowvale, while the Zamorakians and Saradominists in Hallowvale were too distracted by each other to watch over their own backyards, a small force of Bendosian troops crossed the river south and managed to slip undetected into the kingdom. Bandos intended to wage eternal war, but he saw many of his followers, notably goblins, as too weak and desired stronger soldiers. This little excursion was going to fix this issue. Under the command of an orc general called Snaldor, they had orders to venture into Viggoras Folly. Does that place ring any bells? If not, it will very soon. Near the end of the Second Age, the Serosian general Vigora was tasked with overseeing the construction of a tower at the eastern edge of the realm. The purpose of this task has been lost to history. At this point, Vigora had already chosen to support Zamorak's scheming and used Zamorakian magic to assist the construction efforts. An unknown incident caused the tower to be abandoned and renamed Viggoras Folly, though this name would eventually be forgotten, replaced by the building's famous modern name, the Slayer Tower. Bandos knew about the tower's most iconic feature, the large number of intricately carved gargoyles decorating its winding corridors and large rooms. Those were the kind of creatures he needed to fill his ranks. From a black magical stone, he crafted a tourmaline core, then created an incantation ritual that, when powered by the core, would animate the gargoyles and turn them into his soldiers. The force made its way to the roof, where they found two oversized gargoyles. Snaldor was quite pleased with these soon-to-be soldiers and had his troops set up the ritual. In the book The Living Statues, we can read the memoirs of a Dorjeshan who was selected to perform the ritual, as most other Bendosian creatures had no magical abilities. He recalls looking at the majestic statues and thinking that Dusk and Dawn would be fitting names for them due to their positioning on the western and eastern side of the room. The ritual called for them to play their part during high noon. Once it came, light hit the black tourmaline core, splitting it into two beams reflected onto the statues. Then, like an ice cube in boiling water, it sank into the floor. Only one final step remained. The bell was rung, reverberating throughout the massive structure surrounding the Bendosians. The sound was followed by a wave of dark energy filling the room. The ritual was complete. The two statues slowly animated, leaving their pedestals to join the group. Visibly delighted by the result, Snaldor gave them orders. They were to fight the forces of Saradomin, Armadil, and Zamorak. But it seemed Bandos had been unaware of the Zamorakian influence present in the tower. Upon hearing the name of the one responsible for their creation, they turned on Snaldor and his soldiers. The Orc commander managed to snap one of the gargoyle's wings off during the unexpected melee, but even he faltered once he had a split second to consider the large number of animated gargoyles now swarming the building and the strength of the two giants. He chose the sensible route of ordering immediate retreat. As they scurried away, the surviving Bendosians must have been relieved to see the gargoyles were not giving chase. In fact, vast numbers of them still roamed the foreboding rooms of the Slayer Tower today. As for the author of the living statues, he survived the failed mission and would become one of the many Dorjashan to desert Bandos. Still, his written accounts left an unexpected mark on the world. Most adventurers of the Fifth Age have heard rumors of Dawn and the single-winged Dusk, the grotesque guardians that await those daring enough to journey to the tower's roof. The incident may have had a limited impact on the course of the Third Age, but its consequences have been visible ever since. The Barrows Brothers and Saradominist Crusade. The unthinkable and total defeat of Hallowvale sent shockwaves around the world, shaking the Saradominists of Gielinor to the core. Their strongest realm was now controlled by Zamorak, but what could they do about it? A most unexpected answer would come one day when a mysterious stranger appeared in a small Misthalin town. There, he would introduce himself to 6 young siblings and give them an interesting offer. They would receive powerful artifacts and deep arcane knowledge, so long as they agreed to serve the shadowy figure once they proved themselves worthy. The brothers must have been overcome with optimism. Here was a chance to rewrite the fate of Saradomin's kingdom. They left their village, traveling the land and gathering a large host of Saradominist warriors. The brothers' call resonated far and wide, and thousands committed their lives to the Mauritania campaign. The great host headed east until they crossed the Salve River, the same one that vampires and werewolves had crossed years ago. The Saradominist Crusade had begun. The 6 brothers quickly distinguished themselves as competent leaders and peerless fighters. The Crusaders' strategy was simple but effective. The brothers would personally take care of the enemy's strongest warriors, always coming out on top, while the rest of their host would engage the lesser troops. The Saradominists won a steady stream of decisive victories as they swept across the Mauritanian marshlands. Their morale was through the roof. They were invincible. Walking in their foes' footsteps, their impetuous advance continued. But as the optimistic army set camp one night, a strange hooded figure stood between the tents and campfires. They approached the campaign's leaders, and the sounds of festivities suddenly gave way to a pregnant silence as the brothers locked eyes with the guest. The mysterious stranger was standing there, seemingly uninterested in getting close enough for a conversation. Instead, his raspy voice suddenly echoed in the brothers' minds. "The time has come, my warriors. The gifts I bestowed upon you have served you well, and you, in turn, have served your God. Now it is time to begin your servitude to me, to my God. You shall stand ever vigilant for his return, and then you will be champions in his glorious army. We shall have victory against the usurper, but first, you must die." Taken aback, the brothers instinctively gripped their weapons, but after a moment, the stranger simply turned on his heels and walked away until he vanished in the darkness beyond the camp, leaving it submerged in a tense, uneasy atmosphere. The incident quickly faded from the rank-and-file's consciousness, but their leaders would never be the same again. Where their minds had been unwavering and focused, they were now filled with doubt and dread. Nevertheless, the army pressed on. More battles came, but things seemed different. One could not help but notice the 6 heroes slowly losing their edge in battle. They grew slower, their strikes missed their marks, and they began receiving injuries. Something was distracting them as they fought. Every now and then they would catch glances of the mysterious stranger looking over the battlefield from afar, never pulling his gaze away from them. The Crusaders eventually reached the Mauritanian capital, pitching their camp a short distance west of Mayerditch. But that night, for the first time, the enemy would take them by surprise. Some of Lord Draken's forces quietly left Dark Mayor, crashing into the camp during the dead of night. The Saradominists bravely defended themselves, ultimately driving off the raiding force, but likely suffered the most casualties of any battle of the campaign thus far. When the morning came, it brought with it more bad news. All 6 of the army's leaders had been critically wounded. The day was spent attempting to stabilize them, but as the last lights of day died and gave way to darkness, so did they. The Crusaders despaired at the loss of their heroes, and the officers now in charge all agreed they had to abandon the siege. But first, they had to honor their fallen comrades. For 6 days and 6 nights, they dug the best resting place they could for them. Not once did the Zamorakians attack them, but every second of those days they spent mocking and taunting the Saradominists from the safety of their high walls. The brothers were buried in 6 barrows, earning them the name history would remember them as the Barrows Brothers. Their army retreated, their morale and spirits thoroughly broken after that dreadful week. The burial had attracted the attention of an unseen observer. From the shadows, the mysterious stranger had witnessed the completion of the crypts with interest. When the retreating force had slipped from sight, he stood on the burial ground and performed an incantation in an old language, casting an ancient magic spell that bled through the ground and reanimated the brothers as dark phantoms. Ultimately, the only winner of the crusade was the mysterious stranger. He had raised 6 powerful soldiers for future use and weakened the forces of 2 enemy factions at once. It may not surprise you to learn that this elusive being was none other than our old friend Slisk. The crusade his latest machinations triggered had failed, and Mauritania would never again belong to followers of Saradomin. The fall of Sentistan. Everyone has seen the archaeologists hard at work in the dig site. Some have even heard the rumors that they uncovered artifacts of some ancient god. But few are aware of just how incredible what lies deep beneath the earth used to be. At its peak, the settlement was bigger than nearby Varrock. In fact, it was bigger than the current undisputed queen of Gillenor cities, Prifdidus. During its rise in the Second Age, it became the largest city and would retain that title for millennia. Sadly, a mighty rise often means a mighty fall. As the Third Age progresses into its endgame, it's time to explore a microcosm of the crumbling empire's decline, as the Zerosian capital and history's greatest city, Sentistan, is finally taken by the enemy. Unfortunately for such a historically significant event, we know next to nothing about how exactly the city fell. At this point of the God Wars, it seems the Zerosian Empire still controlled its capital and everything south of it, but most of that was arid desert with little strategic value. As for the northern half of the realm, we know that many areas of Mistlin and Forinthree provinces had long since been lost, so it's likely that what remained was a collection of scattered fortresses and strongholds. Under these conditions, Sentistan was doomed to fall sooner or later. Of the battle itself, all we know is that it was Zamorakian forces that initially occupied the city, intending to subjugate its population. However, they steadfastly refused to be assimilated by the Zamorakians, who eventually had to give up on the idea. They instead began a long process of completely destroying the sprawling metropolis. The population was met with a tough reality, having to pick between 3 equally distasteful destinies. Some simply chose to remain and resist the occupation until they were killed or no longer had any place to call home there. Others fled to the desert, which so far had been spared by the worst of the conflict, but where life was tough and getting lost meant almost certain death at the hand of the cruel heat. The last option was to flee north and hope to reach one of the few remaining Zarosian strongholds without getting killed or captured in enemy territory. Eventually, Sentistin's entire population was either refugee or casualty. The city itself was unrecognizable behind its mask of destruction. It's likely that few Zamorakians remained to occupy this devastated landscape, and Saradomin decided to capitalize on this opportunity. A force of his followers attacked the ruins and drove off their occupiers. Once secured, Saradominist settlers were sent there to build a whole new city, seemingly to erase all traces of its Zarosian history. This new city was christened Saranthium, and it was built and populated in record times, as it is now remembered as a magnificent Third Age city, despite having been founded less than 300 years before its end. If you've ever helped cleaning finds for the Varrock Museum, you may have run into several ancient mundane items marked with Saradomin's symbol. It's a testament to the Saradominist dedication to destroying Zarosian influence in the area that the modern archaeological finds are almost exclusively related to Saranthium rather than the much more long-lived capital of the ancient world. Using ancient magic to teleport to Sentistin today places you near the fence west of the exam center, where few adventurers ever stop to marvel at the rich history behind this now unremarkable area. Skotizo's betrayal and Zalcano's curse. Many Zarosians who fled north during the fall of Sentistin chose to take shelter at the fortress of Karalengar in Forentry province, located on today's Graveyard of Shadows. But if these refugees thought this stronghold would escape the fate of the capital, they were unfortunately mistaken. Soon after the destruction of Sentistin, Zamorak and Saradomin exploited their momentum and turned their attention northwards. No accounts of Karalengar's occupation and subsequent destruction survive, but we do know about a Zamorakian distinguishing themselves during the event. Meet Skotizo, a demon you may be familiar with. During the Third Age, he was one of Zamorak's generals, but it is said he was always outshined by others such as Thamaron and Krill Tsutsuroth. However, during the Battle of Karalengar, Skotizo and his soldiers apparently displayed great cunning, enough for Zamorak himself to take notice. Following the battle, he personally gave Skotizo his next assignment, which was an unusual honor. The ecstatic general, thrilled by this opportunity, set out with a small force. His destination? The Karamjan temple hidden in the Karazi jungle. It contained a powerful artifact Zamorak was eager to get his hands on. But don't get too excited, we never actually find out what this item is. Skotizo's squad managed to navigate the jungle and find the temple after a few days. The large maze and numerous traps inside failed to keep them away from the treasure within. Yet no sooner had Skotizo touched the artifact that a switch seemed to flip in him. Whether it was because of his deep-seated resentment and greed, or if the artifact itself took hold of his mind, we may never know. But no matter the reason, he turned on his squad before they had time to react. Near the southwest corner of the temple's maze, the remains of a long-dead member of the expedition can still be found. This unfortunate soul was called Malumak, which we know because a careful search of the skeleton leads to the discovery of Malumak's journal. It speaks of Skotizo's unexpected treachery. Malumak himself attempted to escape the demon's onslaught, only to be severely injured by a mace trap, and deciding to reveal the betrayal in his journal as a last act before his wounds got the better of him. Once he was informed, Zamorak was overcome by rage. He quickly turned to one of his remaining generals as the target for his fury, Skotizo's sister Zalcano. He blamed her for her brother's actions, asserting her guilt by association. As punishment, he ordered her to bring both Skotizo and the artifact back, and cast a powerful curse on her that would slowly turn her body to stone. Completing her task was the only cure for the curse. As it was generally agreed that Skotizo had fled west, Zalcano had a good idea of where he may be hiding. She made for Tiranon, the elven lands that had remained untouched by the Great Wars for thousands of years at that point. The presence of a demon general in their pristine lands did not go unnoticed by the elves, and panic quickly spread through Prifddinas, as it was assumed the intruder was merely the first hint of an approaching army. But dread quickly turned to confusion when it became clear that Zalcano was in fact alone and merely roaming the dense forests as if searching for something. Soon enough, the elves found out about the curse turning her to stone and decided to capture the lone enemy for study. One of Prifddinas' large caves was transformed into a special prison so she could be kept within the city. Once ready, the elves sent a contingent to capture their strange visitor. Even with parts of her body turned to stone, they took many casualties attempting to subdue the demon, though they ultimately succeeded in bringing Zalcano to her custom prison. The elves used various potions and spells to unveil the mystery of her presence in their lands. The curse's effect visibly grew after her capture, with some theorizing it might be due to Zamorak already being aware of her failure to complete his orders. Madness began slowly taking hold in the prisoner's mind, but due to the lives lost in her capture, the elves refused to risk freeing her. She still remains confined in her cave, where elves to this day hire the help of adventurers to keep her contained, as her impressive powers are dangerous even with her entire body being covered in a dense layer of stone. But perhaps the most tragic part of her tale is that her fate was sealed from the beginning. Skotizo had indeed fled west to escape Zamorak's wrath, but never did stop in Tiranon. Instead, he traveled overseas and hid underground, where he used the power of his stolen artifact to call many dangerous creatures to his side. He cast an enchantment on their dark caves to prevent his new minions from ever escaping. Their hiding place became the catacombs of Kurand, where Skotizo resides to this day, still hiding from a god that has long since left Gielinor, although it is likely he does not realize it. The Desert Campaign. On the western edge of the Caridian Desert lies a tiny innocuous settlement. To the wide world, this small patch of arid desert is known as the Bandit Camp. It is seen by many as little more than a remote haven for criminals. Yet visitors of this corner of Gielinor are most often treated decently by the small population. That is, unless they are displaying visible signs of Saradomin or Zamorak worship. This is because the desert bandits remember something the rest of the world does not. They remember Zaros, and they remember what happened to their ancestors. Adventurers looking for a certain desert treasure may have met one of these bandits, a man called Eblis. To those who would hear him out, he sometimes speaks of his tribe's ancient history. The spiteful Saradomin and pathetic Zamorak warred with each other, but the hatred they had for each other was as nothing to the hatred they held towards us. With each battle they waged, we lost more and more land, unable to fight on all fronts, and were pushed further and further south into this god-forsaken desert. After the falls of Karalengar and Sentistan, the Zarosian Empire was truly in tatters. The only remaining areas of relative safety were the vast, desolate expanses of the Caridian Desert. Saradominists and Zamorakians alike had had little reason to send expeditions there, but things had changed. They had an enemy to exterminate, and they were not about to leave the job unfinished. Both factions sent excursions south and united their strength to deal with the only remaining great Zarosian threat, Azanadra, the Empire's Pontifex Maximus, meaning its High Priest. Azanadra was a Majorat of incredible power, who had single-handedly defeated enemy armies crossing into the desert. Just like Nex, he was seen as an invincible foe, and just like Nex, they believed imprisonment was the better way to deal with him. As was to be expected, the plan cost them many lives, but they ultimately succeeded in trapping Azanadra in an ancient pyramid known as known as this word on the screen right now, which meant Tomb of Magic in some old desert language. With the use of great spells, his power was split and bound to 4 diamonds. There was now no speed bump left to slow down the rampaging armies in the desert. It's likely the rest of the desert campaign was mainly spent hunting down the few remaining Zarosians, but little information survives about this. We do know the alliance of Saradominists and Zamorakians was a temporary one, as Zamorak's troops ended up attacking and destroying Yuza, a city aligned with Saradomin. And I want to dedicate some time to Yuza, because I believe its fate is one of the most tragic parts of the Third Age, despite being one of the least well known. At this point in our story, Yuza was one of the very few truly prosperous cities of the Caridian Desert, and its culture was among the most extraordinary in Gilinor's history. Their civilization was tiny, but remarkable for many reasons. For starters, they were the first, and as far as I can tell, only masters of the field of magical crafting. They were known as being the only city to create and use magically infused clay golems, and there is evidence of their religious practices being uniquely nuanced and varied. One of the few remaining features of the city is its buried temple, which reveals through its carvings that the inhabitants, while being aligned with Saradomin, used to openly worship other gods such as Zamorak to a certain degree, a rare characteristic in the Third Age. Little else is known about Yuza, but what little information survived makes me crave for more, and I do hope we uncover more at some point. Okay, back to its unfortunate destruction. The Zamorakian force approaching the city was led by the demon Thameron, Zamorak's chief lieutenant. He ordered the first assault, which was soundly defeated by the city's golem defenders. Undeterred, Thameron opted for a change in strategy. He traveled to Infernus, the collective term for the home world of the demons, the infernal dimensions. There, he went to his throne room, where he opened a portal leading directly to users on the city, behind its great temple. The plan worked, but at a cost. The city was utterly devastated, but the Zamorakians suffered enormous casualties as well. Thameron himself was so badly wounded in the battle that he opted to retreat to his throne room, where he would end up succumbing to his injuries. Curiously, his skeleton can still be found there, even though demons usually only leave ashes behind. Some theorize that the manner of his death caused this. Others hypothesize this might be as a result of him dying within Infernus. But my own opinion is, this was just an oversight by Jagex when the quest the Golem was made. The Zamorakian onslaught did not stop at Yuza. They continued south, laying waste to everything in their path with little regards for things like allegiances. Today, the southeastern corner of the desert is composed of the ruins of Ulek, a once prosperous desert city. There, inside an old well, lies an ancient stone tablet with carvings from the Third Age. The Zamorakians are coming. We have no quarrel with them, but they won't care. We are already preparing our defenses. But should Ulek fall, we can't let them defile Skabaras's precious artifacts. In the end, Ulek was another mostly forgotten victim of the desert campaign, despite being neutral towards the main God Wars factions. The city was invaded by the forces of Balfrog Kriath, a black demon who you may know as one of Krill Tsutsaroth's bodyguards today. Little else is known about the desert campaign, but it is my opinion that it's one of the most tragic phases of an already tragic age. For societies to thrive in the harsh Caridian desert, they had to be advanced and sophisticated. Almost all of these fascinating locations were completely wiped out, whether or not they even had any interest in the wider conflicts. Who knows how many awe-inspiring settlements have been forgotten, their existence now reduced to nothing more than ruins, covered in layers upon layers of shifting sands. Gorok Part 2: The Duke's Madness. The Zarosian Empire had been brought to its knees. Nothing was left of the once formidable realm, and those still loyal to Zaros had to resort to hiding in the hostile desert just to avoid dying at the hand of their enemies. Yet the fallen empire still had one stronghold, a place that remained as well hidden in the late Third Age as it was when we first visited it many chapters ago. In the northwestern corner of 4 and 3, Gorok's underground was still untouched by the war. Millennia after it had become a haven for refugees, it had been expended as much as it could be and was now severely overpopulated. The de facto Zarosian leader, Duke Cecellus, still ruled this secret micro-kingdom, but as the situation deteriorated, so did his mind. It seems insanity slowly took hold of Cecellus. He moved his quarters to the prison asylum and became obsessed with patently unrealistic delusions of restoring the empire, ordering preparations for an eventual military sortie. Dark rumors began circulating around Gorok, as some claimed that those who were summoned to the Duke's quarters seldom returned. Those suspicions eventually grew too evident to ignore. The Duke had gone utterly mad and had begun eating his subjects to absorb their power. Jalan and Mizark, the two Mazharats who, you might recall, had brought the first wave of refugees to Gorok in the early Third Age, scrambled to organize a rapid escape from the Forsaken Fortress. Mere hours later, Zarosian faithfuls emerged to its surface for the first time in thousands of years. During the evacuation, the Mazharats sealed the prison, trapping Cecellus and many unfortunate souls inside. The only key to breaking the seal, the Gorok crest, was split in half. Each of them kept a piece, and they went their separate ways. We don't know what happened to those who evacuated the fortress, but with nowhere left to go to, enemies dotting the land, and, for many, no experience of the surface at all, it's likely the rest of their lives was anything but pleasant. As for Duke Cecellus, he stayed deep within the old prison until he ran out of anything to sustain him. To conserve his strength, he fell into a protracted hibernation-like state that would last until the 5th Age. His body is now completely unlike its pre-madness depictions, probably thanks to the Zarosians he had absorbed. But one thing has not changed. The 4th and last medallion to the ancient vault is still somewhere on the grotesque mass he now inhabits. The God Wars moved to their endgame, the God Sword. War had been a grim constant on Gielinor for almost 4,000 years at this point, but the winds of change were beginning to blow. For the first time since the beginning of the Third Age, keen observers and the powers that be were witnessing something new. The end of the God Wars was in sight. The despised Zarosians had been all but wiped out, but now the Zamorakian tide had already engulfed much of the continent and was showing no signs of stopping. Its opponents were coming to terms with a grim reality. Zamorak was winning. His power and armies were growing, and something had to be done. And so, something was done. A tenuous alliance was formed between Saradomin, Bandos, and Armadil as they realized their forces had to be united to overcome Zamorak. They came up with a plan. Their armies would launch a combined attack, and to ensure victory, they would create a secret weapon. This project would result in the creation of a legendary item under the veil of secrecy, the God Sword. The Grand Combined Army set out for 4 and 3, which had become the heart of Zamorak's formidable realm. It seems the defenders were caught off guard by the attack, as they were quickly pushed back. As the attackers advanced, work on the God Sword was completed, and a group of Armadil's aviancies were tasked with delivering the weapon to the allied armies. However, it appears Zamorakian intelligence had somehow uncovered the project, as the aviancies were ambushed by a demon army in the mountains west of 4 and 3. The transport unit could not allow the enemy to get their hands on the God Sword, and so they fled to a nearby cave, hoping to mount a defense until reinforcements could arrive. Upon learning of these developments, the forces knew they had to act fast. Bandos and Saradomin each sent a large detachment west to the mountains to help the Armadillians. As it turned out, the cave the aviancies had taken refuge in was the Temple of Lost Ancients, where Nex and her army were imprisoned at the very beginning of the Third Age. The Bendosians and Saradominists arrived in the nick of time. They joined forces with Armadyle's soldiers, tilting the balance against the demons. But as the battle raged on, cracks began to appear in the fragile alliance. Old grudges and mistrust slowly chipped at it until it finally shattered. The winning side collapsed into confused infighting, and the entire battle devolved into a chaotic four-way struggle for the God Sword. All four sides must have sent further reinforcements, as the battle raged on until the mighty weapon they were fighting for was broken into several pieces that ended up in different parts of the battlefield. Yet the battle still would not end, and the former allies continued to be at each other's throat for a long time. Which, for once, leads us directly to the next chapter. Nexus Prison, Part 2. As the melee continued in the temple, a group of Saradomin priests involved in the combat grew wary of the fighting and became disillusioned by what they probably saw as pointless bloodshed. Their hearts were deeply torn by the horrors of the unending god wars, but what choice did they really have in the matter besides continuing to fight for their god? Yet, unexpectedly, an alternative would come to them one day when a fellow priest approached them, having noted their misgivings. The man confessed having turned away from Saradomin, having embraced Gothixian teachings instead. The priests were intrigued, and as they learned more about Gilinor's slumbering deity, they slowly strayed from Saradomin. Over time, they became dedicated Gothixians, completely renouncing their old allegiances. Sometime later, their new mentor told them about how his research into his new faith had led him to an ancient druidic ritual that could allow them to awaken Guthix himself from his millennia-spanning sleep. The ritual had been too advanced for him to perform alone, but he believed they could pull it off together. The group's hope was rekindled. Surely a being as powerful and just as Guthix would end the madness of the God Wars and snatch peace back from the talons of Gilinor's warhawks. They set to work without delay, their sense of purpose shining brighter than ever before. They followed the Gothixians' instructions to the letter and with pounding hearts performed the ritual. In essence, it was a success. They had awoken an incomprehensibly powerful being. But they soon realized that being was not Guthix. Deep inside the Temple of Lost Ancients, near the secluded area they had chosen for the ritual, ice began melting. The Gothixians were filled with dread as they looked upon what they had unleashed. Beyond the newly unsealed passage stood a dazed and weakened, but very much alive Zarosian army, along with their commander, Nex. The newly freed prisoner turned to the Gothixian's mentor, addressing him in a language his followers could not understand. But one of the former priests, a human woman named Ashwelet Race, did catch a little something of the conversation. The man who she now realized had tricked them, Nex referred to as Slisk. She had little time to make sense of these unforeseen events before the Zarosians escaped and killed her. Finding the main room of the temple filled with enemies, Nex did not hesitate to jump into the fray. The surprised armies fighting for the God Sword suffered devastating losses, unable to best this new and yet old opponent. In an almost comical case of history repeating itself, all four sides quickly formed a temporary alliance against their common foe. Through their combined efforts, they managed to push the Zarosians back into the ancient prison and seal its entrance, although they could not replicate the original enchantment that froze them there. As a result, Nex and her troops would be sealed away yet again, but no longer in a dormant state. Possibly as a side effect of the ritual, Ashwelet Race returned as a nature spirit, neither fully alive nor dead, and was bound to the entrance of the ancient prison. Today, she is still stuck inside of it, where she provides all the limited help she can to any adventurers willing to help contain the being she mistakenly unleashed upon the world. As for the Temple of Lost Ancients, its original prisoners had been freed, and that called for a new, more accurate name, and thus the area was renamed the God Wars Dungeon. The wilderness is born as Guthix awakens. The Alliance had broken down in the God Wars dungeon, but the situation on the outside had not changed. The forces of Armadil, Saradomin and Bandos, even without access to their special weapon, still continued their gambit, pushing ever deeper into 4-3 in an attempt to encircle Zamorak before the full might of his armies could reinforce his position. Zamorak was cornered, his enemies slowly tightening their grip. Accounts differ on whether Zamorak had the Stone of Jas moved to 4-3 at some point, or if it remained in Dark Mayor and he had absorbed some of its power. But whatever the case may be, Zamorak resorted to a truly desperate measure to deal with the incoming threat. Either striking the stone or channeling its immense power, he triggered the single most destructive event in Gillenor's history as he unleashed an incomprehensibly huge explosion. In a mere instant, the green and luscious expanses of 4-3 evaporated, leaving nothing but a desolate post-apocalyptic landscape behind. The armies of his enemies, as well as his own, were wiped off the map before they knew what hit them. From the northern edge of Sentistan's ruins all the way to the forsaken fortress of Gorok, all that remained of 4-3, Gillenor's largest province, was charred hills and scattered ruins. 4-3 was no more. The wilderness was born. Living beings on Gillenor have always been tied to a mysterious entity called the Anima Mundi, often described as the very life force of this world. The connection to it is what allows plants to grow, animals to breathe, and aquatic creatures to swim. Some beings, such as spirit trees, are particularly close to it. But at that moment, the scale of death and destruction caused the Anima Mundi itself to cry out in agony. This call resonated far and wide, even reaching deep beneath the earth, where it found the ear of Gillenor's oldest resident. Like a sleeping parent hearing the faraway cry of an infant, Guthix was pulled away from his millennia-long slumber. He emerged on the surface, where he laid eyes on the destruction and mishandling of the world he loved so dearly. Horrified by the sight, he and his followers decided to intervene. All other gods were banished from Gillenor, and henceforth were only allowed to influence it through indirect means, most famously through prayers. Thus, the Edicts of Guthix were established, a somewhat unclear series of decrees imposed on the gods. In essence, the edicts say that should the balance between order and chaos be upset by either side once again, Guthix would come back again and reshape the world into one of perfect balance, even if its complete destruction was necessary to attain it. Once the edicts were put in place, the God Wars dungeon and the armies within are then frozen, allegedly by an unknown Guthix follower, although according to my research we don't really know how it happened. With those responsible for thousands of years of strife gone, Guthix then meets with the only other god remaining on Gillenor, Seren, goddess of the elves. Their race had a unique connection with her, and their existence was reliant on hers. Seren knew her departure from Gillenor would be a death sentence for her people, and she begged Guthix to stay, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. As with Zamorak, a desperate move was needed to achieve her goals. The deity shattered herself in pieces, surrendering her own life so that her body could at least remain in Gillenor and continue to sustain the elves' lives. Most adventurers today are familiar with the various kinds of crystal seeds abundant in Tiranon, but you may be surprised to learn that all of them are remains of Seren, tiny leftovers from her sacrifice. Finally, once Guthix was the only god left on Gillenor, he confiscated the Stone of Jas, hiding it deep underground and building the ancient Guthixian temple to house it. He would also create the Balance Elemental to ensure its protection. His job was done. The God Wars were over. The Tears of Guthix and the End of the Third Age. Guthix, grief-stricken by the destruction of the God Wars, traveled the land to assess the damages in more details. He witnessed the extermination of desert civilizations, the ruins of too many cities to keep track, the extinction of a number of species including some aligned to him, the war refugees who chose horrific living conditions over involvement in the war, the luscious lands of Forinthree and Hallowvale, now reduced to the smoldering expanses of the wilderness and the desolate marshes of Mauritania. The world he had first populated was utterly ravaged and would never fully recover. When this realization dawned on him, he found a forlorn corner of Misthalin, a dark underground cave, and simply wept. His sorrow infused the area, and the very cave he stood in began weeping as well. The cave where Guthix hid has yet to stop weeping. A rather strange follower of Guthix has made its entrance their home, and adventurers who manage to ingratiate themselves with this vigil may be allowed to gather some of the sacred tears of Guthix. Guthix eventually left the cave. Both himself and the world needed to heal, and so he went back to a second long slumber, one he has yet to awaken from. At long last, the God Wars were history. Well, that was a summary of the God Wars, or at least what we know about them so far. I'm gonna be honest, when I set out to make a lore video about them, I figured, hey, I've been building up my knowledge of this game for literally most of my life, and there probably isn't that much documented stuff about the Third Age, so this is gonna be a short, easy video. As you can probably tell, both assumptions could not have been more wrong. The research alone took about 25 hours, and that was before a single word of this over 13,000 words beast of a script was written. So if you liked it, please consider liking, subscribing and sharing the video. It would mean a lot to me, and it really is the best way to let me know you'd like more of that stuff, and to help the channel. I already have ideas cooking for other interesting lore videos, although you can bet your twisted bow the next one will be shorter and smaller in scope. Writing and researching the script really highlighted the depth and nuance I didn't know were present in the game's lore. It's not as simple as my primary school self believed. Saradomin good and Guthix's balance is all well and good, but after learning how Saradomin was happy to send his followers to their doom to grab territory and enact vengeance on his enemies, and how Guthix forced Saren into the worst fate of any gods, despite her being pretty much the only one interested in peace and the protection of life, to say nothing of how he threatened to destroy the entire world if other gods shaped it into something he didn't like, I'm left with a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. In the end, I'm glad I did this deep dive into an interesting story that Jagex actually bothered writing, despite knowing full well that most people would just spacebar their way through it, then complain to their clanmates about how much of a chore quests are. I, for one, enjoy a good story, and I'm going to pay more attention next time I do quests or I'm exposed to plot elements. But anyway, enough with the rambling. If you've watched all the way to this point, you have my deepest thanks, and you're incredibly handsome. Let me know your thoughts and feedback in the comments, and if you'd like to see something goofy and completely different, why not check out my Gielinor Investigator series? It's about an investigator in Gielinor. Thanks again, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. My cats will see you out.
Hello adventurers, welcome to our epic journey through the rich and storied history of Gielinor. Before we dive into the depths of the past, I'm excited to guide you through the fascinating lore that shaped the world we know today. In this video we're going to explore the ages of RuneScape, starting from the very beginning. We'll uncover the origins of Gielinor, the rise of the gods, and the creation of magic. This is a tale of divine intervention, mystical creation, and the foundational events that set the stage for the adventures we embark on as players. Before we get into the thrilling events of the Fifth Age, where we as players start our journey, it's essential to understand the incredible lore that precedes it. Everything before the Fifth Age is a testament to the evolution of Gielinor, an era where gods shaped the world, empires rose and fell, and the magic we wield today was first forged. So grab yourself a drink, get comfy with a snack, and settle in. We're about to embark on a captivating journey through the ages of RuneScape, from the creation of Gielinor to the day that we, as a player, first set foot in the world. I hope you enjoyed this wonderful journey, and let's explore this epic saga that shaped the world of RuneScape as we know it today. Welcome to the primordial beginnings of Gielinor, where the seeds of existence were sown and the stage was set for the epic saga that would unfold across the ages. This is the story of the First Age, a time of divine discovery, creation, and the birth of civilizations. 17 years before the dawn of the new era, the world of Gielinor was discovered by Guthix, the god of balance. Emerging from the void, Guthix found a world rich with potential, but devoid of sentient life. Guthix, with his immense power, began to shape the land. He nurtured Gielinor, bringing forth forests, mountains, and rivers. It was during this time that various races were introduced to Gielinor, setting the foundation for its future inhabitants. Amidst this transformation, Serene, the goddess of beauty and tranquility, arrived on Gielinor. Serene's influence was profound. She constructed the Tower of Voices in the heart of the forest. Making the foundation of Prifddinas, the tower served as a beacon, drawing the elves of Gielinor, who would come to revere it as a sacred site. The World Gate, a mystical portal between worlds, was opened. Through this gateway, the first humans arrived on Gielinor. They came from a realm described as having a great many people, and a far less strange people and scientific laws. Guthix appeared before these new arrivals, urging them to cherish and respect their new world. His message was clear: use the land wisely, and do not abuse the gifts it offered. As the humans began to explore their new surroundings, they were observed by Hallined, the elf. This interaction marked the beginning of a new chapter in Gielinor's history. Guthix, in his wisdom, used the power of the Stone of Jazz to create the very essence of magic in Gielinor. He scattered runestones throughout the land, infusing them with mystical energy. This act allowed sentient races to harness and practice magic. Among the early practitioners of magic was Jack, who founded the Wizards Guild. This institution became a cornerstone of magical education and practice in Gielinor. Midway through the First Age, Guthix descended deep into the earth, beginning a slumber that would last approximately 8,000 years. His absence marked a period of transition and uncertainty for Gielinor. With Guthix in his deep slumber, other gods began to arrive on Gielinor. Each deity brought their unique attributes and followers, setting the stage for the complex and often tumultuous interactions that would define the Second Age. In the year 3427 marked a pivotal moment as Zaros, the Empty Lord, arrived next to a small village that would come to be known as Sentistan. This event heralded the beginning of the Second Age, a time of great change and divine conflict. Zaros' arrival marked the dawn of a new era, characterized by the rise of powerful empires and the shifting balance of power among the gods. As we reflect on the First Age, we see the profound impact of Guthix's vision. His creation of the world and the introduction of magic were foundational moments that defined the future of Gielinor. Guthix's guidance ensured that the world began with balance and potential. The birth of magic, facilitated by the Stone of Jazz, became a cornerstone of life in Gielinor, shaping the experiences and adventures of countless beings. Zaros' arrival heralded the end of this formative age and the beginning of a new epoch, fraught with divine intrigue and conflict. The changes that followed would forever alter the landscape of Gielinor and the lives of its inhabitants. This was the first age. Welcome to the second age of Gielinor, a time of divine arrivals, epic battles, and the rise and fall of mighty empires. This epoch is marked by the arrival of new gods, the forging of alliances, and transformative conflicts that shape the destiny of Gielinor. In the dawn of the Second Age, the enigmatic deity Zaros descended upon Gielinor, emerging from a rift in the fabric of reality. With an aura of dominance and mystery, Zaros set his sights on this world, intent on forging a new empire from its diverse lands. Zaros, the Empty Lord, was a figure of immense power and ambition. His arrival heralded the beginning of a new era, one that would see the rise of the Zerosian Empire and a dramatic shift in the balance of power. Meanwhile, in the scorching sands of what would become the Caridian region, Tumikun and Elidinus founded their empire, laying the foundations of what would come to be known as the Menethite Kingdom. Their children, Icthurin and Amasket, were pivotal in shaping the culture and politics of this new empire. Tumikun, the radiant god of sun, bestowed upon the land a pantheon of deities to oversee various aspects of life and worship. Het, the god of health and protection, Atmakon, the goddess of social pleasures and festivity, Krondis, the crocodile-headed goddess of sustenance, and Scarabus, the god of isolation and secrecy. These deities form the cornerstone of the Caridian belief system. To honor Het, his followers constructed the Duel Arena, a grand edifice designed for the training of warriors and the honing of combat skills. It became a symbol of martial prowess and a venue where champions were forged. During the Second Age, a notable duel took place in the Sentistan Colosseum. Zuk, a powerful figure within the Zerosian Empire, defeated Torva in combat, reclaiming his freedom and solidifying his position within the Empire. This is a very interesting point within the Second Age, because these are two characters that we have either at least heard of in the current age of RuneScape as players. So Zuk and Torva were around in the Second Age, dueling each other. I think that's pretty cool. Guthix's World Gate, a crucial portal connecting Gielinor to other realms, which we saw in the First Age, was sealed by Zerosian forces. This action cut off the crystal seed supply from Seren's world, isolating the elves and impacting their access to crucial resources. During the Second Age, Zaros discovered the Dragon Riders, an elite race from another world. Despite their infertility, a condition Zaros could not cure, the Dragon Riders became some sort of Zaros' most formidable followers. By the time of Zamorak's betrayal, their numbers had dwindled to just 5. In the verdant and heavily wooded region that would later be renamed as Mauritania, the Saradomist Icines established their rule. Known for their devotion to Saradomin, the Icene resided in the capital city of Hallowvale, a major settlement in this region. Their kingdom, marked by its arable land and dense forests such as Humblethorn and Hallowglade, thrived under their leadership. Hallowvale, the heart of their civilization, was a bustling city that epitomized their devotion to Saradomin. This era of prosperity and peace for the Icene would eventually give way to the vampiric domination in the Third Age, leading to the renaming of the land as Mauritania. Before the ravages of war scarred the land, 4-3 was a lush, green expanse of Gielinor, rich in resources and ideal for settlement. As Gielinor emerged from the First Age, Zaros' empire expanded into this fertile region, establishing powerful cities such as Dariak, Karangla, Anakal, and Garon. Under Zaros, 4-3 became a cornerstone of his mighty empire, which extended from the northern reaches of 4-3 through the northwest of Mistalin and into the northeast of Mauritania. The region was a jewel of Zerosian might, marked by its impressive cities and fortified settlements. Emerging from the hellish plain of Ubiusk, Bandos, the big high war god, arrived in Gielinor with his formidable followers. A god of war and bloodshed, Bandos reveled in conflict and slaughter, and he brought with him a host of brutish races, goblins, trolls, ogres, and orcs, whom he had crossbred in his home realm. Bandos' forces, driven by sheer strength and brutality, were a testament to his dominance. His armies fought not merely for conquest, but for the sheer pleasure of battle, with Bandos himself exhibiting an unrelenting thirst for conflict. General Vigora, one of Zaros' few human generals, constructed a grand edifice known as Vigora's Fortress in an attempt to showcase humanity's capabilities. He envisioned it as a testament to the prowess of humankind under Zaros' rule. However, the ambitious project soon faced disaster. The fortress began to sink into the swamp due to inadequate groundworks, and the dungeons were inundated with water. This led to Vigora's deep humiliation, and the fortress came to be seen as Vigora's folly. The war between the Zarosian Empire and the Caridian forces saw significant involvement from the Majorat. Led by Zamorak, they helped repel Zarosian forces, driving them from Menethos and securing a crucial victory for the Menethite pantheon. Icthurin and Amascut are responsible for bringing the Majorat to Gielinor to aid in their efforts. The horrors of war had a profound effect on Amascut. Witnessing the death and destruction caused by the Majorat twisted her mind, transforming her into the goddess of destruction. Her mind, once a beacon of hope and rebirth, now harbored a hunger for annihilation. Amascut's newfound obsession with destruction led her to undermine Icthurin's work, releasing soul devourers into the underworld and erasing souls entirely. This forced Icthurin into a more direct role, safeguarding each soul he escorted to the afterlife, a task that left him with little time for other interventions. In the year of 1780, Zamorak, a trusted general within the Zarosian Empire, orchestrated a cunning plan to overthrow his master, Zaros. With the Staff of Armadil in hand, Zamorak confronted Zaros. Their battle was fierce, and the staff became a conduit for divine power. In a decisive moment, Zamorak defeated Zaros, siphoning his power and ascending to godhood, marking a pivotal shift in Gielinor's history. I will leave a link to a video in the description called The Story of Zamorak, and it will depict the events much clearer and in more detail, but I didn't feel the need to repeat myself in this video. But if you do want to go check that out, it will be in the description. Hopefully you enjoy that one too. Immediately following Zaros' defeat, Zamorak travelled to Infernus. There he aided the Avonic demons in overthrowing the Chthonians. For 17 years, Zamorak and the Avonic demons waged a brutal war, ultimately destroying or exiling the Chthonians. Returning to Gielinor, Zamorak commanded a vast army of demons, powerful enough to conquer the world. He declared war on the other gods, seeking to reclaim the Stone of Jazz from Saradomin. This marks the very beginning of the Third Age. A time of great upheaval and profound change. After the chaos of the Second Age, a new era dawns with the return of a formidable power. Zamorak, the once mortal and now ascended god of chaos and destruction, makes his grand return to Gielinor. His rise to godhood not only marked the end of the Second Age, but heralded the beginning of the Third, an epoch soon to be defined by conflict and divine strife. Zamorak's return signifies the onset of the Third Age, also known as the God Wars. Amidst the chaos of the Third Age, a new chapter of conflict unfolds. The once mighty Zarosian Empire, a symbol of power and order under the rule of the god Zaros, faces a dire threat. In a shocking alliance, Saradomis and Zamorakians unite with a singular purpose: to obliterate the Zarosian Empire and eradicate all traces of Zaros. This brutal campaign is driven by a desire to remove the influence of Zaros and reshape the world in their own image. The defenders of the Empire, loyal to the fallen god Zaros, fight desperately to protect their legacy. Yet they face overwhelming odds as the combined might of their enemies threatens to dismantle everything they have built. The Zarosian extermination is a devastating campaign aimed not only at defeating an empire, but erasing the entire memory of Zaros from the annals of history. Every monument, every reference, every piece of Zarosian heritage is targeted for destruction. United by their hatred of Zaros, the Saradomis and Zamorakians coordinate their efforts with ruthless efficiency, driven by the belief that the world must be purified of any remnants of Zaros' influence. As the Zarosian extermination reaches its climax, the Empire lies in ruins. Yet, the impact of this campaign is not just in the destruction, but in the lasting scars it leaves on the world, a testament to the fervent conflict of the Third Age. In the wake of devastation, the world continues to turn forever changed by the bloodshed and the relentless pursuit of divine supremacy. In the wake of the relentless conflict in the Third Age, the gnomes and dwarves, once proud and prominent, find themselves forced into hiding. As the world above becomes increasingly dangerous, these resilient races seek refuge from the chaos. The dwarves, driven underground by the turmoil, establish a new stronghold deep beneath the mountains. This city, known as Keldagrim. Its intricate design features a vast network of tunnels and chambers, making it one of the largest dungeons in RuneScape today. The elves retreat to the safety of their ancient city, Prifddinas. This city, a beacon of their grandeur and mystique, offers them refuge from the chaos beyond its gates. Prifddinas stands as a bastion of elven strength and wisdom. Its protective barriers and advanced enchantments provide a sanctuary for the elves, allowing them to regroup and fortify their defenses against the encroaching darkness. Within the safety of Prifddinas, the elves prepare for any eventuality. Their efforts are focused on preserving their way of life and safeguarding their city from the turmoil engulfing the world. Yet, not all the elves are content to remain within the city's walls. A courageous few venture out of Prifddinas, driven by a fierce sense of duty and personal resolve. These warriors and defenders choose to confront the chaos on their own terms. Circa 1650 of the Third Age, a pivotal conflict unfolds, the battle for the ritual site. Next, a formidable lieutenant of Zaros leads her Zarosian army into this critical confrontation, seeking to assert the dominance of her fallen god. Next, a being of immense power and one of Zaros' most loyal servants, marshals her forces with strategic precision. The ritual site, a location of great significance to the Zarosian cause, becomes the focal point of their efforts. However, the Saradomis, driven by their own divine mission, mount a fierce resistance. Their holy zeal clashes with the dark power of the Zarosian forces, turning the battlefield into a cauldron of conflict. Despite Nyx's immense power and the fervor of her army, the Saradomis' resolve proves unyielding. The battle reaches a critical conjuncture as the Saradomis, determined to end the threat, begin to turn the tide. In a desperate bid to contain the threat, the Saradomis execute a powerful ritual, sealing Nyx and her followers within the ancient prison, a mystical and inescapable prison created to hold the mightiest of foes. Nyx and her loyal followers find themselves trapped, their ambitions thwarted. The ancient prison becomes their new confinement, a place of dark irony where they are held at bay, cut off from the world they sought to reshape. Circa 1650 of the Third Age, a new force arises under the banner of Saradomin, the Temple Knights. This elite military organization, also known as the Knights of the Temple, is founded to serve the divine will of Saradomin and protect the realm of Asgarnia. The Temple Knights are formed as a traditionally Saradomis military order, dedicated to upholding the tenets of their faith and defending their lands from both internal and external threats. Led by the elusive Survey Lance, the Temple Knights embark on their mission with a focus on secrecy and strategic influence. While some members are genuinely loyal to Saradomin, the order operates with a level of discretion, acting as sleeper agents within and beyond Asgarnia. The Temple Knights engage in covert operations to counter threats from within Asgarnia and beyond. Their role as sleeper agents allows them to work behind the scenes, ensuring that Saradomin's influence remains strong and unchallenged. In the midst of the Third Age ceaseless conflicts, a new and ominous chapter begins. Lord Draken, the feared vampire lord, launches a devastating campaign against the Saradomis kingdom of Halavale. Lord Draken, a vampire of immense power and ambition, seeks to extend his dominion. With his vampire legions at his side, he wages a relentless assault on Halavale, intent on claiming the land for himself. The kingdom of Halavale, under the rule of Queen Afarete and King Acertis, faces an existential threat. Despite their valiant efforts, the overwhelming force of the vampires threatens to overrun their defenses. The battle is fierce and unforgiving. As the vampires breach the kingdom's defenses, the fate of Halavale hangs in the balance. The once proud kingdom is soon engulfed in darkness and destruction. In the aftermath of the conquest, Queen Afarete is imprisoned and her fate sealed within the cold, dark confines of a vampire dungeon. King Acertis, once a proud and noble ruler, is subjected to a horrific transformation, becoming a vampire himself under Draken's malevolent will. With Halavale now under his control, Lord Draken establishes the land of Mauritania, a realm that bears the dark imprint of his conquest. The once beautiful kingdom is now a land of shadows and vampiric rule. Amid the shifting alliances and fierce battles, another significant event unfolds. Azanandra, a high-ranking and powerful Magyarat loyal to Zaros, finds himself ensnared in an unexpected fate. Once a revered figure among the Zarosian Magyarat, Azanandra faces an unforeseen imprisonment. The Yaldrak Pyramid, known for its arcane and ancient power, becomes the prison for this esteemed servant of Zaros. Within the depths of the pyramid, Azanandra is confined in a specially constructed chamber, bound by powerful runes and enchantments. The Yaldrak Pyramid, with its mystic defenses, is designed to suppress his immense abilities and prevent his escape. The Yaldrak Pyramid, a site of both ancient lore and arcane significance, becomes a cage for Azanandra. Its intricate and formidable design reflects the gravity of his imprisonment and the efforts taken to ensure his confinement. Turning the eyes to the Caridian Desert, it becomes a battleground for devastating conflicts. The once thriving city of Uza, a beacon in the desert, faces a catastrophic assault. Thamaron, a formidable demon and one of Zamorak's most feared followers, orchestrates the destruction of Uza. His dark powers and demonic legions sweep across the city, bringing devastation in their wake. Uza is ravaged by Thamaron's onslaught, the city's defenses falter under the relentless assault, and the vibrant life that once characterized Uza is reduced to ashes and ruin. In the wake of the destruction, Uza lies in ruins, a stark reminder of the destructive power wielded by Zamorak's forces. The city's fall marks a significant loss in the struggle of the Third Age. Meanwhile, another city faces a grim fate. Uluk, another key settlement in the Caridian Desert, is about to fall victim to a different force of destruction. Balfred Kreerath, one of Krill Tusaroth's formidable bodyguards, alongside his companions, Zalgrich and Sanan Karlak, spearheads of the assault on Uluk. His demonic strength and strategic prowess bring a new wave of terror. As Balfrig's army engulfs Uluk, the city faces a similar fate as Uza. The once proud city succumbs to the overwhelming force, its structures reduced to rubble, and its people displaced. It's important for us to realize that these cities are places that many of us either are not aware of or don't even think of as cities. These were full, intact cities that Zamorak, not even his own power, but his minions' power, were capable of absolutely decimating, to the point where they do not exist in the world today. Sentistin, the illustrious capital of the Zarosian Empire, stands as a beacon of grandeur and power. For centuries, it was the heart of a vast empire, its influence stretching across many lands. However, the tides of fate are ever-changing. The Zarosian Empire, once a formidable force, begins to wane. External pressures and internal strife converge, leading to a period of decline and instability. As the Empire's enemies close in, Sentistin faces mounting assaults. The city, once impregnable, becomes a battleground of desperation. The defenders of the Zarosian pride fight valiantly, but the situation grows increasingly dire. In a dramatic and heartbreaking turn, the walls of Sentistin fall. The capital, a symbol of the Zarosian Empire's might, is reduced to ashes and rubble. The city's fall marks a pivotal moment in the decline of a once great empire. The fall of Sentistin reduces the Zarosian Empire to a shadow of its former self. The empire, once an unstoppable force, is left in ruin, its influence shattered and its legacy forever altered. Amid the ruins, the Saradomas see an opportunity. As the remnants of Sentistin fall into chaos, Saradomin's forces move in to claim the remnants of the once mighty city. With determination and divine purpose, the Saradomas set about reclaiming and restoring the ruins. The goal is not merely to salvage the city, but to establish a new beacon of their faith in the heart of the former Zarosian capital. From the ashes of Sentistin, a new city emerges. Named Saranthium, the new settlement is designed to reflect Saradomist ideals and serve as a stronghold for their influence in the region. Saranthium rises from the ruins as a symbol of Saradomist authority. The city is built with a focus on divine order and piety, showcasing the Saradomist commitment to restoring and expanding their influence. As the Third Age nears its end, Zamorak's power wanes. The once mighty god has been pushed back and contained within the Forinthry region. His defeat seemingly inevitable, the final stages of the God Wars are marked by a desperate struggle to ensure his ultimate downfall. In response to the looming threat, Saradomin, Armadil, and Bandos form an unprecedented alliance. Their goal, to forge a weapon of unparalleled power, the God Sword, designed to secure Zamorak's final defeat. The God Sword is a symbol of the gods, determination and unity. Crafted with divine precision, it embodies their collective resolve to vanquish Zamorak and bring an end to the conflict that has ravaged the world. With the God Sword completed, the weapon is prepared for transport. Its arrival at the battlefield is anticipated as a decisive moment in the struggle against Zamorak. The transport unit bearing the God Sword navigates through treacherous territory, yet the journey is fraught with peril as Zamorak's forces prepare to intercept and seize the powerful weapon. Zamorak's minions launch a brutal assault on the transport unit. A fierce battle ensues, with both sides engaging in a desperate struggle over control of the God Sword. The God Wars dungeon transformed into a chaotic battleground. All factions converge in the dungeon, each seeking to claim the God Sword and seize the advantage in the God Wars. Amidst the turmoil, Sliske intervenes, orchestrating the brief release of Nex. Her presence momentarily shifts the dynamics of the battle, intensifying the conflict among the factions. Nex's brief freedom wreaks havoc on the battlefield. Her formidable presence disrupts the ongoing conflict, creating a moment of intense chaos as factions vie for control. In response to the threat posed by Nex, the factions unite a rare display of cooperation. Their combined efforts succeed in re-imprisoning Nex, restoring a semblance of order to the chaos. With Nex re-imprisoned, the immediate threat is quelled. The God Sword remains a crucial element in the struggle, symbolizing the last hope for ensuring Zamorak's final defeat. The forging of the God Sword and the dramatic events that follow underscore the high stakes of the God Wars. As the conflict reaches its climax, the struggle for supremacy continues, with each faction striving for control of the destiny of the world. In the wake of the chaotic struggle for the God Sword, the alliance of Saradomin, Armadil and Bandos corner Zamorak, their combined might pushing him to the brink. The god of chaos finds himself trapped and desperate. Driven to desperation, Zamorak grasps the unstable Stone of Jazz. This ancient artifact, imbued with immense and unpredictable power, becomes his last hope to turn the tide in his favor. As the Stone of Jazz is activated, its unstable energy begins to surge uncontrollably. Zamorak harnesses its power in a final, reckless bid to reshape the battlefield and secure his dominion. In a blinding flash, the Stone of Jazz unleashes its devastating power. The land of Forinthry is incinerated in a cataclysmic explosion, its very essence torn asunder by the sheer force of the artifact's magic. The explosion leaves Forinthry a land of devastation. The once thriving region is transformed into the wilderness we know today, its land scarred and cursed by the unleashed power of the Stone of Jazz. The wilderness, born from destruction and dark magic, becomes the new battleground. As the God Wars continue, the world faces an uncertain future, with the scars of the past shaping the conflicts of tomorrow. In the wake of the catastrophic explosion that reshaped Forinthry into the wilderness, the impact extends beyond the immediate devastation. The upheavals of the God Wars and Zamorak's final act have wrought untold destruction upon the diverse creatures of Gielinor. Once home to the myriad fantastical beings, Aviancy, Icene, Centaurs, Light Creatures, Wyrms, White Dragons, Orcs, Ogres, the lands are now desolate. The cataclysm has led to the near extinction of these creatures, their habitants devastated and their populations decimated. The balance of the world is disrupted, awakening Guthix from his long slumber. The god of balance, disturbed by the chaos of the God Wars, stirs with a newfound determination. Guthix, accompanied by his loyal followers, prepares to reassert balance and confront the gods and their warring factions. His return signals a new chapter in the ongoing conflict as he takes a stand against the turmoil that has gripped Gielinor. Among Guthix's followers is Eternum, a powerful and devoted servant. In a bold move, Eternum invokes her mastery over time to intervene in the ongoing conflict. The God Wars dungeon, a nexus of divine and demonic conflict, becomes the focus of Eternum's intervention. The battle rages on, in a dangerous clash of power and fury. With a burst of mystical energy, Eternum freezes time within the God Wars dungeon. The combatants caught in the throes of battle are suddenly immobilized, their conflict suspended in an eternal moment. As Guthix witnesses the suspended conflict, he remains resolute in his mission. His return and Eternum's invention mark a significant shift in the struggle, as the balance of power is realigned. With Guthix trying to restore the balance in Gielinor, he decides to take a monumental step. Determined to restore order, he prepares to banish the most powerful gods and establish a new framework for divine interaction. Guthix, wielding the full extent of his authority, commands the most powerful gods to withdraw from Gielinor. His goal is to impose a new order, one that will curtail the destructive influence of divine beings upon the world. In a decisive display of power, Guthix forces the gods into retreat. His banishment of the divine beings reshapes the cosmic order, establishing a new era of relative peace and stability. With the gods banished, Guthix establishes the Edicts of Guthix, sacred laws designed to prevent their return. These edicts serve as a binding framework, regulating the involvement of divine entities in the mortal realm. Among the gods, Serene faces a unique dilemma. Fearing the consequences of the edicts and unwilling to be forcibly exiled, she makes a drastic choice to avoid the new constraints. In a poignant and dramatic act, Serene shatters herself into countless crystal fragments. This self-fracture is a desperate measure to escape the constraints of the edicts, ensuring her survival, but in a different form. Serene's fragmented form now exists as scattered crystal shards across the world. Each shard carries a fragment of her divine essence, a silent testament to her attempt to evade the edicts while preserving her existence. In a final act of preservation and protection, Guthix brings the Stone of Jazz to the ancient Guthix Temple. The stone, a source of immense and unstable power, must be sealed away to prevent further calamity. Having secured the stone, Guthix embarks on a journey across Gielinor. His path takes him through the ravaged lands, where he witnesses firsthand the widespread devastation caused by the conflicts and upheavals. As Guthix traverses the scarred and broken world, his heart is heavy with grief. The destruction wrought by the God Wars and the upheavals is a stark reminder of the cost of divine conflict and the fragility of balance. Guthix's mourning manifests in a powerful and symbolic way. The tears of Guthix, the ethereal orbs of divine sorrow, begin to form around him. Each tear embodies the god's deep sadness and regret over the devastation that unfolded. In the wake of all the actions by Guthix, he establishes the Guardians of Guthix, a dedicated order tasked with upholding the principles of balance and preserving the harmony of Gielinor. The Guardians are entrusted with the sacred duty of maintaining equilibrium in the world, ensuring that the forces of chaos and order remain in balance. Their role becomes pivotal in safeguarding the legacy of Guthix. To aid in this sacred task, the Balance Elemental is created, a formidable entity embodying the essence of balance. Its existence serves as a living testament to the divine equilibrium that Guthix strives to protect. With the Guardians established and the Balance Elemental set in motion, Guthix prepares to return into his slumber. His task, though monumental, is now in the capable hands of his loyal followers. As the cataclysmic God Wars drew to a close, the land of Gielinor began to heal from the scars left by the divine conflicts. The Fourth Age dawned, marking a period of relative peace and recovery. It was during this time that the Gnomes, a reclusive and resourceful race, emerged from their underground sanctuaries. They had sought refuge deep beneath the earth to escape the devastating battles that raged on the surface. The Gnomes, ever cautious and ingenious, slowly began to re-establish their presence in the world. Their hidden cities, untouched by the chaos of the God Wars, became beacons of civilization amidst the ruins. The return of the Gnomes heralded a new era of growth and exploration, as they ventured into the remnants of a world reshaped by divine hands. In stark contrast to the Gnomes, the Dwarves remained oblivious to the end of the God Wars for millennia. Deep within their mountain fortresses, they continued their age-old traditions and crafts, cut off from the changing world above. Their isolation preserved their culture and technology, but left them unaware of the shifting powers and new alliances forming in Gielinor. However, peace was not universal in this age. The Fourth Age was also marked by internal strife and power struggles, particularly among the followers of the god Bandos. Banished at the end of the God Wars, Bandos' influence did not fade entirely. His loyal followers, warriors bred for battle, found themselves leaderless and aimless. In the ancient and formidable Warforge, these warriors turned on each other, igniting what became known as the Forge War. This brutal conflict saw Bandos' army divided, each faction vying for control in a desperate bid to claim dominance in the god's absence. The Warforge, a site of countless battles and bloodshed, became a symbol of the enduring chaos that Bandos' legacy had wrought. During the Fourth Age, the followers of Guthix, the god of balance, dramatically increased their devotion. Druids and other worshippers constructed numerous stone circles across Gielinor to honor Guthix and seek his guidance. These sacred sites became centers of worship, meditation, and ritual, embodying the principles of balance and harmony that Guthix represented. The stone circles served as gathering places for the faithful, who sought to maintain the delicate equilibrium of the world in the wake of the God Wars. Amidst these tumultuous times, another significant event began to unfold: the ritual of rejuvenation. This mysterious ceremony, held every 500 years, saw the remaining Majorat of Gielinor gather in the remote north. The ritual was a grim yet vital process, where one Majorat was sacrificed to imbue the others with renewed power. The cycle of sacrifice and rejuvenation was essential for their survival and strength. The ritual of rejuvenation was a dark testament to the Majorat's enduring struggle for power and immortality. Each iteration of the ritual brought tension and intrigue as the Majorat schemed and plotted, knowing that one of their own would be chosen for sacrifice. The ominous ceremony and the events leading up to it were collectively known as the ritual, and they played a crucial role in the power dynamics among the Majorat. During the Fourth Age, a new and formidable threat emerged: the Dragonkin. These ancient and powerful beings posed a significant danger to the world of Gielinor. However, a hero named Robert the Strong rose to meet this challenge. With unmatched bravery and skill, Robert the Strong drove the Dragonkin into hiding, curbing their menace and ensuring the safety of Gielinor's inhabitants. His legendary deeds against the Dragonkin cemented his place in history as one of the age's greatest heroes. As the Fourth Age progressed, the inhabitants of Gielinor began to establish permanent settlements, signifying a shift towards stability and growth. The island of Intrana, known for its peaceful monks and serene environment, became a significant site of settlement. The monks of Intrana, seeking tranquility and spiritual enlightenment, constructed their monastery, which became a beacon of peace in a world still recovering from the horrors of war. In the heart of Asgarnia, the mighty city of Falador rose. Founded by noble knights and their followers, Falador became a bastion of order and justice. Its grand white walls and bustling marketplaces symbolized the resurgence of civilization and the hope for a brighter future. Falador's establishments marked a significant step forwards towards rebuilding and unity among human kingdoms. Across the lush and tropical lands of Karamja, settlements began to flourish as well. The diverse and resource-rich environment of Karamja attracted settlers seeking new opportunities and adventures. From the bustling ports of Musa Point to the mysterious jungles of Shiloh Village, Karamja became a land of exploration and promise, drawing people from all corners of Gielinor. Another significant event of the Fourth Age was the founding of Avaroka, later known as Varrock. This city holds the distinction of being the oldest surviving human settlement outside the Caridian Desert. Its origins are intertwined with the legend of Arav, one of Gielinor's most celebrated heroes. Avaroka's founding began with a tribe discovering an abandoned baby. Viewing this child as a good omen, they adopted him. This child would grow up to become Arav, whose heroic deeds and legendary status became the cornerstone of Varrock's history. Under Arav's influence and the tribe's growing power, Avaroka expanded and prospered. The people of Avaroka, emboldened by their increasing strength, began to conquer neighboring tribes, eventually forming the first human nation of Mistalin. However, during the mid-Fourth Age, Mistalin was a less cohesive nation and more a loose conglomeration of tribes united under Varrock's influence. True nationhood, as understood by modern scholars, would not materialize until the end of the Fourth Age. As large human settlements fortified themselves, the goblin tribes faced a dire struggle for survival and resources. When the Fourth Age began, many goblin tribes fiercely competed against other races. In the early Fourth Age, goblins battled with ogres in the Feldip Hills. where they had coexisted for ages. However, the ogre's superior strength forced the goblins to migrate northward to the Kandarian areas. Here, the goblins clashed with gnomes, leading to intense battles. The gnomes, utilizing powerful illusion spells, managed to repel the goblin attacks, forcing them to cease their assaults and settle wherever they could find refuge. As the Fourth Age progressed, the goblins found themselves increasingly outmatched in the competition for resources. This infernal strife culminated in the infamous Battle of the Plain of Mud, where goblin tribes turned against each other in a desperate bid for dominance. The battle was so ferocious that it nearly drove the goblins to extinction. Throughout the Fourth Age, the majority of goblins weakened and their intelligence diminished, rendering them a minor threat to other races. Despite this decline, they continued to spread across regions such as Asgarnia and Mistalin. Eventually, near the end of the Fourth Age, some goblin tribes managed to establish small, permanent settlements, with Goblin Village becoming the most well-known. Meanwhile, the cave goblins remained secluded underground, free from major conflicts. Their main city, Dorgesh Khan, flourished, advancing in magic and technology. In the early 19th century of the Fourth Age, they made contact with Juna and light creatures, marking a significant milestone in their history. Despite the increasing settlements and growing stability, Mistalin, particularly Avaroka, faced a dire threat from the dark creatures of Mauritania. These malevolent beings launched relentless attacks on the fledgling human settlements, seeking to spread their corruption and chaos. Avaroka, standing as a beacon of human resilience, became the primary target of these assaults. In response to this existential threat, 7 brave priestly warriors rose to defend their homeland. These warriors, imbued with divine power and unwavering faith, fought valiantly against the forces of darkness. Their most significant act of defense was the blessing of the River Salve. By sanctifying its waters, they created a formidable barrier that was impassable to creatures aligned with Zamorak. This divine protection ensured that the dark creatures from Mauritania could no longer cross into Mistalin, securing the safety of its inhabitants and allowing the region to flourish free from the immediate threat of darkness. Now we turn to the north. Following Zamorak's banishment by Guthics at the end of the God Wars, a powerful Magirart named Bilrak awoke from a long slumber, reinvigorated and determined to find a way to bring Zamorak back to Gillinor. In the year 1225 of the Fourth Age, Bilrak began a monumental project, tunneling down in a peninsula east of the wilderness. With a large workforce of humans, giants, and hobgoblins, he sought to reach the Rift, an interplanar portal that could presumably bypass the edicts of Guthics and allow Zamorak to return to Gillinor. The vast network of tunnels Bilrak created came to be known as Demonheim. As he delved deeper, guided by dark whispers, Bilrak faced numerous unforeseen challenges. The very structure of Demonheim seemed to resist his efforts, continually distorting the tunnels and altering their layout, often cutting off personnel and resources. Bilrak's ruthless determination led to the deaths of many of his workers. His workforce lived in constant fear and misery, as Bilrak showed no mercy. When his giants could no longer fit through the narrow tunnels dug by humans, he ordered them massacred, using their remains to feed other slaves. Bilrak also conducted breeding programs to replace his weakened servants and to create what he called improved slaves, experimenting with giants, goblins, and humans in his quest for an ideal workforce. As the Fourth Age continued, settlers ventured up the River Salve, seeking new lands to inhabit. Despite the warnings they received at Patadomus, they established settlements in their eerie and mysterious region of Mauritania. Among these were the towns of Canifis, Port Phasmatis, and Fenkenstrain's castle. Unfortunately, these settlements soon fell under the dominion of the vampires. Port Phasmatis experienced a brief period of liberation, only to be betrayed by their savior, Necrovarus. The inhabitants who had hoped for freedom found themselves transformed into ghosts, enslaved by Necrovarus's dark magic. This tragic turn of events highlighted the perilous nature of settling in Mauritania. In modern-day Kandarin, the elves discovered the abandoned and inaccessible Arandar mountain pass. 5 scouts were sent to explore the mountains, but only 1 returned. He brought back tales of the Iorwerth clan's rebellion. In response, King Baxdorian ordered the elves to return to Tiranwin to retake Prifddinas. However, their efforts ended in failure. King Baxtorian returned to find his kingdom in ruins and his wife dead. Heartbroken, he is said to have buried himself under a waterfall, consumed by grief. The town of Lumbridge was founded in Misthalin during the Fourth Age. The first Duke of Lumbridge is believed to have been named Polonius, and the town was commissioned by King Claudius. Shortly after, Alcarid was built, but its people maintained their independence from Misthalin. These two settlements marked significant developments in the human civilization of Gielinor. One of the most pivotal discoveries of the Fourth Age was the uncovering of rune essence. This remarkable resource led to the dominance of humans in magical arts and marked the end of the Fourth Age. With the ability to craft powerful runes, humans gained a significant advantage, shaping the future of Gielinor. Several notable events from the Fourth Age remain shrouded in mystery, with their exact dates unknown. Among these, the dragon Garruk, who had destroyed many villages near the wilderness, was slain by the hero Komora. Morton was affected by a haze originating from Castle Draken, transforming its inhabitants into the afflicted and disturbing shades in their catacombs. This event, according to the diary of Herbie Flax, occurred when Avaroka had been renamed to Varrock. The Zamorakian Order of Black Knights was established in northern Asgarnia, leading to constant conflict with the White Knights. This strife eventually led to the political overthrow and exile of the Black Knights from Asgarnia, setting the stage for their declaration of war against the White Knights into the Fifth Age. And that, my fellow adventurers, brings us to the end of our journey through the rich and storied history of Gielinor. From the birth of the world in the First Age to the cataclysmic events of the Second, the wars and turmoil of the Third Age, and finally the shaping of the world in the Fourth Age. These epochs have laid the foundation for the incredible world we step into as players. As we mark the dawn of the Fifth Age, it's important to remember that all the events we've explored today are part of the tapestry of history that predates our arrival in RuneScape. Each story, each conflict, and each triumph has set the stage for the adventures we embark on. Creating this video was a monumental task, but it was a labor of love. Diving deep into the lore and bringing these tales to life has been an incredibly rewarding experience, and I hope you've enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed making it. If you found this journey through the ages of RuneScape as fascinating as I did, please consider giving the video a like and subscribing for more lore explorations and adventures. Your support means the world and helps me continue to create content like this one. Also, let me know in the comments if you'd like to see another video covering the events of the 5th and 6th ages. There's so much more to explore, but I wanted to leave the video spoiler free, and I'd love to dive into those eras with all of you. Thank you for joining me today, and until next time, may your quests be epic and your loot plentiful. See you in Gielinor.
It's a morning in the summer of 2008. You're in the swing of summer break enjoying some time on the family gateway computer. You go to Miniclip, you launch your favorite game, RuneScape, when your phone buzzes and you flip it open. What? The RuneScape website had just been updated and your friend happened to see something that he shouldn't. A new skill. Sailing. At least, that's what everyone thought. This image right here blew up at the time, sending the community into a frenzy, hunting for any sign to confirm the new skill. Sadly, Mod Dave came out on the forums pretty quickly to give us all the truth. The image wasn't real. It was a joke played on Mr. Fangallo, also known as Baby Bear OSRS, by a friend of his, but this is where sailing started. Now, since this initial joke, there was always folks in the community hunting for proof of sailing, but things were pretty quiet on the sailing front for many years after this, while other skills were in development, such as dungeoneering and summoning. We did get a small teaser in the April Fool's post in 2011, sandwiched between everything else, one word, sailing. But that was pretty much it from an official capacity for a while. Of course, over the years, RuneScape itself went through many controversial changes, which eventually led to a vote in early 2013 to release another version of the game, a more nostalgic version of the game, now called Old School RuneScape. And while this isn't quite where our sailing story picks back up, it is important to note Old School was born of a poll, and as part of its release would also be including an in-game poll system to vote on changes for future updates, where everything polled required a 75% threshold in order to continue through development for later release. This will impact sailing in a number of ways, but more on that later. Fast forward a year to April 1st, 2014. Folks at Jagex must have really loved the old meme because, lo and behold, they put sailing into the game. Players logged in on the morning of April 1st to find boats off the shore of Draenor Village. You could speak to the NPC here and he'd let you quote-unquote sail to an island, see a little quip from a different NPC, and then you'd quickly come back. Each trip would even grant you XP, allowing you to level the skill, though it would reset around level 20. Obviously, this was a joke, but this ignited a passion for adding a new skill to Old School. People absolutely loved this. So, the team got hard to work in designing a skill pitch, but it wouldn't be sailing yet. Shortly after this whole thing, in the summer of 2014, the team presented the Artisan skill, often referred to as the Slayer of Skilling. You'd be able to get a task to either gather a resource or create some items, and then in turn, that would grant XP and rewards. As you leveled up this skill, it would give different skilling quality of lifestyle perks, like something to store bowstring, an ability to save burnt food, an equipable item for storing various skilling tools, etc. Ultimately though, this skill failed the poll at a rough 56.5%, nearly 20% below the passing threshold. All of the related rewards failed alongside it, but something interesting you'll notice about anything the team works on, even if it fails, parts of whatever failed will live on either in future skills or as individual releases, such as redwood logs and quartz, which later turned into amethyst from this Artisan pitch. While Artisan failed, there was still a hunger for a new skill, so the team tried again a year later in 2015, and this time was the one we've all been waiting for, sailing. After the initial announcement, the team put out an official trailer, and just look at some of the stuff that they had in here. Fighting krakens, meeting mermaids, exploring Atlantis, diving for sunken treasure. I mean, they were really shooting for the moon here. At this time, the team was quite small, and there was much less to the pitch from what we've come to expect today, but even with that, there was mention of things like navigation that felt similar to the way that you move your character on land, having multiple ships, having a crew, improving your cannons, upgrading your hull, things like that. There's actually a ton in here that sounds really familiar to the sailing of today. But before I get ahead of myself, this iteration of sailing, for better or for worse, failed. 67.9%, just around 8% below the passing threshold. However, that is actually quite a bit better than how Artisan fared just a year earlier at that 56.5%. This is a really strong signal for a new skill, and not all was lost as many of the rewards from this pitch also made it into Old School over the following few years. Things like Zenites, the Augury and Rigger Prayers, Fossil Island, and a bunch of other stuff. But with another failed skill pitch, the team was ready to switch focus to adding content in other areas of the game. Now, from late 2015 to 2018, we got a ton of stuff like Zaya, our first raid, our second raid, the Inferno, Hardcore Iron Man, a Dead Man Mode tournament, 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 a Dead Man Mode tournament. Sorry about that. I think the tape got stuck for a bit there. Golly. Jeez. We had so many Dead Man Mode tournaments for a few years. Like, it's actually crazy to think about it now. But it is now October 2018. RuneFest is in full swing, and the development team is ready to announce another skill pitch, warding. Now, it took a few months for us to get more information, but warding was essentially what smithing and fletching are for melee and range. That is to say, it was the method for crafting magical armors and enhancements. At the time, magic was pretty lackluster in terms of progression, essentially going from mystics to Arims to ancestral, which are some pretty big gaps. The team spent a ton of time trying to make it feel integrated with the world, making sure that it really felt old school in nature, and personally, I think they nailed that fact. The problem is, as a skill, it really wasn't exciting. If you just look at the skills it was trying to be adjacent to, smithing and fletching, those aren't exactly the most exciting skills either. So when it was polled in July of 2019, it failed at 66.4%, still a good 9% below that passing threshold, and even 1.5% worse than that sailing pitch back in 2015. Ouch. As with other failed skills, we actually did get many of the rewards, such as the Abyssal Lantern, the Colossal Rune Essence Pouch, an upgrade to the Rune Pouch, some of the armors like Bloodbark and Dagonhai, among other things. All that said, it was time for another quiet period for skill pitches. Now, between late 2019 and 2022, there was a growing conversation around whether the 75% voting threshold in the polls should be reduced. The theory behind this was not many players would even vote in any given poll, which meant the higher the passing threshold was, the easier it was for a small group of players to deny updates. You can think about it this way. If 10% of the players show up and decide to vote in a poll, only 2.5% of the game's population had to say no for an update to fail. Now, at the time, it was hard to say exactly how much of an impact this would have on the integrity of the game, considering Jagex could always make, quote, integrity changes without the polling system, and they had done so previously. At the end of the day, though, in October of 2022, they pulled the trigger and reduced the passing threshold from 75% to 70% for old school polls. Keep in mind, none of the previous skill pitches would have been impacted by this, but we're coming up to a big moment where this does matter. At the Winter Summit, just a few months later, the team was ready to try again with the skill pitch, but this time, they wanted to take a new approach. Now, you can see it here. In breaking it up this way, it meant rather than voting on a skill pitch, we'd get a vote at every step along the way, whether or not the developers would proceed further into this process. The goal with this was to make an efficient use of time, starting with the most important question, do you want a new skill? And even with the new voting threshold, the community resoundingly said yes at 80.9%. And with that yes, in January of 2023, that kicked us off into this community consultation phase. This is where Jagex would work with the community to define what sort of new skills should come into the game. There were heaps and heaps of ideas within the community. Two of my personal favorites were exploration and barding. I just love the effort that people in the community put in to create stuff like this. I'll have links for each of the Reddit posts down below if you want to check them out yourself, because they are great reads. So this phase was a lot of fun. A lot of ideas were thrown around, and it continued for a few months until March of 2023, where the development team took all of the best ideas from these beloved communities. It's a morning in the summer of by a mere 500 votes. But keep in mind, people could select more than one here. I myself went for both sailing and shamanism, and looking at the results, it's safe to say these two were the community favorites as well. The second question was to help clear up a winner. Which skill is your favorite? And for this question, you could only pick one option, and this is really the question where sailing won the vote. It had a 3% lead above any of the other options. Yes, not a huge margin by any means, but sizable enough. However, you'll notice this poll didn't have anything to do with that 70% threshold, and you're right. This vote just helped us move forward in that new process to the refinement stage. Things were fairly quiet for the following few months while the team worked on refining the sailing pitch. They knew for a skill to have any hope of being approved by the community that it needed to be really fleshed out before getting in front of people in the polls. During this phase, they hashed out the core systems for training and playing the skill, how navigating and the world map would work, some loose reward concepts, and how they would integrate the skill into the wider game so it didn't just feel like it was slapped on the side with duct tape. For those who wanted to be more involved in this process, they set up a dedicated sailing Discord channel and would have modcasts for each stage, some of which we got multiple for. This also gave you a channel where you could provide feedback directly to the team about these different topics as they were working their way through them. But it can only be refined for so long without putting it to a vote. Following the Summer Summit in August of 2023, we got the question, should sailing be added as old school RuneScape's first new skill? Now, before I show you the results, I have to tell you, Jagex caught some flack for this question. Unlike previous skill pitches, which had a dedicated poll going over both the skill and the related methods and rewards, this was just one question. Not only that, it was one question sandwiched in the middle of all the other items that were talked about at the Summer Summit. Things like Barlamore, the Path of Glofri quest, improving Chambers of Zarek, and some other things as well. Like, I think it's some fair criticism here that Jagex really buried the lead on this one. And it was made worse by the fact that, well, you remember about 8 months ago when they lowered the passing threshold from 75% to 70%? Yeah, sailing passed at 71.9%. Talk about a bit of a close call there. This did spawn a lot of conspiracy theories that the threshold was lowered to make sailing pass. I think given the timeline, that's just not true. This is also the highest percentage we've seen on any of the skill pitches over the years, for what that's worth. Of course, that didn't dissuade anyone from pointing fingers, and fair. This particular question certainly could have been handled better. You know, it's funny. This created so much controversy in the community, both from people who preferred the other skill pitches and from people who didn't want a new skill, that Jagex felt the need to put out a few poll result graphs to try and bring people together. And I mean, just look at these. I feel like when you get to this point, you just stick to your guns. I can't imagine that this convinced anyone who wasn't already okay with moving forward with sailing. But I digress. Whether you agree or not, we're living in the timeline where sailing passed, so development would carry forward. In January of 2024, we got this rough sailing timeline, and then things went quiet for a few months while some of the back-end work was done. Next thing we heard about sailing was in May of 2024, where we got the technical demo. While it wasn't exactly visually impressive, this was a big step in showing it was actually possible. I remember a lot of people being worried the game just couldn't do sailing, and I think this demo really helped prove otherwise for a lot of folks. But things again would be pretty quiet for a while, unless you were one of the lucky few near Jagex HQ who got to go in for playtesting in August of 2024. For the rest of us, we wouldn't really hear anything about sailing until March of 2025. It was here at RuneFest that they had an alpha prepared. For anyone that was able to attend RuneFest at the time, they got to play the alpha at the event, which is pretty cool. And just about a week later, they released sailing in open alpha to the entire player base. Considering how quiet things had been on the sailing front, I think for many this is when it became real. The alpha included the ability to get 2 boats, upgrade some different pieces of it, sail around in this area of the sea, and interact with all kinds of different things. We even had a cool completionist style checklist thing for anybody who wanted to go hard during the alpha. I think I personally spent around 20 hours messing around on the high seas. Now, a lot of folks did complain at the time about a lack of content here, but the majority of the community seemed to react very positively to this alpha event. It's something about being able to just sail into the open seas just captured people's imagination. And after this alpha event is really when our timeline starts to pick up. In June, we got our first big content poll, and everything passed. They also reran what was essentially the alpha, but with more polished backend systems in place. In August, we got our second big content poll, along with some server stress testing, and again, everything in the poll passed. And then in October, we got our final content poll, everything passed again, and we got the official announcement for Sailing's launch date, November 19th, 2025. And that brings us up to today. The sailing skill, which started as some spoofed up screenshot between friends back in 2008, is now a full-fledged skill in old school RuneScape. We've got navigating the high seas with different types of boats, crew members you can recruit, ships you can salvage, different tiers of cannonballs to fire, islands to explore. I mean, man, you name it. There is so much to talk about with this skill, all the different activities you can do with it, how the launch has been received, major issues that came with it, how a new skill in 2025 is impacting the game's economy, and I will talk about it in this video here. I hope you've enjoyed this little jaunt down memory lane. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you there.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome back to another episode of the Duo Group Iron Man. In the last video, I prepped for Sailing and Sailing came out, and even as of the day I'm recording this, Sailing has just come out like 13 hours ago. And currently, me and Spookdog have been training it all day today. I'm level 30 Sailing, Spookdog is at level 28, and the plan for today, or for this video, is just to keep on training Sailing and get it as high as we can. Right now, I have to edit the previous video and I want to AFK, and the AFK sailing method is doing shipwreck salvaging. But there's some upgrades I want to make to my boat before I start doing the shipwreck salvaging, and for that I'm going to need lead bars. And we can make lead bars from lead ore, and there's lead ore right here. I brought superheats with me to maximize my inventory space because I think it's 2 lead ores per bar. Yeah. And with the expert mining gloves I get, let's see how many leads I get. 1, 2, 3, 4 before it depletes. How much are these worth? Because they are tradable. 260. Well, I'm sure this is going to change quite a lot. Here's the lead bar page on the wiki, and this is the list of the things that you make, or the upgrades that you make on your ship using lead bars. So there's quite a few things. Dude, wait. The portal nexus, it's definitely smaller. That's so weird. Why did the portal nexus become smaller? Okay, anyways, I wasn't doing like a bunch of lead bars. I just wanted to get a couple quick inventories so I can make these upgrades and get to AFKing and editing. There's no bank in the shipyard, so I'm gonna have to just make one thing at a time pretty much because it requires a lot of different supplies. But first thing I want to do is upgrade the salvaging hook to steel. And you don't even have to build these in the specific order. You don't have to start with like bronze, iron, steel. You can just build whatever tier you want. Or in this case, we're going right from the regular cargo hold to the teak cargo hold. Let's upgrade that. Bit of construction XP. If we look at the sailing skill guide and check out the shipwreck salvaging, the highest tier I could do is the fisherman shipwrecks. And of course, with salvaging, it's the AFK method, which means I'd want to have as empty of an inventory as possible and as empty of a cargo hold as possible, so I can stay out here as long as possible. Once I get to the salvaging spot, I'm going to set the boat down, deploy salvaging hook, and then just start AFKing. And this spot moves. I don't know how long it takes for these spots to move, but you can see they're around the area, and it's the ones that aren't bare. You can see that's more bare, and this has like seaweed around it, and there's more stuff. That's how you know that's the one you're supposed to go to. And the reason I wanted to upgrade the cargo hold is so that I could store more in here before I have to go and sort these at the dock. This has a capacity of 60. I filled up both the cargo hold and my inventory, and I have to find a dock to clean this out. I don't know if this dock has a salvaging station. I guess we could check. Well, oh no, I don't even have the sailing level to disembark here anyways. This is the spot where I'm doing the salvaging at. I think this is probably the closest port to go to. All you do is click sort salvage and it will automatically do your whole inventory. I'll just have to drop all this stuff and then do a couple inventories going back and forth to the boat. But it's pretty nice how fast you go through this, just seeing the constant XP drops. I know 9 XP doesn't sound like a lot, but when it's 1000 XP to level and you're getting 9 XP every few ticks, it's pretty nice. You don't have to open this up every time and click to put them in. You could just do quick deposit that deposits everything in your inventory that can go in the cargo hold. You can get clue scrolls from shipwreck salvaging. This is huge news for the AFK community. Well, it's been 1 hour. Yeah, there's exactly 1 hour, 6370 sailing XP in 1 hour of doing the level 26 shipwreck salvaging. I thought that could be important to note down. And also, just got level 34 sailing. There is 35 sailing, which means I can now salvage Barracuda shipwrecks. That is the next tier of AFK sailing training, the next tier of salvaging, and I can build an iron cannon. I'm almost done getting my video uploaded, so I'm not going to move over to the Barracuda shipwrecks right now. I'm going to just continue on with the fishy shipwrecks just for a little bit longer. Almost done. Alright, got my video uploaded, and during this AFK time, I've gone from level 30 to level 36. And you know, every 7 levels, you double your total XP, so like almost half the sailing XP I've gained has been from during this little AFK session for not even 2 hours. The next goal or sailing level milestone I'll be looking towards at this point is going to be level 45, because that is the requirement for the final quest that we haven't done yet, Troubled Tortugans. My boat is at the Pandemonium, but can I still make upgrades to it even though I'm at a different port right now? If I go to customize boats, oh no, I do have to go to the Pandemonium thing. Or wait, there is a recover option. Is this just, can you pay for it to be moved here? Is that what that is? Recover your boat for 3750. Is that moving it or is that just repairing it? I don't know. Oh, it does move it here. Okay, cool. Does that repair it too though? No, I'm curious. Recover. Oh no, it's not repaired. I want to try the Barracuda trials, but there's 2 requirements for your boat. You have to have this, the iron helm, and then the other one is oak masts and linen sails. I'll build that in a minute. I got some other items here though to upgrade some other things. The highest tier of cannon I can build right now is the iron cannon. It can use up to iron cannonballs, and it says it has a crew requirement 2 privateering. I don't know what that means. I was looking at the teak mast and canvas sails, and you would need 5 bolts of canvas. So I was like, oh, how do you get that? You need 2 hemp yarn for 1 bolt of canvas. I was like, okay, well, how do you get hemp yarn? Hemp yarn, you need 1 hemp. I was like, okay, well, how do you get hemp? It's like, you have to harvest it from a hops patch. I guess nothing drops it, or nothing that we know of. So I'm like, okay, well, how do you get hemp seeds then? It's like one small favor to get this. Here's the ways you get it. So I'll be making the oak mast and linen sails instead, which is the bare requirement for the Temper Barracuda trials. But for that, I need 5 bolts of linen. Thankfully, the linen is a little bit easier to get compared to the whatever the other one was with the hemp, because all you need to make a linen is 1 flax. 1 flax for 1 linen yarn. To make the linen yarn into bolts of linen, you just weave it on a loom, and it uses 2 per 1 bolt. It seems like a nice spot to make this at because there's a spinning wheel right next to a loom in Fossil Island. You just have to build this yourself. I'm gonna build the oak mast and linen sails, and in the last video I got this shark trim. I never ended up building it though, because at the time I did not have the sailing requirement, which is 25, but I now have that, so I'm gonna add that onto my boat. There's these 2 types of items. There's hull parts like wooden, oak, teak, and so on. And then there's also keel parts, bronze, iron, steel, and so on. To make these parts, you need 5 of the corresponding material to make 1 of the parts. So like a bronze keel part would be 5 bronze bars to make 1. So this would effectively be 50 bronze bars, or for the hull, to get 10 wooden hull parts, that would be effectively 50 planks. For the wooden hull parts, you bring them to a shipwright's workbench, which are at different ports, and you click hull parts, or you can make repair kits as well. And yeah, it's going to use 5 for each one of these. Hey, it's almost like an AFK construction training method. It kind of reminds me of like making Addy plate bodies on the Varrock anvil. very similar vibes, except I think this is pretty bad XP per plank. There's the upgrade to the teak hull, and for the keel parts, you can make them on any anvil. There's probably some interesting money makers that are coming out of this, at least temporarily, while there's such a surge in demand for all these items like the keel parts and so many other things. This iron keel, I think, is the last upgrade I'm going to make before I get back to training sailing. I found out what privateering 2 is. Those are the 3 skills: helmsmanship, privateering, deckhandiness, and those are the levels of these crewmates that you can hire. I can't even hire the lowest level 1 jobless Jim, who also is only level 1 for privateering. It's pretty sick. I could just teleport the boat around to anywhere I'm able to dock it at. 4k GP, that's nothing for me. Oh, look at my boat now with all the upgrades and the cannon on it that I probably can't use. It looks so fancy now. But alas, we are off to the Storm Temper. I don't know where we're supposed to start Barracuda trials at. Maybe this way. Am I going to need repair kits? I have not made any supplies. I don't have any cannonballs. I don't have repair kits. Yeah, this must be the right spot. Here's the Barracuda shipwrecks. This is where I guess I'll be AFKing later, the level 35 salvaging. There's 4 different tiers you could do. There's unranked and then the 3 rank: swordfish, shark, and marlin. You have to complete the lower tier to unlock the better tier, and each time you complete a tier for the first time, you get this bonus sailing XP. This top XP is the amount of XP you get every time you complete that tier, but you get the bonus XP for your first completion of it. Of course, I'm going to start with the unranked one because I have no clue what I'm doing. I've really not watched any sailing content at all, and this one has no time limit. So let's do that. And we unlock a new music track. So I'm going along the path, picking up the crates as I go. There's something that speeds you up as well. We got the gust of wind as well. I want to make sure I get all the crates. And I also got to pick up the rum from this boat. Yeah, you're basically just going in a circle around the Temperos Island. Oh, I got it already. Okay. I noticed each time I get these crates, I get a little bit of sailing XP. This isn't too bad. I don't know what happens if you get hit with lightning, though. Will that damage the ship? Because I'll probably need to make some repair kits if so. And complete. Okay, that was easy. 150 sailing bonus XP for that. I think I'm ready for the actual swordfish run. Your temper tantrum completion count is 1. Oh, I'm putting it very close with the time. 147. Oh, wow. Yeah, 147, and the time to beat was 148, so I just barely got that. Wait. Oh no, I got 149. No! Dang. I did get damaged while I was doing that, so yeah, I do in fact take damage, and I should make some kits. Maybe I'll do a few more runs and then make some kits. Here we go. Yes. Second try, I got it, yes. 37 sailing, got the big 1385 sailing XP drop. I could build an anchor now. Stormy Key, yeah. Oh, that's another thing. Each time you complete a trial for the first time, along with getting the bonus XP, you also get this item. I think it's only the first time. I guess we'll find out if I get multiple, but at least for the first time. Imagine how crazy brain dead this is going to be once there's a RuneLite plugin for it. Okay, wait, I messed up. There's this reset option. Does that restart the trial? Okay. Yeah, so if you mess up and you don't want to like waste having to do the rest of the run, you could do that. Yeah, that was a lot faster time. 133, and looks like I do not, or you do not get dupes of the key for any of those completion items. Oh no, I made it like with 1 second to spare, but it turns out I forgot one of the rums. I have to get 2 rums. Where's the other rum at? I at least want to get the bonus XP from completing it, even if I don't make the time. Everyone's going counterclockwise. I don't know if there's like a direction you're supposed to go or there's a reason for that, but I feel dumb now because I'm just trying to get this extra rum to return. I'm going the opposite direction as everyone else. They're all laughing at me. Okay, what was the bonus XP we get for delivering this one? It is 650. Still nice, even if you don't make the time. Oh, I think I get it. You could only deliver 1 rum at a time. And there's kind of 2 layers of these supplies. So you can do like the inside layer first and then do another run going along the outside edge. Okay, I'm messing this up as I'm talking, but I think I'm understanding now. And then for the highest tier one, there's probably going to be like 3 rounds going around with the outside layer or something. Yes, it's making sense. Even now, before there's a plugin, you could shift right click to mark the object for the lost supplies, or maybe there's an item ID you could enter in. No, it was so close. 258, 7 seconds off. Oh yeah, this is it, with plenty of time left over. There's 2650 sailing XP, 39 sailing, now build steel keel, and The item I got was the barrel stand. Yeah, this is great, dude. I really like this. I like the way it's integrated. Like, this is actually helping me a lot to get used to navigating with the ship and maneuvering it around. I do want to get this Marlin tier done, get this one-time completion bonus before I leave, and the time to beat is 4:30. Here's my first time completing the third tier, and I was 33 seconds off. That is quite a lot of time I'm gonna have to shave off. I need to get some repair kits now, and I'm gonna just teleport out. There's this message. You will lose the boat, you have to pay a gold fee, and you'll lose cargo on board. Yes, teleport away. Recover boat for 4K. Easy. There's the dog here, Joe, and he has a ball. You could take the ball and throw it. Aww. That's awesome. Anyways, I'm at the shipyard here because while you can make repair kits and better tiers of repair kits, you can buy the lowest tier. Does he bring the ball back to me? Oh no, he's just wandering around with his ball now. Hey, and there's a cat over here too. You can even pet the cat. The cat is content with the service you have provided. You get to live this time. Anyways, this guy, Shipwright Seb, will sell the lowest tier of repair kit for 195 GP each. I could load up my boat with them. Or, oh no, I can't load it up here. I have to leave the shipyard to load it up. Let's repair the boat because I've not done that yet. The wiki says all you do is, okay, yeah, just click apply and it'll fix the boat. Yeah, this lowest tier only repairs 5 HP at a time. Maybe I should make a better tier. I'm gonna make mahogany repair kits because that's the highest tier I can make. The next 3 highest tier are camphor, ironwood, and rosewood, which I do not have right now. So mahogany, you make 2 at a time, and it uses 2 mahogany planks, 10 mithril nails, and 5 swamp paste, and that's for each set of 2. And each one of these mahogany repair kits will heal 30 damage to your boat. Wait, I'm recovering my boat to Pandemonium, but it says you lose your cargo. I don't know if cargo only means the cargo that you do for the port tasks, or if it means literally everything you have in your cargo hold. Let's find out, I guess. I have all those mithril or mahogany repair kits in there. Hopefully they're still there because there's like 50 plus of them. Moment of truth. No, no, it actually does get rid of all of it. Well, it's a lesson to learn that whatever you put in your cargo hold, make sure you're willing to lose it in a worst case scenario. So I'll keep like the main supply of the repair kits in my bank and then just bring out with me what I think I'm going to need for that session. I'm just going to follow what everyone else is doing and maybe that'll get me the time. Because you know if they're going to this side, that they're doing the tier 3 trial or whatever, so I could just follow them. Oh, I've messed up already, hold on. Oh, about to get level 40 sailing during the Barracuda trial. Man, I thought I was doing so well too, but that was even worse than last time. Over 30 seconds off, 37 seconds. Oh, that was so close. 4:37, 7 seconds off. What I did that time is I did the inner circle first, then the middle, then the outside, so maybe that's the trick. Okay, when you get 6 hour logged, or just log off in general, while you're on the ocean, while you're sailing, what happens? You just appear where you were? Or do you get sent back to land? I'm still here. Nice. Come on, come on. Did I do it? Yes, I did it. I got 42 sailing from the big XP drop. Oh, yes. It was 13 total completion count. 426. Barely beat it by 4 seconds. I have achieved the Marlin rank. That's sick, dude. I got everything unlocked from here. And then going forward, if I were to do more of this trial, I wouldn't really have to be stressed about the time because I got the time out of the way. So no matter, even if I beat the time, I'm still going to get the 1250 bonus XP. We've got these 3 items here. Let's use them. The first thing is going to be the Stormy Key. There's this cave on Pandemonium where I was mining the lead before. And there's a chest right here that the key opens up. So let's see what we get from it. We get uncut sapphires. I already looked on the wiki earlier. It was 10k GP, uncut sapphires, and you get this outfit, the Storm Chaser's outfit. Wow, that is great sailing fashionscape. I don't know though, I feel like the Santa hat and booty shorts outfit is a bit too iconic to switch up, but at least I got these boots that I can wear now. I got the 1-2 buckle my shoes. That was the tier 1 reward from that trial. The tier 2 reward is the barrel stand, and that allows you to build the keg with 33 sailing. And the keg, you could store different drinks in here that you get. You get them as rewards from charting the sea. You get drinks you can put in here. And then those drinks will give you buffs while sailing. I do not have any available to me at the moment though. A lot of information on the wiki isn't all that specific because of how new sailing is, but from what it sounds like, it seems like when you drink from the keg, it'll increase certain levels. And on top of that, it looks like there's also passive effects. Just having the drink in the keg will give you a passive effect based on which drink it is. That is classic Jagex right there, making drinking a key component of new content in the game. And then for the tier 3, we get Ralph's fabric roll, and this is the Storm Chaser's flag. And now on the back of the boat, we got a blue flag waving in the wind. It is time for me to AFK, so I'm going over to the shipwreck salvaging, and this time we're doing it at the Barracudas instead of the fishy spot or whatever. And let's see how much XP we get for each of these salvages that we get up. 31. I keep seeing this message, I guess it's a crewmate from someone else's boat. So the crewmates can like take the salvage up and put them in the cargo hold for you. I should get a crewmate that does that. That sounds very useful for this. And how much XP do we get for sorting these salvages? 15. Yeah, so it's in line with the others because it's all been 50% of whatever the XP is from you get out there. Getting some very interesting things here. Oh, flax seeds. Okay, wait, no, I think we can get the hemp seeds as well. I'm pretty sure I saw that on the list. None of this stuff is probably worth keeping. Maybe, I don't know if flax seeds are rare, but I'll bank at least the flax seeds because I don't know if we're gonna need them. Probably won't, but I can't just put the teak repair kits back onto the boat because I don't want these repair kits to take up space in there. 44 sailing, I believe that's an upgrade for the salvaging. Yes, mithril salvaging hook. Salvaging hook, let's replace that and upgrade it to the mithril one. Oh, I just got that on the very last of the salvages I had, the boat bottle. It's a one-time consumable item that lets you transport your boat to different ports. So I just found out about something, which is why I stopped salvaging and just went to go loot it right now. You gotta check this out. So first we're gonna dig right here. We're gonna get this key. It's right next to that cave on the Pandemonium. Now we're in Port Piscarillius and we're gonna talk to me to recover the boat over here for 4k GP. And from here we are going to sail on down to Chinchampa Island, which requires 42 sailing to access. Got a couple more music tracks. It's a cute little island. It is very reminiscent of in RuneScape 2 when they added dungeoneering. They added all these resource areas around the game that gave you access to usually a lot of competitive resources, a bit more exclusive because it had a dungeoneering requirement, and this just feels very reminiscent of it. Like, oh, we unlocked this special hidden Chinchampa Island. I don't know if it's really worth catching chins here, but man, there's gotta be so many new islands around the game. I can't wait to explore even more. But right here, there's a chest, a lockbox, and this key is used to open the chest to get the salvaging station schematic, which is also a new collection log item. And this will allow me to build a salvaging station on my boat. Let's go ahead and read that. Teaches you how to build it on the boat. You take in everything the schematic covers and then discard it. I've now learned how to do that. There is a total of 10 lost schematics around the game to find, and that is one of them. While I'm here, I may as well chart that. I thought I was gonna have to grab some tools out the boat, but no, that's good. And there's a cooking pot space here. I got to remove this keg to build the salvaging station, which is perfectly fine because I was not using that. That's so cool, dude. The salvaging station just right next to the salvaging hook. That is sick. I would definitely highly recommend having this built before you're going to be like AFKing for the long term. It's going to save a lot of time and effort over having to come back to the port every time you fill up your cargo hold. I'm going to upgrade the helm from iron to steel. Jobless Jim, it's time to change your first name to Jim. Yeah, we got the first crew member. With the crewmate, I can click the command option and have him do whatever facility or part of the boat I want him to go to. So I'm gonna have him at the mithril salvaging hook. On the wiki page for sea charting, you can see all these different types of things to chart. It'll show you, I think, everything in the game. You could sort by the highest to lowest completion count or order by the seas, oceans. You could hide what you've already completed if you're using the WikiSync plugin. And if you click on the map, it'll show you all the locations for, it only shows for that specific type that you click on. So that was for all the duck type of charting. Or if I click on the diving one, you can see all the diving spots around the map. Or if you click on this option, the interactive map, this will show you all the different types around the game. And if you're using the WikiSync plugin and you put your name in there, they'll green out the ones that you've already done So this is extremely useful if you're going to be sea charting. Although I did not find this full entire interactive map until the next day after I'm recording the next clips.
I wonder if we could be on the same boat for sea charting, or if it matters.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think you could follow... Wait, can you follow? Oh no, you can't follow people in the boat. Or I mean, you can't follow other boats.
Yay!
Avast me, lassie. This is the part where I start hydro pumping on the poop deck.
Ew.
Have you done much sea charting, or have you gone specifically out of the way for sea charting yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so just like passive stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I've done too. Yeah, see if you could chart this. Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, I can.
nice.
Bookie.
Looks to have been part of a marketing-driven focus group. You know, some people have to pay good money for this service to get navigated around like this straight to all the charting locations.
It's so romantic.
Yeah, I'm like those guys at the Venetian, or I mean in Venice.
Yeah.
It's also like the Venetian.
Watch out.
Thanks.
There's a shipwreck there.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, you could try, see if it lets you.
It says the captain hasn't granted you permission to act as a navigator on this boat.
Oh. I click Edit Navigator and then select You. Yes, you can now act as a navigator.
Oh, it gives me a message in my chat box too.
Sick. Yeah, I'm gonna go edit. You tell me when to look at the screen again.
Okay. I don't know where we should go though.
I was just gonna go along the coast of Caribbean Desert. I also just realized I subconsciously clicked the sail without even paying attention, but I can trim the sail while you're navigating as well to speed up things, and I get the XP drop.
Wow, stealing my XP.
Oh, you can't drink this with other passengers on board. Okay, I'm kicking you off. Just kidding.
Yeah, I also can't drink mine.
We'll save it for later. The heat of the sun-baked seas builds around you. You will soon start to die of thirst. I guess it's warning you if you don't have a desert amulet for or water skins. I want to dig on every tile on that island and see if there's anything there. Not actually, that's too much work. I'll just wait till the wiki comes out with something. What if you go south from here? Like, will it let us? What's going to happen? Because we're at the edge of the map.
We fall off.
Oh yeah, duh. Everyone knows the Gilnore's flat. The seas here are dangerous. You cannot sail any further this way. Okay. Oh, there's a crate to the right, to the east.
Oh. Did I?
Good eye to you too, mate. Can we place the duck here? Yeah. The duck. Did you place yours?
Oh, he's so cute. Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. I can only see mine.
Live video of me chasing you.
Oh god, we're being attacked by the tiger shark. I don't have any repair kits with me.
I don't either.
Okay, collect the duck. Okay, we gotta grab our chips and dip on out of here.
Hey, it's my island. Pretty close by.
Dog nose?
Yeah.
I just... I drank one of the drinks and I woke up in Prif.
Do you have to be on a boat to do that? It looks like you do. I'll drink mine for fun. It also did the same thing.
Oh.
I'm so far from a bank.
Did you wake up in Prif or somewhere else?
In Hosidius. That's where my house is.
Oh. Oh yeah, it says in the chat box you wake up somewhere familiar. Oh yeah, my boat got moved to Port Sarim from drinking that potion. As an Iron Man, you cannot use facilities higher than a tier that you have previously built yourself. We're group Ironmen, so it's different. Do you want to try to just sail around the area, like specific areas, and try to like fully complete sections?
Sure.
It's one of those random events. Does that appear for you, or?
Yeah, it appeared for me, but when I clicked on it, it said someone else is already collecting that.
Oh, I thought I would have assumed it was unique for the individual. I didn't think that you could actually see that.
I thought so too.
Oh, I just completed the Lumbridge Basin. Was that complete for you too?
Oh.
3 out of 3.
Oh yeah. I think there's a current thing up there, like by the river.
Oh yeah. Good eye, good eye.
Good day to you too.
Can't use my own jokes against me.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, did you put your duck down?
Yeah. Quack, 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 quack.
Hello?
That was the current duck.
Oh, okay. I haven't done this before. Oh, this is I haven't done any of these. Have you done any of these diving ones?
No.
Can you tell me the raw ingredients and containers I need to make an apple pie? Oh, you actually have to type it out. It's not multiple choice. Uncooked apple pie. Pot of flour. Cooking apple. Pie dish. Yes. Without using the wiki. Well, I mean, using the wiki, but not to give the answers exactly. Never mind. Hey, 45 sailing. That's the requirement for a treble Tortugans. It's okay, I can wait for you.
I did it.
No, I mean to do the quest. The 45 sailing requirement.
Oh, yeah.
We're passing by one of the OG boats. The ogre boat. The OG stands for ogre. Oh, I don't like I don't like seeing pirates with a cannon right over there. The wiki does have the answers for, well, not all of them, but some of them, including this one, which is cabbage seed 5. That's it. 175 XP for that. Yeah, that wasn't even like a bonus XP. You just get a lot of XP from that one. The wiki doesn't have the answer to this one, but Reddit does. I think they say willow stock. Yeah, that was it.
Oh, okay.
I think that'll complete Caridian Sea. Yeah, 5 out of 5. Fully charting the sea has unlocked the use of some rapids within it. I've got a ton of these drinks, so cheers. Time to drink up. I am really sure. And I'm looking on the wiki as I drink these to see what they do. This one makes you cough 5 times, and each time you cough, it puts arrow tips in your inventory. And it's also 3 out of 3 for Felled Up Gulf. It unlocks the use of some rapids within it. Banana Daiquiri. This one turns the player into a banana.
It's the second funniest thing I've ever seen.
Let's see how salvaging works now that I have Jim here to help me out. If I just stop right here, is he gonna do his job? Yeah, he's doing it. And I get the XP. Wait, that's less XP though than if I was doing it myself, because when I was doing it, I was getting like 31 XP. Jim, go idle. It's okay. I'll do it. I want more XP. There's my full-size XP drop. Jim is really living up to his name. I've taken his job away from him. But here we go. The salvaging station right on the boat. That's awesome. That's so cool. You just AFK here forever if you wanted to. I was so worried about the size of the cargo hold at the start of the video. Psh, who even cares about the cargo hold now? Wait, just kidding actually, because the cargo hold probably is still useful for storing some of the stuff I get from the salvages. And 46 sailing. Yeah, I've come up with a goal for this video. It is going to be to complete the final quest on the group Iron Man Troubled Tortugans. Whenever Spook Dog gets 45 sailing, we'll go do that, but I'm just gonna have to wait till tomorrow. Sailing has now been out for 23 and a half hours. This is my first full day complete of sailing. I made it up to level 46. So at this rate, it's gonna be a total of just over 2 days to get to 99. That's how numbers work in RuneScape, right? Good morning. The cold fix has happened while I was asleep, and we're gonna log in and see how much returned sailing XP I get on my account. There was no XP drop when I logged in, and my XP is the same as it shows on the high scores, so I wonder if it just automatically gave me XP overnight or something. I want to build on my ship an inoculation station, and this will provide your ship immunity to fetid waters. It's, I guess, like bog protection. And that is because I want to sail over to around the Mythic Sea. I'm gonna be somewhere around this area. because there's a salvaging spot I want to check out. And I guess you need that protection to get through this type of water. A couple of my friends were telling me that there were some salvaging spots over here that never moved, or at worst there were two spots right next to each other that went back and forth to the point where you wouldn't even have to move your ship. But apparently that has been patched with the cold fix, and sounds like it wasn't intentional. I don't see it mentioned on the website of the fixes. Maybe they'll mention it later, maybe they'll never mention it. Maybe my friends are crazy and making up for attention, but yeah, the unlimited salvaging spot doesn't work. But I guess you could like go around here and try to find some kind of unlimited salvaging spot, or a spot that has two that goes back and forth between where you don't have to move. But it sounds like it's gonna be tough to find one now, and if you do find one, might get patched. I just got the first hemp seeds. It is taking a while to get these. Must be not too common. From these Barracuda salvages, the wiki estimates them as being about 1 out of 208. 47 sailing. Am I at the point now where I'm allowed to start showing every level, or is it... Yeah, I feel like... I don't know, I'm getting close to that point at least. 48 sailing. Ooh, message in the chat box for 23-25 total level. For the salvaging, I do try to place my ship between two shipwrecks, and honestly, it's not that often that I have to move, because when one of them does deplete, I just start salvaging, and a lot of the time, once I'm done salvaging, one of these shipwrecks will have replenished. I do want to go back to this known issues and fixes page on the website and just talk about a couple things that they changed in case you were unaware. Right now, the ability for someone else to board your boat is based on what your private chat is set to, so people that had their private chat set to all meant anyone could access their boat. And if someone has access to your boat, that means they could take things out of your cargo hold. And that's what people were doing, stealing a bunch of cannonballs and whatnot. And because of that, they've made a temporary fix so that the cargo hold is only accessible by the captain. But next week, they'll be adding a setting that will allow you to open up the cargo hold for other players on your boat to access, but it will by default be set to off. And in the future, they might even add more settings for the cargo hold to allow only certain people, like friends only, clans only, etc., to be able to access it. Boat names. There were some words that resulted in some unfortunate combinations that they've had to remove from the name pool. There is an NPC that will allow you to rename your ship around level 60 sailing. It sounds like this is already in the game, but most people don't have 60 sailing, so don't know about this NPC, so I think they're just letting us know that you will be able to change your name later on. Just because people are destroying their ships right now over and over to try and get a name that they like. Certain drinks from sea charting would teleport you away from your boat, which is intentional, but the game also unintentionally wiped items from the cargo hold for a brief period of time. So they are going to be returning these types of items to players that lost them from drinking these drinks. And then on the topic of the cargo hold, currently it wipes items upon capsizing or teleporting, which is intentional. However, they realize it can feel punishing and frustrating to players. So they have released a hotfix to limit the amount of cannonballs you can store up to 2,000 of each type. Next week they'll be discussing further alternative solutions. Oh, I got the level, but I have to click off of this to see it. 49 sailing. Shimmering Atoll. 50 sailing. And this is a pretty big one because I can now captain a sloop, the highest tier of boat in the game, and I could recruit Captain Syad from the desert mining camp. And most importantly, I'm now more than halfway to 99. Also want to point out the XP rate I've been getting while doing this pretty AFK, doing the Barracuda shipwreck salvaging with the mithril salvaging hook, around 45 to 50-ish sailing. It has been about 12k XP per hour. 51 sailing. You can see in the chat box that Spook Dog got 45 sailing, so we're off to start Trouble Tortugans. And the quest start is a very interesting spot because I think you have to sail to get there. There's not a teleport that takes you there, or at least not one that we have access to right now. It's right over here. This is the quest start. I think we went by this island yesterday when we were charting. Remember, there were some sharks over there attacking us. Yeah, here it is. Dock the buoy and disembark. And here is the injured Tortugan. Ooh, new music track, Mysterious Lands. Reminds me a lot of Master Roshi. Remember, he lived on that island and he had the turtle shell that he wore. And the final quest has been started. Whoa, we're on the island of the turtles, the Great Conch. Or sorry, the tortoises. I don't know if turtles is a derogatory term towards them. I don't know how they see that. Anyways, yeah, this place is sick. The Great Conch. It's also shaped like a conch. Who would have thought? Oh, this is where the new hardwood trees. Camphor, Jatoba. Yeah, I saw the forestry event. I was like, why would someone be chopping over here? This is so far away from everything. But yeah, it's the new trees. So this is the new Griffin creature, Slayer creature, which requires 51 Slayer to be able to fight them. And 51 Slayer is also the requirement for this quest. And there's the boss variant of it too, which we'll be fighting in just a moment. Oh, you get thrown back. Because I'm light. There's a fairy ring here. CJQ, along with a shortcut they could use to get into the town that requires 50 agility. Yes, this shell is going to look great for my Roshi cosplay. We've got the Armada assembled to take on Shelbane Griffin. Oh, I guess I don't weigh enough. Well, it doesn't really matter. The music track's name is What the Shell? What a great name. It seems like it's going to be a very Scurious-like Scurious and Moxliaddle, that type of boss fight. And there's a pet for this boss. Might be one of my new top 3 favorite pets in the game. Bloodhound, Hell Puppy, and maybe this one. I haven't seen the pet. I don't know exactly how it looks, but I assume it's just like a little version. Oop. Oh, there's your armor has started to corrode. Oh, that's fine. Boss has been defeated. And here we go. The final quest, Trouble Tortugans, is complete. 10,000 sailing XP. It saves me it's like 1 hour of shipwreck salvaging, my level. 52 sailing. After more than 4 years of playing Group Ironman, since the day of release, we have finally achieved the goal that we set out for from the very beginning, the Quest Cape.
Hey guys, what is up? It is No Help. Welcome back to another video today, and it's another sailing video, of course. We're at 43 currently, and we're gonna just go from here, obviously. So right now, I want to build the teak hull. This is gonna get some pretty big upgrades to the boat speed and also the boat hit points, right? So let's just build that. Massive freaking upgrade that we could have made to the boat. Okay, another thing I really want to do is upgrade my cargo hold. Now, how do I do that? Modify? Replace it. Yes, we want to do the teak cargo hold. Now, this will actually be able to hold 60 different things when we're doing the salvaging, which makes it more AFK. And I'm looking at the ironwood one at 150. That's so fucking good, man. But yeah, for now anyways, this is just gonna allow us to do better port tasks, right? So 60, build that. Oh my. Okay, now that we actually have our you know, hammer and saw, we can replace it and put on a teak cargo hold. Very nice. That looks beautiful. Jobless Jim is here, and we can actually hire him now. I didn't even realize that we were past the 40 sailing requirement. I'm not sure how we hire him, if we have to pay him or something like that. Join my crew. It's as easy as that. Okay, so now I can get Jobless Jim to do this. And I can just sail now and just be free as well at the same time. So he can just do all the work for me type thing. That is fucking cool. I mean, he's going to be able to do more, like fire the cannon and stuff like that. And we're obviously going to be able to get better people. Sorry about that, Jim. But, yeah, still pretty damn cool. I haven't seen anyone else on the boat, like, with Jobless Jim yet. Maybe they just don't show up or whatever. But, yeah, still hella cool. Yes, there we go. 45 sailing. This has access now to the brand new quest, the Troubled Tortugans. So this is the first time actually going to a new island, like in general. And yeah, it's just pretty much south of the Pandemonium. And this is where we start the quest to get the Great Conch. So the Troubled Tortugans, let's start this quest. Yep. Oh man, I've been looking so forward to come to this island, the Great Conch. We're actually fully, not fully. Okay, now we're fully on the island. Look at this, man. Brand new island of this size. Like, that's insane, the amount of content that we're gonna have here. There has to be a bank, right? There's a bank here. Can we access it, though, is the question. Looks like we might be able to without having to unlock anything. Oh. These are the new trees in the game. First time chopping them. They're the Jatoba trees. I think these are actually just used for the quest, which is kind of unfortunate. Do they even have a GE value? I guess, sort of. But we need 10 of them for the quest anyways. They're really cool looking logs. I wish they used them for more, to be honest. Oh god, boys. We got a griffin. What do we pray? Melee? Melee. This is the first time I'm wearing the backpack in a while, though, because, yeah, Max Cape's gone. So this seems like it's, like, AFK-able. Yo, check out this cape slot that we just got. The shield. Whoa, that's actually so cool. I'm a big fan of that. Okay, I think we're at the final destination now, and this is supposed to be the new boss anyways. So there's a little bit of a cutscene. This is supposed to be the Griffin boss, I think, where we get the new rapier from. I think we unlock the ability or something to fight them after this quest, maybe with Slayer tasks or something. The Shellbane Griffin. I'm not expecting too much, honestly. Probably just gonna AFK it, but yeah, is there any mechanics? I'm sure there's mechanics. It's like a low level. Oh wow, 23. Uh-oh, I better teleport away. Because we're not wearing the assembler, obviously. There's just amethyst darts all over the island, but oh shit, we're actually at a prayer. I mean, I don't think that really matters. It's like a Scurious, basically. Okay, he's done. I'm actually gonna pick up these amethyst darts because that's a lot of darts, bro, and I hate AFKing that. Like, I don't want to just AFK that for another league, you know? Okay, so I think we just talked to Floopa now after killing that boss, quote unquote, and I think that's actually the end of the quest, which is insane because it is currently 10 p.m. 10,000 sailing XP. Would you look at that? You have completed the Trouble Tortigans, 1 quest point, great contract access, 10,000 sailing, 8,000 Slayer. Not a big deal right there. But this means we have unlocked the quest cave, 46 sailing as well. Beautiful. Some nice stuff unlocked there. But that means we got the quest cape back on day 1 of sailing. We can wear one of our capes again, you know what I mean? We got the quest cape back, which is very nice to see. Not a max cape, but it's definitely something, nonetheless, right? It's cool, actually. The Great Con actually has a fairy ring, CJQ, so we can actually teleport here whenever we want now. We don't have to sail here. There's a bunch of cool stuff. Like, I know there is a new there's a new Calquat patch or something like that. Another one, which is really good. Obviously, we'll be doing that every day once life returns to normal after we get 99 sailing, right? But that's interesting. And there's also a mining site here, some rare trees, a bunch of hunter activities to do. Lots of stuff here on the Great Conch. So I'm going to do a couple of these port tasks just to test out my new cannon. We got the steel cannon now, and it seems like it's much better, this steel cannon anyways. I think we have to somehow loot this guy, harvest the morgue. Let's see what we get. We need, I think it's a mace or something like that. Doesn't look like we got it. Okay, back to firing the cannon and taking a lot of damage, it seems like. But now that I have the steel cannon, we can use like the regular cannonballs on the ship. So that's going to be pretty handy because we got like 10k in the bank or something. Yeah, these tasks seem like they're definitely worth doing. If I go to claim the reward here, we get a pretty good chunk of sailing experience. So I'm going to see maybe if there's another one of those because I actually didn't mind it. We've also got these bull sharks. I've seen those around too. I guess we'll do that one as well. 3 of the jaws that we need. Okay. Oh god, we're fighting these sharks. Look at their animation. They come up and like hit the boat like that. That's pretty damn cool. So we need to kill a couple of these. Hopefully we get lucky with the drops. We have enough cannonballs. I'm not sure if we have enough like of the repair kits, but after this task, hopefully we should be able to upgrade to a teak hull, and then we'll take on some more Barracuda trials. because I'm gonna get like a better, faster boat with the teak one, I believe, anyways. So it'll be quite a bit better. Yeah, that shark task took a while. We had to kill 12 sharks to get these 3 jaws. But we actually almost got the whole level from just the, like, shooting the cannon and stuff like that. 1700 XP, and we are up to 48 sailing now. We can do the Mahogany Hall, so I think that's what we're going to do right now. So whenever I need to go to one of these workbenches real quick, I think the one in Catherby is a nice teleport. You just teleport right to Catherby, and then you can just make these hull parts. Also, the repair kits, too. I should make a bunch of those while I'm here. So it takes 5 mahogany planks to make a hull part, and I think we need 10 of them. Let's check the XP for this. 350, bro. I heard people saying this won't be the meta, but I don't understand how it won't be. Like, there's a bank right here. Maybe it's worse XP, but, like, I don't know. It seems like it's going to be, like, really good. It's probably going to be expensive unless you end up making money with this in the future, but, I don't know. I think this is a really decent way that you could actually train construction, like, without even needing, like, a POH. Like, pretty good XP. Oh, this is also something cool we can do now. At 47 sailing, you can make the mahogany repair kits for the ship. I don't know how much these even heal. 30 damage to the boat, these heals. So this is going to be really, really good for doing those random, like, slayer tasks or whatever they are, bounty tasks. And this will also be good to stock up on some of these for the Barracuda trials. Even these, bro, are pretty damn good construction XP, and you can do, like, a whole inventory. Oh, no, there's a system update. Roll back, I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna upgrade this now. We should be able to make the, right here, the mahogany hull. So as you can see, it's gonna be a plus 75 to the hit points, and the boat speed will be 2, which currently we do have a 2 boat speed, but it's gonna make the actual, it'll just be stronger, right? The next one will be really cool too at 67. We can do the camper hull. So anyways, we'll build this one right now. And, yeah, there we go. We got a new boat. I want to check out some of the other stuff, some of these facilities. I saw somebody had, like, a salvaging station on there. That's a really good idea. Do I feel bad taking all this lead ore? Kind of. But I need to get some lead ore, and, I saw people superheating, and I'm like, damn, that's actually genius. I tried to use my max cape to swap it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I can't do that anymore. But yeah, we could just make these lead bars right here. This is very good. Okay, I think we have all of the parts now to make this hull. I didn't realize I was still rocking the bronze one, which is insane. But we'll build this steel one right now, and that should definitely make our boat stronger. Just looking at some of these are going to be insane to get. Like, look at this one here called the Teleport Focus. So it allows you to teleport the boat to the dock or mooring point you are at. So you won't have to, like, recall it, lose all your stuff. That costs a magic stone, though. Interesting. What other things? Oh, look at the steel hull. That looks actually so cool. Or the keel or whatever the hell it's called. Just at the front of the boat here. I want to finish this Barracuda trial so I can, like, upgrade the flag, as cringe as that sounds. But oh, we did it. We finally did the Barracuda trial, and we get the fabric piece. Very cool. I think we got a level from that, too. So we are at 49 sailing now. Very cool. So if we go to the start the trial process. Oh, it was literally exact 4:30 that we got it. Massive, massive level coming in here. 50 sailing. We're still doing the Barracuda trials just for now. I actually have to go out in a bit. I have a doctor's appointment today, so I can't be playing all fucking day. I almost really fucked that up. But, yeah, 50 sailing. Cool. Fucking hell. Well, apparently, I'll just read the update out. So, obviously, the game worlds were down for a while. So, yeah, our estimations for downtime needed to return all lost XP were incorrect. Rather than keeping the game offline for all players for even longer, we will be shortly bringing the worlds back online. That's why I was able to log in there and get the 50 sailing, right? So some players will find they have not yet gained their XP, blah, blah, blah. Then you're going to basically get kicked out. And if you were in combat, you will get instantly logged out. And they even disabled things temporarily, like Tombs of a Masket and Theater of Blood. So hopefully I can come back on soon. Okay, we're back in. I didn't see any XP. What the fuck was that? Okay, well, I'm in the middle of a Barracuda trial. They just left me here. Okay, I didn't realize at what level 50 you can actually buy a new boat. So wherever this guy is, buy a boat. This one right here, 200,000 GP. We will buy that. Your brand new boat has been delivered. So I guess we have to like fucking customize it now, right? Yeah. Oh, damn. It's a big boat, bro. Is this even going to be good for the Barracuda trials? Probably fucking not. But what do we... I guess we have to, like, fully upgrade it. We have to go back to the drawing boards, really. Oh, we have to do everything again. I'm thinking, like, this boat might be too big to do the Barracuda trials on. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to do it anyways. So what I'm going to do right now is upgrade this to the steel keel, which is 39... That took a long time to make these parts, though. Like, I was editing my video while I did it. Now I need to get the other parts. Okay, so now we got the rest of it, so we can go to customize boat. These took, again, a very long time to make, and I don't know how accurate this price is, but, like, take a look at that. That's 600K right there down the drain. Probably more than that. We go to the hull, we can build a mahogany hull. So let's just do that right now. We got everything we need. Hopefully we get some XP for this. About 1,000 XP. Cool. I don't know if you guys know about this, but you know that key that you get for the very first Barracuda trial? Oh, I guess we could use the... I didn't get that XP yet. You come into here with this key. I just looked it up on the wiki, and there's a chest that's in here somewhere. I think I saw it before, tried to open it. Yeah, it's right here. And if we open this chest, you get like a sailing outfit, I believe. Look at that. That is so cool. And yeah, we got this new sailing out. Oh, we look like a fucking boss now. I also wanted to do this because I thought this was pretty cool. We can add our Barracuda flag onto the ship. So, yep, just build that right here. And now we'll have the Barracuda flag on the ship. I don't see it, but yeah. Okay, so this is going to be the very first time going out on my boat, this new boat anyways. Now, I'm kind of curious, is this going to be terrible for doing the Barracuda trials? I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do the Barracuda trials on this boat, but still pretty damn cool. I don't think we're going to be able to do the trials on this boat, but looks pretty good. It's going to be really good for obviously doing things like the port tasks and stuff like that eventually when we build everything. There's our flag. Oh, we look like a fucking badass, bro. Yeah, you can only take part in with this skiff. Yeah, because that flag's so cool, I think I want to add it to my skiff as well, just to, you know, show off that I was able to do the Barracuda trial. Not like that's a huge accomplishment or anything like that, but, yeah, we got it on our boat now. Okay, we're back to doing the Barracuda trials, and I am a huge fan of that flag. I just like these, like, cosmetic rewards. Even this outfit looks pretty damn cool now, too. Yep, so I think it's 54 we can unlock the mithril keel or whatever the hell it's called. So I guess that's what we're going for now. New PB. That has to be, right? It wasn't? Okay. Okay, I went out of the way to upgrade this. I think this is going to be somewhat important, right? There's no way I did that. Okay, 54 sailing. So yeah, you can now blah blah blah, and this is where we could do the mithril. Okay, so now we can customize the boat and go to the modify, and we should be able to do the mithril keel, which will actually give us some more boat armor. Very nice. Beautiful. Ooh, there we go. 55 sailing. We can now do the Jubbly Jive Barracuda trial, so that is where we're gonna go. So the wiki's saying we need to build this station in order to do the Barracuda trial. We also need the mithril helm, which we already have. I'm not sure what these potions are, but steel nails and teak planks. Apparently there's a guy at Castle Wars that sells those potions, because I was not looking forward to hopping worlds for this. The grass or whatever you need for it. Okay, so they sell these actually right here, so I'm going to buy some of them. We need, I think it's 6 of the 4-dose ones, so we can just mix them together, right? Oh, beautiful. Okay, so we can build this now. Very cool, and I think we're good to go, like, on the waters now. I don't know if there's anything else we should upgrade. So apparently Jagex buffed the XP for doing this sea charting. This animation I think is too long too. Maybe they should change that or maybe speed it up or something. It's cool to like look at the thing, like, but it used to give 15, so now it gives 50. Like, it's still really not worth it in my opinion, man. Like, I don't know. Okay, so we're currently making our way over to the new Barracuda Trial, which is here in this dangerous water. If you don't build that station, you'll get, like, poisoned in the water. I did that on day one. I was, like, doing a task, and I came over here. And, yeah. Oh, I already see these little pools. So this is part of the Barracuda Trial right here, it looks like. This one seemed like it was hard. You have to, like, tag these different outposts. I'm probably gonna have no idea what I'm doing, but, I think we're almost there. Okay, so we're gonna obviously tag everything again. I don't even know who do I start this with? This guy? Talk to him maybe? Blah blah blah. Jubbly. Barracuda Trials. Yeah, people were saying online that this one sucks. Oh, I'm really not looking forward to tagging all these fucking crates again. There's so many, it looks like. And there's a new mechanic where you have to like grab these jubblies and throw them at these flags, I believe. Okay, so we're gonna just start the trial right here. We'll do this one right here, the swordfish one. You get a key again, so we're not gonna complete it on the first try, but this is just sort of to figure out where all the crates are, and then we can highlight the crates. A lot of people are asking me how you do that. It's like a RuneLite plugin called Mark Objects or Object Marker, and then there you go. I think I already fucked up. But yeah, we'll mark all these fucking crates, and yeah. So far, this doesn't look like it's too bad.
Alrighty then, we are back. I've just been doing mud crabs like usual in between episodes, as you can see. I just hit 95 strength not too long ago. I've been thinking about it, and like, I'm kind of scared that those dragons were destroying me. In the video I said they're high level, but I mean, I have 95 strength and 85 health and like 60 attack. Like, I feel like I'm already pretty high level, so what am I not getting here? The only thing I can guess is my gear, but it's pretty concerning. I don't know what gear upgrades I could possibly get, because I don't know. It's like, good. I think Rune is the strongest I found, and we've been playing for like a year, but it's clearly still not enough. I guess I could upgrade my food as well, which I have been talking about for a while, but I keep putting it off because I'm lazy. Hey! Oh, fuck. Oh, hang on a second. I'm playing this other game that you can kind of idle by gathering every 10 minutes. Anyone have any Tylenol, by the way? I ran out, and I don't want to leave my basement. But yeah, I don't really know the crap. Unless maybe that itself was like a group area dungeon sort of thing. But whatever. Whatever it is, it's off limits for now because I was getting absolutely destroyed. The next quest on the list is Roving Elves, but the videos have been kind of quest heavy lately, and I was thinking of taking a little break, so I wanted to start with something else, and I decided that we are going to do player housing. This was months ago, but we didn't actually find information on player housing. It said to go to Falador, and we just never really got around to it, so let's finally go check that out. I want to see if I can try to recreate my room, complete with my Helix Sleep Mattress, the sponsor of this video. So I've done a few different sponsors on this channel, and I've said before that this is my favorite one because it's had a major direct positive impact on my day-to-day routine. I used to have big fatigue problems, not realizing that other than a copious amount of caffeinated beverages, it was my mattress. I checked out Helix Sleep's mattresses, and I took their sleep quiz, which gave me a series of questions and matched me with the perfect mattress. I'm a side sleeper, and I love soft beds, so I was assigned the Sunset Luxe, and I also got the Glaciotex cooling cover, which is designed to keep you from overheating, and ever since then I've had the most restful nights I've ever had. I used to struggle with snoring and just getting too hot while I sleep. I would toss and turn quite a bit, so I immediately saw an improvement with my sleep within the first week. And I actually sleep fewer hours because the hours that I do sleep are actually quality. which leaves more time in the day to do other things. The delivery was really easy. It comes rolled up in a box, which is quite convenient, and they also offer free shipping across the United States. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring this video. I highly recommend checking them out. At least do the quiz and see if they have anything that might be a good fit for you. You can visit using my link down below and also in the description and comment. And now's a good time to check them out because you can take advantage of their extended Black Friday exclusive partner offer and get 27% off site-wide. But anyways, back to the video. Player housing is always an interesting subject in MMOs. I've yet to find one that has done it better than Star Wars Galaxies. I could talk about player housing for hours. It's one of my favorite things in MMOs, so it's kind of unlike me to not immediately jump into it when I know that it exists. I was actually thinking of making a video about player housing, actually, so now's a good time to see what it's like in this game, so I have more to talk about for the video. I don't really know much about it other than from the skill guide it says that it's related to the construction skill, which we have not yet touched, so this will be like a twofer maybe. We explore a new system and we level a new skill at the same time. I think ever since Animal Crossing I've been obsessed with housing or player housing in video games. Related fun fact, the very first Let's Play ever created was for Animal Crossing. It was a commentary video sent to Nintendo Power for some sort of contest, even before YouTube existed. And the person who sent it in was none other than Christian Weston Chandler, who proceeded to share poetry about being a virgin with rage.
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage. Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age. Tell me why I ain't
But if
never
she
wanna hear you say I have a boyfriend.
So, all in all, very relatable to the average MMO player. Just kidding, please smash the like button and subscribe and become a member. I need money. Okay, the estate agent is who we want, surely. Welcome to the Gielinor Housing Agency. What can I do for you? Tell me about houses, yeah. It all came out of the Wizard's experiments. They found a way to fold space so that they could pack many acres of land into an area only a foot across, okay? They created several folded space regions across Gielinor. Each one contains hundreds of small plots where people can build houses. Interesting. So this is how they handle the issue of space in housing, it seems. So that's how everyone can have a house without cluttering up the world. Yep, that's the main issue with housing in MMOs, is that unless the world is built specifically for it, everything would just get overtaken, like quest areas, hubs, and so on. It would just be spammed with houses. There's actually a really funny screenshot of housing being tested during the alpha of World of Warcraft, and it's perfect because in the screenshot it shows somebody plopping a house down on like the Night Elf starter area, blocking off its entrance, just perfectly encapsulating why we can't have nice things. The Wizards didn't want to get bogged down in the business side of things, so they hired me to sell the houses. There are various other people across the Gielinor who can help you furnish your house. Okay. You should start by buying planks from a sawmill operator. Sawmills are located northeast of Varric. Woodcutting Guild, located in southwest Azidius. Yep. Northeast Prifdinus. That's the elf area, isn't it? Let's actually look. We have messed with this before with Dragon Slayer, if you remember. Remember we had to fix the ship with planks and nails. Auburnvale has one. I've not been. Well, it's right next to a bank too, look at that. Way closer than the Varric one. There's the Woodcutting Guild. We did enter this already. I'm pretty sure I showed that, didn't I? That also seems way better than Varric. Yeah, here's Prifdinus. I don't see it on the map though. Huh. Let's ask how to get a house. I can sell you a starting house in Remington for 1,000 coins. As you increase your construction skill, you'll be able to have your house moved to other areas and redecorated in other styles. Okay. Hell yeah, let's buy this crap. Oh my god. Thank you. Go through the Remington house portal. You'll find your house ready for you to start building in it. This book will help you to start building your house. Alright, cool. Woo! Oh, I love player housing, dude. Oh my god. Oh wow, dude, this is really long. I wonder if I should read it? Alright, let's read it so we fully understand everything.
A few moments later.
Okay, wow. Yeah, this is actually kind of crazy. Usually in MMO, housing is mostly this cosmetic thing, but there's like a ton of unique features and systems tied to it in this game. Alright, so we need nails and planks. We can make them of varying quality. Didn't say the higher quality nails are better. We have some adamantite bars, so I guess we can just make those. Okay, let's make nails, and then planks, I believe you just have to go to the sawmill for. I do not think we can make planks ourselves. At least I've not seen a way to do that yet. Oh my god, I'm so excited right now. Dude, we're going to make the best house ever. Yeah, not to be a buzzkill though, but I'll have to figure out how to disable other people entering it. At least if they can by default, I have no idea. For 2 reasons. 1, to avoid any form of social interaction. Yeah, I'm very antisocial in this game. We made a video about this recently, the solo players. Some people have actually recognized me in-game, and I'm always afraid that they'll spoil stuff for me. Yeah, usually I have chat completely off, so if you try to talk to me and I don't respond, don't take offense. I just kind of am living in solitude, so I can maintain the legitimacy of the series. I have to operate on the premise of zero trust. Wow, dude, there's so much stuff to build. This is crazy. You have furniture, you got rooms, storage, games, decorative stuff, servants. Looks like it's mainly planks and bars. Well, we need planks, but let's just go inside of it first and see what it's all about. He said start in Remington, but we can unlock other locations as well. Which makes sense. I've seen many different house portals spread across the world, so... Not really sure how I feel about living in a town called Remington, by the way. I mean, it's not really my thing, but... No judgments. I love how our friend's house is crossed out because I'm friendless, I'm assuming. It's quite minimalistic, I must say. I mean, all I need is a bed and a computer so I can upload videos complaining about World of Warcraft, obviously. I guess we should enter building mode, huh? Whoa. Okay, so this is showing you all the stuff you can build. Bookcase space. I guess this means you can't, like, choose where to build stuff? And that's kind of disappointing. I always like to recreate my room in these types of games if I'm able to, but it looks like the actual furniture is pretty rigid, huh? Okay, so yeah, you click the door to build rooms. Should we build a garden? Oh, I think we have this already, actually. Wow, so many rooms. Dude, this is crazy. You can build a mansion. Look at this. Make chairs. Soft clay. Limestone. Baked plants. I wonder where you get that. Alright, well, I say we go get some planks, right? Oh, you can actually just buy the nails. Look at that. It does sound preferable. I'd rather not to have spend time making them if I can just buy them, right? It's not like they're expensive. Just buy his entire stock. We also needed cloth for the rug. Oh, this doesn't stack great. Oh, you need to bring logs to make planks. You can't just... Why does it say buy the planks then? That's stupid. It should say convert logs into planks. Looks like there's free ones actually that we can see. Let's just do a couple to test things. Alright. We also got sawdust. Wonder if we have any logs stocked up actually. Of course not. Okay, well, let's farm some logs, I suppose.
A few moments later.
Alright, well, we have a decent bit of logs now. Now we just need to convert them to planks. I kind of want to go to this place, Auburn Vale, but I don't know how to get here. I don't believe we've ever been to this area yet, and I don't know, I just have low confidence we can actually just walk there cleanly, judging by all of the underground pass bullshit that this game has. So we're just going to do the woodcutting guild, which we know we can go into, obviously. It's definitely a better run than the Varric sawmill. Okay, so I'm not going to bore you guys with this. I'll just do this off camera, and we'll just come back when I'm all done.
A few moments later.
Alright, we have something new here. There's this giant nest, and a guy that says to offer eggs to it. I do actually have a bunch of eggs from woodcutting, that I've yet to find a use for, so I was gonna try this. Oh, you get prayer XP. You also get more nests. It seems like this is the only way you can get tree seeds are from bird nests. Alright, anyways, more planks.
A few moments later.
Alright, I tapped out at like 150. It's actually quite time consuming since you run energy so fast. So let's take these and nails and we'll go make some furniture and begin our house. Interesting that Remington is a default here. I feel like this town really isn't used that much. Unless you want to get rimmed, of course. Or rim someone. I don't know, maybe both. Whatever you're into, I suppose. Okay, so build bookcase. We're not high enough. We can do a chair. Boom, baby. We building. Now do curtains and a rug. Right, yeah, this is what the cloth is for. So, this is all decorative, I'm assuming. Unless there's a feng shui for this. Is there a happy home academy? Fireplace? Oh, we need clay. This is fine. Alright. Behold. Aren't you guys so impressed? Oh my god. Okay, now we can do a bookcase. Whoa. I just want to say this may very well be a boring episode to anybody who doesn't like player housing. It's not really a lot of action going on here, but you know what? Screw you guys. This is my crap right here. I love this kind of stuff, so I'm in heaven right now, if you can't tell yet. Which you probably can't, because I'm incapable of displaying emotion. The real question is if you can access your bank. Because I can already tell this running back and forth to get planks is going to be pretty laborious. It looks like you can plant actual trees, but you need bagged trees, and I don't know where you get a bagged tree. I don't think I've seen that yet. Well, how about we have the kitchen over here? So the first thing that happens when guests enter is they smell a nice home-cooked meal. Alright, what do we got here? A table. Fancy. Stove space. Okay. We're gonna make a fire pit at 5. I think it goes all the way up to range at 42. I wonder though, are these like functional upgrades or is it all cosmetic? Well, I mean, I'm sure you can cook on it, but like, is the fancy range better than the fire pit, is what I mean. It said something about making better meals in the book, so like maybe the fancy range gives you higher quality food. Oh wow, dude. The bookshelf actually holds all of my books. What? That's really cool, actually. What the F? I've actually started to read IRL. It's quite calming, actually. I've been trying to find some hobbies other than drinking myself to sleep. Oh, you can do shelves. Oh, you actually get free stuff. Look at that. Alright, well, we're level 6. We're out of materials, however. So I think I get the gist of it. You just kind of rebuild stuff until you level up and build more stuff. Unlock more rooms, unlock more furniture. Hang on, let's actually try to figure out what the most efficient thing is. Okay, the bookcase is 115 for 4 planks. It's 28.75 per plank. The beer barrel's 87 for 3. Vastly superior. Shelf is the same, but the chair. Okay, it's the same. They all seem to be roughly the same efficiency. It kind of feels like overkill, but I like writing things down. It helps me when I feel overwhelmed to write stuff down. Alright, well, I'm just gonna do this for a while, I suppose. I think you guys probably get the gist of things. You just kind of build stuff and travel to and from Falador. I'll just keep doing this until anything substantial happens.
A few moments later.
Alright. Things are looking a bit nicer, I'm sure you've noticed. Got an infinite supply of beer here. Very nice. There's an option to move our house, but I didn't do it yet. I wanted to save it for you guys, so let's go see if we can move our house. Definitely like any place closer to a bank, really. The run is getting really annoying at this point. Although I have made it more efficient with teleports. We can move to Taverley with more to unlock, presumably later on with levels, I'm guessing. Alright, where the F is Taverley? I remember this place is where the witch's house is that I can't get into. I mean, I feel like it's marginally closer. Hang on, let me measure with my fingers. Okay, it's about a thumb closer than Remington. Well, let's just do it just to see. Why not, right? You can also change your style. Oh, wow. A cabin sounds nice, actually. My endgame plan, IRL, is to retire in a cabin in the middle of nowhere and die alone, so this feels oddly appropriate. I would like to have internet is the only thing, or else I wouldn't be able to play old school RuneScape. Alright, let's check out the Cozy Cabin in Taverley. Oh my god. It turns the weather into winter. Okay. Yeah, I'm vibing this right now. This is great, actually. I love snowy areas in games, so this is perfect. I have no desire to change it to anything else.
A few moments later.
Yeah, build a bedroom and obtain novice contracts from Mahogany Homes. Okay, the bedroom we needed for servants, according to the book. The contracts, though. Did they explain contracts? I don't think they did. Unless I'm mistaken. Let's go ask the doucher. Huh, nope. Figure it out yourself, says the game. Okay. Okay, so the workbench actually lets you build everything here. Okay, so we don't need to keep destroying and rebuilding things. Well, I say we get a servant. Level 20 gets us Rick, the servant, so should probably do that. It says go to the Servants Guild in Arduni. That's right, okay. Question is, where in Arduni? Oh god, I'm getting Wizard Cromperty flashbacks. Here's another estate thing here. Look at that. Oh. This is Mahogany Homes. She's saying to go to Amy in the Falador branch. Alright. We will do that. However, it still doesn't tell us where you get a servant. About here. Looks like this place would have servants, huh? Nice rich mansion. It's locked. Okay, never mind. No. No. Here's Cromperty. Oh, here we go. Maid. Demon Butler. Tell me about servants. If you need help around your house, our trained efficient workers are ready to serve you. They can cook meals for you and your friends, make tea, serve drinks, greet guests, and even take items to and from the bank. Alright, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. More expensive servants will be able to make trips to the bank more quickly. Some that can also go to the sawmill and change logs to planks for you. Really? Okay. He's just saying you need to keep paying the servant. Here's Rick. He's the lowest level one. We're actually close to the maid. What can you do? I can even take things to and from the bank. Okay, so Rick can't do that. Yeah, she wants to be level 25 first. Okay. Yeah, this is immediate high priority. If we get a maid, we can actually skip all the walking. Alright. Let's just farm a little bit more and we'll do that. We'll skip Rick and just go straight for the maid. There you go, Amy. According to the mini-map, she's a mini-game. Interesting. I'm Amy, how may I help you? I'm the founder of Mahogany Homes, Gilino's first construction company. So people contact you to help with their homes? Yep, they'll get in contact if they want assistance, whether it's fixing parts of their house or requesting nicer furniture. If you have the supplies, I can tell you where one of our clients is that needs some work doing. Alright. I'll keep track of the work you do as well as... Oh, as well as give you some points for our company reward shop. Rewards? Okay, we can do beginner or novice.
Hello again.
Just do novice since we just unlocked it, right? Please go see Ross, north of the church in East Arduni for us. Alright, hang on. There's no way I'm going to remember this, so let's use our memory here. Oh, construction set. Okay, so that means this is the minigame for construction. Also get Amy's saw. I wonder what that does. Once again, you get no information, but you're expected to get all these points to... whatever. Plank sack. I'm sure that's just a container to bring extra planks, which sounds incredibly handy, actually. Alright. We just found the construction minigame. Let's go to Arduni and talk to Ross then. Here he is. I like 2 oak drawers built. Okay. I believe I can make those. He wants his hat stand fixed. Oak beds, I can definitely do that. He also wants a mirror. The The only thing I'm not sure about are the hat stand and the mirror. I believe I can do the drawers in the bed though. Oh, you just do it here. I see. Okay, we need oak planks. Wow, okay. It's a lot of XP, actually. That is way faster than just rebuilding shit in my house. Oh. Sorry about that. Let me just... There we go. It's like it never happened. Oh, she just magically respawned. Perfect. No harm, no foul. Okay. Let's return to Amy. She wants to see Mariah and Hasidius. I believe that's the Korend city, is it not? Alright, let's go to Hasidius. This seems to be a far more efficient way of farming XP. Let's see, can we possibly teleport there? Looks like you can teleport to Korend Castle if you do the Client of Korend quest. Oh look, it's the follow-up to X marks the spot, which is the very first quest that we started. Look at that. I haven't returned to this because I wanted to be the last quest that I finished, because that would be funny, but obviously that's not possible since it's the start of a chain, so I guess that plan is ruined. Alright, well we just have to walk there, I guess. I suppose the fastest route would just be to teleport to Falador and then Vios, right? Oh. Yeah, I guess I was already in Falador, huh? Whoops. I'm wondering how long this video is, actually. I feel like I want to do this for a little bit to unlock more buildings, and then we'll probably head on over to the elf area and get some questage going. Alright, back to Falador. Alrighty, well, this is probably going to be really dull to watch, so I'm just going to do this for a while, and I'll just check back whenever something interesting happens.
3:28 a.m.
Alright, we're still going here. So far, I've been sent to 4 different cities. Varric, Falador, Ardunia, and Hosidius. And each of these cities has the real estate place. And I just noticed the Varric one, this dude's giving me another task, so I'm recording here again. He wants me to build furniture for his dad on the southern end of town, so let's go see what this is about. It's not a quest, it's just like a dialogue option, so it's not part of the challenge or anything, but I still wanted to do it. My boy Marlo sent you? Oh yes, you've come to help with my furniture. It's in a terrible state. I want to start by removing all of the tatty old furniture. Your 2 stools. Oh. 2 tables, a chair, rotten carpet to replace. Jolly good, young man. Now we'll have to talk about what you'll build for me to replace it. The F. Oh, this is like a tutorial. Okay, I guess we've done all of this out of order. He's giving me a tutorial on housing. Yeah, we already know all this stuff. Wait, was that a spirit tree? That could be useful. For example, in a study, you could build a lectern for creating spell tablets. Powerful items that cast spells without runes, really. Sell your tablets to other people, too. Teleport Nexus can take you to a huge range of destinations. Make your home a powerful travel hub. Yeah, that's what I want. Show your dedication to the gods by building an altar where you can sacrifice bones for bonus prayer XP. Yeah, we read about that as well. It looks like it's a way to level prayer, maybe. Wonder if that means I should be saving all of my bones instead of burying them. You show off all your pets. Yeah, all 2 that I have. That's a lot of pussy. I'll tell you what, Peggy. You drop people to a monster pit? Holy shit. Boy, was I way off in thinking that this was just gonna be a 1 video thing. What the F? It didn't take me like a year to fully explore. Look at this. Not that I'm complaining, by the way. I think it's actually very cool, and I'm quite excited. Okay, I'm probably skipping dialogue here because this video is already really heavy, but he wants me to make him a bunch of furniture, just like the contracts. Okay, we turned it in, and we got a crate of supplies, some money, and some XP. It's in the crate. Planks, nails, bars, break the teleport. Alright, well, it's 4 a.m. I think I want to do more contracts.
A few moments later.
Okay, we're level 40 and we just hired the butler who says he can not only go to the bank but also the sawmill. which sounds amazing because making the planks is very ass and annoying. You should now be in my house. Let's go check it out. The house itself is still pretty barren. I guess I've kind of fallen into the strategy of just getting a decently high level before I start making stuff, so you know I can like make the best stuff right away instead of constantly replacing and upgrading it like I was. There you go. Go to the sawmill. There you go. Sawmill. Okay, I suppose it takes him a minute, huh? Oh wow, that's like 10 seconds actually. So now you take it to the bank, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I'm out of logs, so I need to farm more.
A few moments later.
Alright, it's now 7 a.m. I guess I'm just not sleeping today. We just hit level 51, which is fine, but every time I get a Hosidius contract, it's a giant pain in the ass because I have to walk to Vios in Port Sarum and then, you know, walk all the way over. At this point, it seems like this is the main way to level construction, so I figure it's probably in our best interest to unlock the Korend teleport, which means that we have to revisit X marks the spot, which works out because I'd like to do at least one quest per video, ideally. So I actually just rewatched the entire episode as a refresher. So if you don't remember, this was the hot and cold orb thing. We already did a few steps until we got stuck on a cipher, and if you remember, Vio said to try shifting all of the letters over to the left or the right, which just kind of mystified me back then, and I immediately gave up. And I thought of this a while ago, but like I said, I wanted to save it for the last quest because it would be funny, but I'm thinking he probably means alphabetically, right? Yeah, when I first saw it, my mind went to like keeping the same letters but scrambling them for some reason. So let's just try shifting them over by one alphabetically, which I'm sure has to be it. Aha. Fit cap kuta arkaza argp. Let's try the left. Okay, here we go. Draenor. Pig. Okay, Draenor Pigpen is the solution. Okay, that was kind of easy. How did I not immediately solve that? I think I was just taken off guard. I'm so used to, you know, MMO quests consisting of go kill 8 boars and bring back 6 of their snouts. Alright, let's go get our spade, mate. Assuming we have to dig for this one, just like the previous steps, right? Okay. Slight issue here. I do not see a pig farm. There's wheat. We have cows and chickens. Sheep. This is surely Lumbridge, though, not Draenor. Oh, yeah. I think I've entered this before, actually. Little did I know that it was right below my very own feet. You dig up an ancient casket. As you do, you hear a faint whispering. What's in it? I don't think Vios would want me to open his treasure. What? What do you mean, his treasure? Oh, that's some bullcrap. Found the treasure. Brilliant. This is just what I was looking for. Thank you so much for your help. No problem. So what's this treasure anyway? Uh-oh. He's being evasive. Yeah, look at those shifty eyes. He's up to something. I don't get it. Why couldn't he have, like, gotten it himself? 200 coins? Wow. How generous. XP lamp. The ability to receive clue scroll boxes in a beginner box. So I haven't really messed with this yet. There are these little clues that you can find and they give you directions. I think it's meant to be some sort of treasure hunt or like scavenger hunt. I've just banked them because I kind of already have my hands full, but I suppose we could try messing with them at some point. They're just not quests is the thing, so it's not super high priority for me. Okay, so this is the quest that we actually want, the Client of Korend. It says we need to talk to the Port Piscalarius Vios. Apparently the Port Sarum Vios doesn't work. Alright, here we go. You have any quests for me? As a matter of fact, Mono Madness. I do. I have a client from the mainland who's interested in learning a bit more about Korend. They asked me to gather some information on the 5 cities for them. I'm just going to do it myself, as you're quite new around here. This might be a good opportunity for you to get to know the kingdom a bit better. Take the scroll. client is interested in the hierarchy and general social organization of Great Korend, especially when it comes to how it differs from the mainland. The scroll is special. When written on it with a particular type of quill, my client will see what you are writing without anything being seen on the scroll itself. What? Why? Wait. I'm not spying for anybody, am I? Well, I mean, clearly we are. Oh, yeah, right. Come on. I see those shifty eyes, Vios. Oh, my guy's such an idiot, dude. There's many a man and woman who could give you the information you need, but the general store owners in each city will likely be your best bet. Good call. What about the special quill you mentioned? Simply touching a normal feather onto the paper should synchronize their magical ability to work together. You don't need any ink. Alright, well, we need a feather. So we're clearly doing some shady stuff here that'll come back to haunt us, surely. But you know what? If this gets me a teleport, I am willing to burn the city down myself, actually. Let's see why my guy's so gullible. We've been taken advantage of several times already. Okay, feather. You tune the feather to the enchanted scroll, creating an enchanted quill. Let's do the contract first. These people just cannot make up their minds, by the way. I've redone this person's house like 10 times at this point. It seems each city has just a couple of houses to change, and every time I visit them, they want new shit, or they've broken all of their sinks and stoves and hat racks. It's like, goddamn. Calm down. Okay, East Arduni for the next one. Cool. Let's focus on the quest, though, obviously. The teleport here is very needed for me right now. It'll save a crazy amount of time. Oh. Okay, so general store owners, right? Can I ask you about Hesidius? You guys want to know a fun fact? The city was actually just named Sidious until your guys' moms walked in. Hesidius is filled with keen and skilled farmers alike. Led by the incredibly efficient Kander Hesidius, his intelligent resourcefulness ensures optimal agricultural production. Our fields stretch as far as the eye can see. With incredible teamwork and group efforts, the ability to provide Great Korend's people with food and herbal supplies is quite literally the fruits of our labor. What can you do in Hesidius? Personal kitchens and farming patches are lovely. That being said, the real gems of Hesidius are the vinery and tithe farm. Both are world class. You jot down the information Horse had to say about Hesidius. Okay. So it's 1 of 5, right? Yeah, we need Arceus, Lova Kenge, Port Piscalarius, and Shazian. I know where the last two are. Let's do the port next. Within Port Piscalarius, you'll find Great Fishermen. What? This person loves their commas. Oh, I see. It's poetry. All led by a ruthless leader, Shauna Piscalarius. None yet to supersede her. No surprise if you meet her. Her tactics are ruthless. Her demeanor renders all pirates toothless. Our great shore and trading have treasure to be found, providing export and fish in quantities abound. Our shore is brimming with gold from the sea. The most loyal of our people are handed the key. We'll let you stand on our shores and collect the great anglerfish others only covet. Hang on a second. That last one didn't rhyme too well. Listen here, pal. You don't mess with people in Port Piscalarius. You want happy rhyming leans or angry, gruff, pain-inflicting leans? Ooh. What kind of pain, baby? Here's Arceus. Pretty basic quest so far, obviously. Nothing really to puzzle out. I am curious as to why everything is so secretive. Clearly there's going to be a twist of some sort. I imagine this video is quite long at this point, so I guess that means that we're taking a break from the elves. Oh well. Oh. We'll probably just continue that next video. This guy looks like Vivi from Final Fantasy IX. Look at that. Wonder if there's an inspiration here. The city holds knowledge many would deem unsafe to share. Why should I be so trusting to you? Well, I'm a journalist. Yes, a journalist from the mainland. I want to let the wider world know how this incredible city works. Very well then. The rest of the world can certainly do with learning about our great library. Arceus is filled with literary and magical scholars. Led by the great Trobin Arceus, as a leader he assists in pushing the limit of our knowledge surrounding magical abilities, souls, and crafting of runic energy. He cares not for petty control, focusing instead on the expansion of knowledge within Great Korend. Our library is something to behold, but the millennia of knowledge found there, runic, magical, and religious, are but a small findings compared to the power of the Dark Altar. Through its power, we have great knowledge of life and death. This knowledge could be yours as well. Really? Is this a thing, or just like lore? Your quill and scroll glow, causing a seething pain to run through your hand and arm. Uh-oh. What is the matter, journalist? I don't know. I must have cut my finger with the quill. Very well. As mentioned, rewards on offer within our city are priceless. The sharing of our magical research is but child's play compared to the knowledge of blood and soul rune crafting. Alright, so just 2 more now. There's the next one, Lova Kange. Interesting, looks like more dwarves here. Alright, this video is already very dialogue heavy, so I'm probably cutting some stuff out here. He just said that they craft all of the armor and weapons for Korend. And he also said that they have a blast mine, which to me sounds like a mining minigame, and it looks like it might be to the north here, so I want to check that out real quick. Watch it be this amazing place for mining, and I discover it only after reaching level 99. That'd just be beautiful. This place reminds me of the underground world from Final Fantasy IV, which oddly enough is the home of the dwarves. The geography looks 1 for 1. I wonder if this was inspired by that. We have the Lovakite furnace. I do not believe we've encountered that yet. Is this it? Excavate hard rock. Need a chisel to excavate the rock face. Let's ask the operator. Yeah, how do I mine? Okay, first you need dynamite. We actually have that from Winter Toad. There's 3 ingredients. So you need sulfur from Toothy's mine to the west. You need juniper charcoal. Smoggy has some furnaces on the beach in the Hasidius area. Okay. Saltpeter. Natural deposits in the Hasidius woodlands near the juniper trees. Well, we already have the dynamite, so once you got the dynamite, use a chisel to excavate a cavity in the hard rock walls so you can put the dynamite in, then light the fuse. Okay, so this is a whole thing. Okay, then we deposit it into the sack. Alright, let's try it. I only see one other person here, so I don't have high confidence that it's good. I also do not remember seeing any servers for it. There you go. Run. We got blasted ore. I wonder what happens if you just stand there. Ow. Alright, let's just deposit these to test it. Yeah, 2 mithril ore and 2 coal. Really? That's it? Okay, I now see why no one is here. Here's the sulfur he was talking about, by the way. There's the Lovakite ore. Oh, you use this for a special armor set, huh? The Shazian set. Some higher numbers, higher quality, considering it takes higher blacksmith level. We got 91 blacksmithing, so we can make everything but the 5th tier of the body armor. Let's actually see if we can do that. It looks very powerful. Maybe this is the answer to my woes that I had in the beginning of this video. Wouldn't that be funny? Let's just stop there and see what we can make. Let's go smelt it at that furnace we passed. Okay. Just make the highest tier of everything we can, obviously. So it protects against acid splash attacks used by the lizardmen shamans. We need to compare it with our normal loadout. It looks cool. It's absolutely horrible. Well, some pieces are actually slightly better, or at least comparable. It gives both melee and ranged bonuses, actually. Alright, well, the chest is terrible. Probably because it's tier 4. The boots are actually a little bit better than what I have. For my range set, it looks like the legs, helmet, and boots are all better than what I'm using. Although it is very minor. Alright, well, whatever. I'll take it. Very minor upgrades, but still upgrades nonetheless. I just gotta remember when I hit 93 blacksmithing to come back to make the tier 5 chest and compare it. Alright, well, we just have one more city, right? Said South to Shazian, which we have been to before. Oh, there's the lizard men. Okay, probably skipping more dialogue here, but she says that they're just the army that defends Korend from threats such as the lizard people. But that's all of them, so now we just have to head back to Vios. Let's just go back to Lumbridge. I bet you that's faster. Guessing this is the end, considering it's a short quest. I wonder, will the Port Serum Vios do the quest for me? Nope. That's funny. That means canonically, these are two different Vioses. They're in different planes of existence. I've gathered all of the information from the cities. I could hear a voice, Vios, in my head, as if it whispered in my ear to return to you. Yes, I heard it too. They mentioned that your task was complete. Okay, totally not creepy at all. That reminds me, Vios. I didn't sign up for this. Well, you're an idiot because this was obviously fishy from the beginning. I wasn't told that my mind would be entered. And what about the possibility of severely damaging my masturbation hand? If it makes you feel any better, my client sends their apologies. What the hell was that noise? It wasn't intentional. Needless to say, something you said provoked emotion. If I knew that mentioning the Dark Altar would upset them so much, I'd have not written that bit of information down. Well, that's just the thing. Mono madness. My client is pleased he found such information. Tell me, would you be willing to do one last thing for them? Oh my good lord. Well, I don't necessarily have much of a choice. Yeah, I got a challenge to complete here. What should I do now? I'm certainly glad you're able to assist once again. My client will be most pleased. My client requires another simple task. They assure me that it will be the last. Take this orb. You must activate it beside the Dark Altar north of Arceus. Okay, this sounds completely innocent. Can I ask why I would do that? It's best you don't. Okay. Well, can't argue with that. I'll return when I'm done. Wow. Oh, I got the message that tells me to get a life. That's what that noise was. That's awesome. Oh, I love this message so much. It makes me feel real good about my life. Don't nerd shame me, you stupid game. Okay, so question is, where is the Dark Altar? There's an altar here. Nope. Let's try up the stairs. I guess this isn't it. Problem is, it doesn't really tell you, does it? Maybe it's the Tower of Magic that looks like a landmark. Tower of Magic is off limits, damn it. Lord Arceus does not wish his experiments to be disturbed. Well, it won't let me in. Oh, never mind, I'm stupid. It literally says it right here, the Dark Altar. The Dark Altar ignores anyone who approaches it without bringing suitable essence for it to infest. But like rune essence? See if this guy explains it. Yeah, what is this place? Dark Altar is a treasure of Arceus. Forbers spent their lives, literally in some cases, learning to unlock its secret and wield its powers. The power of the Dark Altar, reflected in these giant crystals, can twist dimensions, warp minds, and even bridge the gulf between life and death. Can I try it myself? Very well. If you find an ensouled cadaver in your travels, you may attempted, past tense used incorrectly, to reanimate it with the magics I have placed in your mind. Really? Oh, what the hell? We have an entirely new spellbook, look at that. We can reanimate things. It sounds kind of necromancy. Nice, but what the F? I did this whole thing for the current teleport, now it's not here. Here you go, I'd like to stop using your spellbook. Oh, thank God you can switch back, dude. I was about to get really mad. This is pretty interesting, though. You can switch to entirely new spells. Still souvenirs? Oh, you gave us a souvenir. We got an Arceus signet. I need to do challenges to get an Ash Sanctifier, whatever that is. This is pretty interesting, though. You can switch to entirely new spells. I did see these before in the skill guide. I suppose these are like magic specs, right? I wonder by ensouled creatures, does it mean the ensouled heads that I keep finding? Alright, let's just use the orb. I'm starting to get really overwhelmed again. The orb shatters after being held in the air. You hear a whisper in your ear. Return to Vios. My thanks. Alright, I feel like we just summoned Satan. So we got a new spell book. Honestly, I'm kind of feeling overwhelmed right now. Wonder if we should be using that or not. It says I needed a complete quest to use most of the spells, so I guess not now, but like what I mean is, should we switch after the quest? Is it more or less powerful? I don't know. I'm just gonna talk to Vios and play Animal Crossing. It is now 8 a.m. and I am out of Mountain Dew. Vios, enough is enough. I've suffered through enough. Exploding orbs and burning quills. Mono madness. What are you talking about? You know darn well what I'm talking about. Mono madness. I haven't spoken with you since bringing you to Karend. I have no idea what you're on about. Vios, this isn't funny anymore. Are you alright? I did all that your client asked of me. Indeed you have. Uh-oh, what the F? His eyes are red. You have done well. For that, you have my thanks. Oh no, we have been tricked again. I am so shocked right now, you guys. Oh my god. Who are you? What have you done with Vios? You need not fear for him. I will ensure no harm comes his way. As for who I am, well, that is of no importance. Knowledge can be a curse. Sometimes it's better to remain unaware. Now, time to release this mind back to consciousness. Don't worry, I'll make sure he rewards you. After all, you have been very useful to me. Oh. Boom, baby. It's quest number 42. In the span of a year. Yay. What's this? Karad's memoirs? Memoirs of a former ruler, written by his young heir. A gift for Rose. If it please you, my dear child, would you record our future outings? When I'm old and my mind is fading, I'd like to reminisce all the times we've spent together around this fine kingdom of mine. Heed the lessons of our time together and reflect, for someday you will be queen over this great land. Next entry is missing, apparently. Yeah, all the entries are missing. Alright, well, assuming this will be of import later on. It says it reads 00 memoirs remain. Queen of Thieves. From Thomas Lowry. Oh, how the hell are you supposed to guess that this is the next part? There's literally no indication. Oh, well, I guess it's good we have our quest log sorted. Thank you to whoever gave me that tip. Let's try the teleport. Oh, it's actually pretty far north of the city. That's kind of annoying. Well, it's still definitely useful. Alright, well, I suppose that'll do her for this episode. We actually knocked out 2 more quests. That's pretty sweet. And we are learning a new skill here. I feel pretty productive right now. So I'll need to decide what we're going to do in between episodes. It'll either be crab farming, or maybe I'll just level up my construction, since there's no real point in recording that, because I feel that is kind of dull content for you guys. As you can see, by the time I'm quite addicted to this game, I have not slept yet. I'm pretty excited to get into housing, actually, so maybe I'll just level construction, and the next episode will come back with like this pimped out mansion. That'd be pretty sweet. But yeah, probably next adventure we'll just continue the elf quest chain, since I'm excited to see where all that leads. And I guess I'm gonna go sleep now. So yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
We might have broke sailing. You see, a group of friends and I noticed on the day of sailing's release that it was possible to cannon sea creatures with a dwarf multi-cannon, and it did way more damage than any sailing vessel's cannon. So we thought we'd put this to the test. Grab an Osprey bounty task from whichever sailing board we could, fairy ring to this island, and let the dwarf cannon do all the hard work. You could telegrab these corpses of the creatures if they were too far from you, and let your cannon carry on killing these while you run back and forth between ports to grab another Osprey task, claim your corpses, and rinse and repeat. I was only averaging about 10 to 20k sailing XP per hour, leveling the skill normally between 30 to 40 sailing. But with this method, we were averaging just over 40,000 sailing experience per hour. Sadly, the fun stopped pretty soon after Jagex decided this wasn't exactly sailing, and disabled cannons working altogether. We might have broke sailing. You see, a group of friends and I noticed on the